Yeah, it was actually Reuters. Can't remember who she was. It was someone huge accused him of stealing. I'll look at it later. I'll let you know later. But yeah, he has been accused of plagiarism.
Hey, we're live. We're waiting on our third person. Jimmy's going to jump in here in a minute. And for anybody that's jumping on and watching us right now, much appreciated. Tonight we're gonna do something that I threatened to do about a year ago, John. I think it was. I think we started talking about this probably
times.
October or November. Yeah. When I first started the channel in I want to say that was probably around October that I started. Well, might have been the end of September. And John is not a YouTuber, but we'll get around to it when our third person joins us. I'll introduce everybody. But I had talked a lot about doing some of these deep dives on some of our favorite bands. And John and I have several bands in common that we deeply, deeply love. One of which was Porcupine Tree. Unfortunately, he couldn't join us for that one a couple weeks ago. But the other one, which I think probably, John, you and I have probably the most history with, would be the band we're going to do tonight, and that is Rush. We've, for me, I thought about it. I have been into Rush for 43 years, and that's kind of wild when I think about that. Coming from somebody that started to get into music with Kiss and with Led Zeppelin and those bands of the 70s, because we're both 70s kids. Rush I tapped into them around 77, and it's the one band that has stayed with me as a constant throughout my entire childhood, into teenage years, into 20s, 30s, 40s, and into my 50s. And, I have there's no question at all when I say Rush is my favorite band. It's not even close. The close second is pretty far back there. It could be Porcupine Tree, it could be Opeth, it could be Triumph, it could be a number of bands, but Rush stands head and shoulders above those. And so I've been wanting to do this deep dive, and I will warn everybody ahead right now before we get too deep into this that I feel like I bit off a little more than I can chew. There's a deep lot of history here, and we're not going to focus on the history much because there's plenty of Wikipedia and there's plenty of. Let me get Jimmy in here. Hang on one sec. Hey, Jimmy. Hey, buddy.
Hey, what's up, guys? Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, cool. All right.
I'm gonna do one thing here. I'm gonna do a layout change. Oh, that's not the layout I want. That's not it either. Hang on, I'm trying to get this down.
Hey, John, how's it going, man? I'm Jimmy. I think I've seen you on the stream before, but I haven't been able to meet you yet. So,
yeah, pleasure. Nice meeting you.
John was on the stream before, so we just got started, and I was kind of talking about what I want to do is kind of what we did with Porcupine Tree, and kind of talk briefly about how we got into Rush. And I guess I kind of started, so I'll kind of go from there, and we'll run around the circle here. But for me, Rush, my introduction to Rush came kind of in a comical way, in that in 7th grade, I was into Ted Nugent and Pink Floyd and Led Zeppelin and Foghat, man. Foghat Live was like the album. It was the shit in 1977.
I still think that version of Full for the City off that album is still their best version of any song they've ever done. Yeah.
That's one of the greatest live albums ever, hands down. But there was a dude that was in 8th grade. We had 6th, 7th, and 8th grade in Texas middle school there. There was this dude that I thought was the coolest fucking guy. His name was Steve. Don't know his last name, never will know it. But we called him Flake because when he walked, first of all, he was a major stoner, so I thought that was cool. Second of all, he walked like a wet cornflake. Like he would kind of amble like this. It was just funny. Like he just kind of wander and like his body would wave. It was like I guess because he was always stoned. But Steve was really cool, man. I'd always go up to him. He'd wear a different concert shirt every day. And one day, this is 1977, right before school was out this summer, he wore a Rush concert shirt in, and it was the Starman, the imagery, the iconic image on the back of 2112 or inside 2112. Anyways, he wore that shirt. I'm like, dude, who is that? Who's Rush? He's like, bro, you got to check him out, man. Rush. You don't know Rush? And he kind of turned me on to who Rush. He had gone to see the Hemispheres tour. And I went out a few weeks later, and I bought the very first thing, which, hang on one sec, guys. I forgot to get one thing out. There we go. And this was my very, very first Rush product. And we'll jump to...
So what is that? Is that a single?
Yeah, I apologize for the second.
Yeah.
I gotta remember how to do this. Sorry.
Yeah, we used to buy singles way back in the day.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember how to do. Hold on, let me try this. There we go. Solo.
Oh yeah.
This is still got the price on that?
Yep, still got the price. 99 cents.
99 cents. Wow.
I bet the spindle thing costs more for it to hold it.
Probably did. Yeah, the little 45 spindle.
Yeah. Jeff, what single is that?
This is Closer to the Heart and back the B-side of Madrigal of all things, which is an interesting B-side. Surprised they didn't go with Cinderella Man. That was the very first thing I bought, and now I got to just remember how to get out of this, guys. There we go. And within a couple of weeks, maybe I want to say, that was actually, I take that back. That was 1978. That was the spring of 78. And I didn't know about them when Farewell to Kings came out or 2112 or any of the early stuff. I learned of them through Flake and picking up that single. And then my very first album by them was Hemispheres, which I bought when my mom and I were walking through Foley's department store in Greenspoint Mall in Houston, Texas. They actually had a display up in their record department of Hemispheres. And I saw that album cover. And I'm like, hey, that's that band, that's Rush. And that must be their new album. And I grabbed it. And I'm pretty sure I might have heard The Trees or Circumstances on radio before that. So that was where I came into them. 1978, Rush, Hemispheres. And the preceding that was the single from Farewell to Kings. And from there, it's been a love affair. And Jimmy, you weren't on. I was telling John, it's been 43 years of me loving this band, and they are head and shoulders my favorite band of all bands. It's not even close. I love a lot of other bands like Porcupine Tree and Opeth and Triumph and tons of them. But this is the band that when I go to my grave, I want all my Rush CDs to go with me. It's the only thing I want to take with me. That kind of thing. So John, how about you? We'll go with you. We'll go with the age.
Yeah,
graduate down the scale.
I'm a couple years younger than you, so in my neighborhood, it was just all the older kids listened to them, and I remember the friend of mine that lived across the street. We both got into 2112. This is probably 1980. So my friend Jim Rossi, who I am in contact with, after all these years, but I haven't seen him probably in close to 40 years. Which is crazy. Thanks to the internet age, we can still stay in contact. But, we used to hang out. We were all listening to, in 1980, so it was Black Sabbath, AC/DC, all those bands, And at that time, AC/DC was my favorite band, and his was Rush. So I had a love-hate with Rush because, when your supposed close friend is listening to something else that's not what you listen to, you're like, well, that band sucks. But just stupid shit when you're a kid. But I always liked them, but I always kind of fought it off a little bit. But I remember Permanent Waves coming out. I remember Moving Pictures come out. I knew all the songs. I knew everything because that was the dawn of MTV too, 1981. So we got all those songs on there. And it was all live stuff that we saw for Rush, a lot of those, from the Exit Stage Left when that was recorded and released. I remember when Signals came out. So because a guy next to me in high school was like, dude, Signals, Rush is coming on tour. So that was my start early on, just neighborhood kids. But probably when I was 12 years old, I remember.
And you're in California, right?
I lived in the Bay Area, just lived south of San Francisco,
Right.
in a little town back then still called the same. It's not as small anymore. A little town called Half Moon Bay. Tiny place when we were there as kids. So right on the beach. Either you were a surfer or you were a redneck. It's just funny to think that we were only 30 minutes from San Francisco, but that was the case.
Wow.
So
it was probably around 1980 that you got into them?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I started, like I said, we were listening to, because everyone was into 2112, the song, and Temples of Syrinx. Everyone's like, oh, this is the greatest fucking song ever. Which was, back then, it was true, and it's still pretty true now. Nothing's changed. But my dawning came when they broke big radio-wise, which was Spirit of Radio, then Free Will, then Moving Pictures with Tom Sawyer, and all the songs off that album. Then right after that fall was Signals with Subdivisions, so it was just one hit after another radio-wise for them. And that's when FM was big. We listened to FM radio all the time, all day long. It was on. So they Rush played constantly.
We'll talk about it, but they had such a string of a run there from. Yeah, I mean, you could say going back to Fly By Night, but I mean, really starting with 2112 through probably Power Windows. That group of albums is just so superlative, and it was just boom, boom, boom. And granted, okay, they maybe didn't have like a number one hit, but they had lots of great songs that were on rock radio, and rock radio played them because they weren't your pop shit. Even their songs that were more quote unquote poppy were FM friendly, but they weren't your average pop band.
At that time, the poppiest song they had that was on the radio was New World Man.
New World Man, yeah.
That was it, and then Distant Early Warning kind of started pulling in a new crowd because MTV was then 3 years in. But I will say there's something, Jeff, that probably you remember that was big for us, is that when Subdivisions hit, that hit a lot of kids hard because of the lyrics and the video. I mean, we all identified with that because we all felt like we were sort of like outsiders because we liked this band or we listened to that kind of music. It didn't even matter if you're a Rush fan; you still kind of
we'll definitely touch on that when we get to that.
And that made a big difference. That I still hadn't taken the plunge, but I was close at that point. I like I said, I knew everything. I just hadn't started buying everything yet. So,
and what I want to do is let's when we get into talking about tours or tour stories, like going to shows and stuff, let's do it in relation to where our first one was with the album, if that makes sense.
Yeah,
because like I almost did it myself. Oh, I went to see him first, and I'd rather do it in conjunction with the time frame of it. So,
sure.
Jim, give us your little rundown on how you came in.
Yeah, well, I'm 42, so I did not I think I was aware of Rush, but I did not hear them until I think it was my junior year of high school. So that would have been 1995. And the first thing I ever heard by them was Tom Sawyer.
Okay.
I think I was aware of Rush, but I was not I didn't really have any cool friends that exposed me to some of the older bands. I kind of had to get into music on my own, from MTV. I started getting into metal when I was 15. I went from Guns N' Roses to Metallica and then kind of on from there. So I was really kind of interested in the metal world. I had one friend in high school that got me into death metal, but that's all he was into. So I had some exposure to that kind of stuff, but I didn't have anybody that exposed me to older stuff, like 70s style stuff, like Floyd. All these things I had to kind of, discover on my own. But with Rush, I did have a buddy that this guy wasn't even really he didn't even like cool music. I'd go ride around with him. This is down in New Orleans, like I said, 95, bumming around. And he had a crazy sound system in his car. And he would just have all kinds. I think he had a CD changer. He had something loaded in there where he could just big mix CDs or whatever. And he'd just go through different music.
Right.
And we were riding in the car, and all of a sudden Tom Sawyer came on, and it blew my mind. I mean, it's like I've never heard anything like this. I mean, I instantly loved it. I mean, the drumming, the vocals, I loved just everything about it. And I was like, "Who is this band, man?" And and he wasn't even really a Rush fan. I think he just had some of their more popular songs on his mix CDs and stuff. I think that's Rush. It's like, Rush, man. So I mean, I just the song. When you would just hear a song when you were younger, and it just like
speaks to you.
Yeah, I mean, nothing would ever be the same in a way, So I made my dad bring me to Camelot to go buy a Rush CD, and I got Moving Pictures, and so that was the first album that I owned.
Wow.
But at the time, my trajectory with Rush is really spread out from '95 until now, in a way that I didn't get like really hardcore into them. Like I was like listening to some of their stuff, but I only had like so much money for CDs, and I didn't have too many other CDs. At the time, it would have been like '95, so I think Counterparts was coming out. So from there, I think I had delved into their back catalog over the next few years, but I was also like discovering so much other stuff, and it was kind of an awkward time for me because when I got into college in '96, '97, that's when like metal was kind of dying, grunge was big, so I like musically at that time. Kind of teetering because I had already gotten into death metal. The death metal was kind of dying out a bit. Just a lot of metal was really dying out a bit, and then all this grunge stuff. So I was kind of getting into that stuff, and I had a weird, awkward kind of period where I was like getting into rap and just kind of moving around. And Rush kind of took a back seat, unfortunately, and I had to come back to them a little later on. But like I said, for me, like at the time, I didn't have any friends that were into Rush, so it was kind of all up on me,
Well, I will say one thing, Jimmy. John and I are fortunate. We didn't have that rap phase in our.
I had a small phase, man, a really small phase for a few. And there's still a few albums in there that I don't really care for much of it. But I mean, at the time it was kind of just like I said, you're like going into college, I was like 18 or whatever, just pretty confused musically and not really sure which way to go. I mean, I was into punk rock, metal.
I completely get it. I mean, I imagine it's hard for me to put myself in your place because there's almost a 15-year gap there, a 13-year gap. But when, for me, the first rap I heard was the Aerosmith, the Run DMC stuff. And I immediately was like, nah, it's not working for me. And I never went there. I'm not shitting on rap. I'm just saying it just isn't for me, and it never really worked.
It's not for me either. I mean, I could maybe handpick 2 or 3 records that I might have liked that I don't even listen to anymore.
Yeah, I mean, I will say this, and John, you'll probably agree with me on this. Maybe I feel fucking amazingly blessed to come up through the '70s because, to me, that's the best. It's the best era of music. It just is. The '80s is great. There's a lot of great '80s stuff. And, I'm a grunge guy. Probably more so than John even a little bit. I like a lot of grunge. I love Alice in Chains. I love Soundgarden. But there's certain things that just didn't. The rap thing just didn't hit for me. It just never connected. And interestingly enough, Rush did a little rap, and we'll get to that in a little bit here. Which I enjoy it in the concert context, but man, when I heard that the first time, I'm like, what the fuck is that? Are you kidding me? Yeah. So, but yeah, anyway, so that's kind of for anybody watching, we got 7 people watching. That's kind of where we all got started in this. And I guess what I'm going to do real quick, and I'm going to do a very, very brief history because there's a lot out there. And frankly, before I get into that, I'm going to suggest anybody that doesn't know a lot about Rush or wants to learn about Rush or wants to dig in deeper, you might want to grab this.
Oh, yeah.
This was done by Banger Films, which is Sam Dunn and his partner. I don't know his name. John, you probably know it.
I can't think of it off the top of my head, to be honest with you. Sorry.
You know what's mind-blowing is this is almost 11 years old already. Like, I can't fucking believe this is almost 11 years old.
Yeah.
But this is kind of the history of Rush. how they got started. There's a lot of great footage in here of Alex and Geddy and Neil as well. Rest in peace, Neil. We'll talk about that momentarily here. This is fantastic. I didn't rewatch it before we started this because I honestly didn't have time because I couldn't find this located. I just found it before we started. But it's fantastic. It really is a great history of Rush. It's very lovingly done by the guys because they're clearly fans of the band, big time. And the one thing about the guys in Rush were that they, as big as they were and as huge as they became, they never kind of forgot where they came from, and they never forgot that they're just Canadian guys. They're just good dudes, and it really comes through on this video. So, again, I'm not going to get super deep into history, but that anybody who wants to know a lot about the history, get this DVD or see it on Netflix. I'm sure you can find it anywhere out there.
Yeah, it's on Netflix. I saw that in the theater actually with a bunch of Rush nerds. It was great, and yeah, that really I echo what you say. That's really a good. I mean, it's such a good history of the band.
Oh yeah.
So
yeah. So Rush was pretty much started in 1968 in Toronto, in Willowdale, which is a suburb of Toronto. It was pretty much started by Alex Lifeson, John Rutsey, who was their original drummer, and a guy named Jeff Jones. And Jeff Jones was in the band for a while until Geddy replaced him. And the band was actually a four-piece, and they had a lot of fluctuating moving parts. And I'm not going to bring up every single guy that was in and out because there was a lot of guys that were in for a month or 2 or 3 months, and then they were gone. But the one guy, Jeff Jones, should note this, is that Jeff Jones did do some early writing with them on some of the stuff that didn't end up on the first album, but it was stuff that they were working on before they got to that point. And Jeff Jones actually ended up in the band Red Rider. And Red Rider, you probably know, John, I know you know, you're shaking your head, Lunatic Fringe with Tom Cochran as the singer. Another great Canadian band, really cool Canadian band. Jeff Jones is still in that band to this day. Geddy and Alex met in 7th grade, and they became the best of buddies, and you'll see that in Beyond the Lighted Stage. And I would say that they're still the best of buddies. It sure seems that way. And they started this band. Initially, the band was called can't read my own writing, The Projection, which is really interesting. But then it also was called Hadrian at one point in time, which is an interesting name. I don't really know where the impetus was of that. John, do you know anything about that?
Actually, I don't.
Okay. And I saw that in Popov's book. He doesn't go into any deeper details. So
I mean, I've started reading the first one and then I stopped. I don't know why, but yes, I mean I know it, but I didn't remember. Sorry.
Did you get all 3 books?
I have all 3. I got them here somewhere in the room.
I didn't pick up the second and third one yet.
And I think I have one of them. I think is signed by Martin Popoff too. So
cool.
Not that I care about signatures, but he does put little nice things in his books if you buy directly from him. Put a little comment in there for you.
We'll pimp Martin real quick. Martin Popoff. Most of you who know rock and roll should know Martin Popoff. Canadian, written a shit ton of books. There's one I have by him that I can't find called Contents Under Pressure. I think that was his first one. I have the paperback edition of that. I've had that for years and years and years. When did this come out, John? Maybe about 1.5 years ago?
Yeah, like or 2 maybe. I'm not sure.
Probably about 2 at most. Yeah. He's done 3 books. This one's called Anthem, which kind of does the very early years.
It's the 70s.
What's that?
It does the 70s.
Right, 70s. Limelight is the second one, right?
And it does the 80s.
And that does the 80s, and then Driven is the final one for 90s through 2000s.
Yes.
I do not have the Limelight and Driven yet. John said he does. He hasn't read them yet.
Yeah, I haven't, but I haven't read them. There you go, right there.
There you go. Cool. But I did get most of the way through that. I think I'm 2-3/4 of the way through it. I kind of got sidetracked with my health sliding. But long story short, they really didn't really. They were basically a basement hangout type band, blues band. They were doing churches, coffee bars, high school dances, and things like that. And they weren't really playing a lot, but they were practicing a lot with particularly with Geddy and Alex. And in 1968, they met Ray Daniels, and Ray Daniels became their manager. And Ray Daniels is interesting because he was actually basically living on his own from 16 on, and this dude was pretty fucking driven. And he started a management company which became Anthem. And he has a promotions company that's tied in with that. I don't remember the name of, but basically he really became the champion of their band and really drove them to the level of success that they started to, what they eventually reached. What really helped Rush in the early days was that the drinking age in Toronto was 21, but in 1971 it changed to 18, and at that point they could start playing bars, and they started playing a lot of bars. And the very early influences, and we'll talk about that with the first album here shortly. You hear a lot of Who, you hear a lot of Cream, you hear Led Zeppelin. That the British sound is very prevalent in what Rush was doing early on. They were doing Crossroads as a cover. They were doing Cream covers, Who covers, The Seeker, things like that. And so basically that's all the deeper I'm going to get into the Rush history, because you can go Wikipedia a lot of it, and you can watch that video and get all you need out of it. We're going to kind of focus tonight, because the catalog is so deep and wide. We want to talk about tour stories and things like that, because John and I have a lot of tour stories.
Not to cut you off, I'm sorry. There is one interesting thing about Ray Daniels in the band.
Sure.
He got the band to kick Geddy Lee out early on.
That's very true.
That's very true. For anyone who doesn't know much about Ray Daniels, he has quite the pedigree. I mean, he was Van Halen's manager also for a while, along with King's X and Extreme. So it's not it's not like he was just with Rush. I mean, the dude had some clout, but he did get them to kick Geddy Lee out of the band.
That's true. They kicked Geddy out. And that was actually, they brought in a guy named Lindy. I didn't write his last name down like a dumbass. Let me see what this says. Yeah, Geddy was in and out several times, and a guy named Lindy came in and was doing vocals and playing keyboards. And so early on, they didn't really have they were a high school band that became in Alex's case and in Geddy's case, they were both very driven to make this band work. And something ought to also be added about John Rutsey. In the early days, John Rutsey, I believe, was 2 years older than Geddy and Alex. And early on, he was kind of the driving force as far as getting gigs. He would be the guy that would talk a lot in between songs. He actually was writing lyrics early on. And we'll talk about Rutsey when we talk about this first album here. He was kind of a pretty driving force in the band initially. He was older, but he was also the guy that was more the partier. He was more the life of the party kind of guy, and he would kind of disappear, not show up for rehearsals. And that kind of, eventually that led to him being let go from the band, which we'll get into here. But you guys ready to get into albums? Cool.
Yeah.
So the very first album is this one here. And I am sorry for the glare, man. Let me try something real quick here. I want to... Hold on. I'm going to change my position on my light a little bit so it's not killing me here. This is so not pro. Okay. Now, you see it better?
Yeah, it looks good.
Does that work? Okay. So this is the very first album, Rush, and it came out it was released, it was self-released, basically. Ray Daniels put together some money, got some investors to put some money together, and they put this album out, and they basically created their own label called Moon Moon Records, and they pressed 3,500 copies of this album, the very first pressings of it, and it came out March 1st, 1974. There were actually 3,500 copies of the vinyl press, and I just looked today on Discogs out of curiosity, and guess what those are going for if you have one?
Wait, which one? The original vinyl press, you mean?
The original vinyl press on Moon Records. $3,000 is what you'll pay for one of those if you have an original pressing. Not too shabby. That's up there with Storm of the Lights Band and Satiricon's Dark Medieval Times Before.
Yeah, Dark Medieval Times.
Yeah. So let's see here. That was recorded in 2 sessions, one on 8-track recorders, by the way, and the early sessions were done with a guy named Dave. Well, I wish I could read my own fucking writing here. This is terrible. Dave Stock. And they were not very happy with the original recordings, the initial recordings on this, so they went to Toronto Sound, doing all this stuff late at night when the rates were cheaper, and they recorded additional new songs, and they got rid of some of the early stuff, and then they overdubbed on some of the songs. They initially they had a song called Can't Fight It, and they were doing a single called Not Fade Away, which is a cover tune. I didn't look up who it is. I think it's like a blues singer. Let's see. This album, again, was only pressed in 3,500 initial copies, but somehow a copy made it to a station in Cleveland called WMMS, and as most of us that know the Rush history, Donna Halper is one of their, the guardian angels here. She started playing the song, and it blew up on Cleveland radio. And in fact, most of the original copies of the Moon pressing ended up in Cleveland, and they sold out like literally, in a few weeks' time. And the song "Working Man" was picked up and started to receive major airplay, and that kind of led to Mercury Records coming in and offering a recording contract for them. And we'll get into that in a minute there, but. So that's kind of the history on that album there. Do we want to jump in? John, you want to give your thoughts on this album?
Sorry, I'm trying not to sneeze. Yeah. I always found it interesting that they get called a derivative of Led Zeppelin. And while I hear some influence there, I always thought more, like you were saying, The Who was in their sound a little bit more, and more Cream, because they had a more dirty sound. And Led Zeppelin had more of a folky sound. Even on their harder rock songs, they still had that
a lot more
and more melody. And I thought the early Rush album, there's just a lot of nice dirty riffs on there and a lot of bluesy things. I guess that's why they equate that to Zeppelin.
Probably the blues is the Led Zeppelin comparison is because of that blues thing. But this one doesn't rank super high for me.
Me neither.
It's not that I don't like it. It's just that it's where I came in on Rush, going back to this, it was like, they were so much, you saw they were much more capable than that. So this is, a Growing Pains album in a lot of ways. But that said, there's some great tracks on here. Finding My Way is a kick-ass tune that, was in their live set most of their career in one way or another until they got into the 80s stuff.
But I still played it quite a bit in the encores, like pieces of it in the intro.
Well, they'd always do like a medley thing. Yeah, they'd always play a medley part of it. The song Here Again, man, that's a fucking great, great song. It's bluesy, it's dirgy, it's heavy. I mean, there's some fucking killer riffs on that song. What You're Doing, another concert staple for years and years and years, and they usually would throw that in a medley somewhere too, a little bit of it. And there's the riffs on that song, really, they just grab you, and I still love that tune. Before and After, I really love that song, man. It's got that really cool intro, chorusy, chordal stuff going on, and then it gets into the more driving riff bit of that. And, Working Man, I love the song. It's hard not to like it. Do I love it like love it. No, I really don't. I've heard it so many times, and they play it pretty much every show. And, you know, obviously it was a workout for Alex to get into his solo in a lot of ways if they didn't do La Via. But I don't love it. There are some songs on here that are kind of stinkers for me, like Need Some Love, Take a Friend.
See, I absolutely love Need Some Love. I love that song.
Do you really?
Yes. And it's funny because I listened to it today, and there's a part just before Alex goes into his solo. I listen to that, and I'm like, man, I got to tell you, this sounds a little bit like, or I should say, the band sounds like a little bit like Rush. If you listen to Fastway's first album that came out in '83, there's a song on there that's got a little bit of Need Some Love on it, the way that Fast Eddie Clark plays. And
which song do you remember?
Give me a second to look it up. I'll look it up right now while we're talking. But yeah, I actually like that song. It's total cock rock. There's no doubt about that.
Oh yeah.
Yes, I get that. But there's something about that song that I always liked. I don't know why.
And then there's In the Mood. In the Mood is one song I never need to hear from Rush ever again in my life. I've seen it a bunch in concert. Yeah. It's a terrible lyric. Granted, it was Getty. Keep in mind, these guys are writing this song. They're only 21, 22 years old. They're kids, basically, and they probably wrote those when they were 18, 19 years old. For me, if you want to have an underrated track, it's Here Again for me. That song just kicks all kind of serious ass. But Jimmy, what's your thoughts on this album?
Yeah, I probably didn't listen to this until I don't know the first time I heard it, but way further into my trajectory with the band. But I think right off the bat, it's pretty clear that these guys are already amazing musicians. And I think Rutsy's great on this. If I wouldn't have known that there was a different drummer, I would have thought it was Beard. And I'm sure you guys have always thought this, but any Rush fan probably have thought, what would have happened if Rutsy wasn't sick? And if he would, I still think that they would have kicked him out because they have often talked about how they were kind of not on the same wavelength in terms of where they wanted to go. So it probably would have happened anyway. But then we'll talk about Beard on the next one. But I still think Rutsy sounds great on this. And obviously they're wearing their influences on their sleeves completely. And I think that this was a very necessary album as their first album. Like you said, it's the growing pains. It's them figuring out what they do. And I love the footage in the movie where they show them playing those little VFW halls and stuff. There's just kids sitting around, watching. And it's really great to see that stuff. And for me, it's definitely not really one of my favorite Rushes, but I don't really reach for this very often. But I would echo what you said, Jeff. I think Here Again is probably my favorite track on here. I love the Lifeson solo on that track is so just bluesy and just it's pretty clear that these guys can play their asses off right off the bat. I heard some Janis Joplin in here as well, just in the vocal influence. But I love really those scenes with Donna. Is it Donna Halpern her name? Talking about how she is really kind of started. It was playing it in Cleveland, and that's where they kind of started to break out a bit. And the Working Man song kind of spoke to the factory workers and all that sort of thing. But for me, Finding My Way is great. I like all the songs on here. I don't love it, but being that this is the band's history, makes me love this even more. And I'm not really I don't have a huge pulse in the 70s scene. Like, there's bands that I like. And like my wife, for example, if it was up to her, she would have grown up in the 70s. Because she loves all that stuff. And, really great first effort for the band, I think. And I thought Rutsy he was killer on this. So.
Yeah, no, John's
Oh,
playing.
by the way, real quick, I was just looked on Discogs, and there's a First Canadian Mercury pressing that's going. There's only one for sale right now for $1,350. That's some commitment there.
That's too rich. Hey, I'm a huge Rush fan. Love them to death, but I'm not that much of a fan.
No, that's for all those rich, older, fans that are now doing really well, Colbert and guys like that.
Right. Right. John, you have any further stuff you want to add on to the first album?
The Fastway song I found was "All I Need Is Your Love" off of it's the third song on the album. It just there's some similar type sounding riffs on it. That's all.
Any other conjecture on that first album? You want to add anything about it?
No, I mean, I like the album. I agree with everything you and Jimmy said. I don't reach for it. I will say that when I finally got to see them play, because there was a period after they put it in the medley during the Moving Pictures, and then they did the Exit Stage Left tour. After that, they kind of ditched it for a long time.
Yeah, they did.
And they didn't play it, and so I was always jonesing to hear it because I just wanted to hear it live one time. Listening at home is one thing. Seeing it live is another thing. Sometimes you want to see songs that you don't want to listen to at home live. And so I was pretty happy when I finally got to see him play. I think it was, I don't know how many years after that.
You were talking about Working Man. You're talking about Working Man?
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, you're right. You're right. They didn't play it every single tour. It did dip out for quite a lengthy period of time. But you're 100% right. Seeing that song live versus listening to it on record, completely different experience. It's very visceral live. It's everybody in the hall is so into it, and Alex goes fucking nuts. And seeing him pull out, Working Man's coming, particularly in the later years when they didn't play it that often. You knew it was coming when he pulled out the ES-335. You're like, oh fuck, here it comes. And
like his back looked like it went out because that thing weighs like 75 pounds.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I found another pressing from some guy in Greece. It's signed by John Rutsey, bought for $3,000.
That's the one I was talking about. Yeah, that's the Moon one there. That's the Moon. So you gonna pick that up, Jimmy?
Shit, man, you got to be committed for that. I mean, I could take out another mortgage on my house.
Fuck that. Get the box set and get all the swag.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh, I'm glad you brought that up. That was actually the first of the Rush reissues in vinyl that came out in a box set. That came out in 2015. They reissued it on vinyl. Now, the interesting thing about that is it's different from the other Rush reissues that John and I are going to show, because between him and I, we have all the other. Well, no, we don't have 2112. You have the book, not the box, right?
That's the only one I pulled out because I wasn't going to dig through all my boxes. I figured you'd have them.
Well, I don't have Permanent Waves. You might want to show that one. I have Hemispheres and Farewell. But the Rush box set, which I kind of kicked myself for not getting it now. The only thing that was really cool about it was they put a bunch of swag. They put like a backstage pass laminate. They put a big booklet in it. The only thing there's no CD in it. It's just the vinyl, and they made it the original color. Which, by the way, I should add this too: the original color of Rush on the original pressing was supposed to be red, like a deep red, and there was a printing error, and it came out that magenta, purpley almost color, pink, and it ended up that color, and they stayed with it from there. So that was the one. What's that?
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just gonna say, when they released the Rash shirts, was Rash red, or was it all? Did they do it red?
Yeah. They did it red. Yeah. And the other thing to note is that this was one of two printing errors on Rush covers. This being the first. The second one was on Caress of Steel. And we'll talk about that in a minute. So let's move on to 1974. Now, as a result of the popularity of the Rush album, and in particular in Canada, they were picked up and started to do some touring. And they got into the States and did some touring, Pittsburgh, Cleveland. They actually went out with Uriah Heep. They got picked up to do a tour with Uriah Heep and Manfred Mann. And the issue became with John Rutsey out in the circuit, so to speak, was that he was not taking care of himself. He was drinking a little too much, partying a little too much, smoking a little bit too much weed, and he had pretty advanced diabetes for his age, and was on insulin and was not eating properly on the road. And it became a decision between Ray, Alex and Geddy to relieve John Wright. And from what I remember reading Martin's book, it was tough for them. They did not really connect. Alex and Geddy were super tight, super good friends. John was kind of the outsider in the band, and while they respected him and liked him, they weren't. There was, as Jimmy mentioned, there was some differences that were raising their heads as they got more and more popular, as they got more and more offers, as they were playing out more and more. So they ended up letting him go. They auditioned 5 drummers. Neil Peart was the 4th drummer. Neil Peart came from a band called I wrote the wrong band name down here. Shit. You guys remember the name of that?
It was.
John, you quick on your wiki there.
No.
Look Neil up. No.
I know a lot of history and I know a lot of irrelevant information and stuff.
I want to say
there's just some things I can't retain. The cache in the back of my mind at this age just gets filtered out as temporary and gets deleted.
It was
J.R. Flood. That's it. Yeah,
I got
J.R. Flood.
up right now. So yeah.
Yeah, and he came over. Neil came over and basically blew their fucking minds. He actually came over in his Ford Pinto with his drums hanging out the back of the Ford Pinto, set up, and they all thought, man, this guy's kind of gangly and weird looking. He looks kind of like a bit like a goofy sort of wizard kind of guy. And he was a little bit older. I think he's a year older than these guys. And he sat down and just blew their minds. And they said they felt really bad for the 5th drummer because he came in with charts all written out and they'd already made up their mind Neil was the guy. So Neil joins the band. They go out on tour with Uriah Heep and Manfred Mann. And then they record their 2nd album called Fly By Night. Jimmy, you want to show that one?
Yeah, this one I only have on CD.
Yeah, you got the old one. You don't have the remaster.
Yeah, this is the old one. Yeah. I've got like a mix of remasters and old ones. Vinyl. Yeah.
I picked up all the remasters for the early stuff from Caress on back. And what I also realized was I had John, do you remember the original Archives album?
Yes, I do. The first 3 albums in a triple vinyl release.
I had it on. Did you have that one?
I had it, yeah.
Did you? I had it too. Do you not have it anymore?
It's at my aunt's house in California.
Okay, so you do still have it, kind of.
Yeah, I have to somehow rent a U-Haul to get all my vinyl from California. I've got so much out there.
No shit.
I just never got it. I don't care.
Oh damn, I didn't know that. I had it and I sold it for pennies on the dollar, and it's actually one of theirs that's kind of, it's not super valuable. $50, $40, $50 if it's in good shape. I got rid of it. Like I got rid of all my vinyl except one album. I have one left I'm going to show in a bit here, but I had that Archives. That's how I had the first 3 albums.
That was just the first 2? Or you said the first 3?
First 3.
First 3, okay. Yeah, Caress.
Which was strange back then because it was a triple album release, which you didn't see often.
Which you didn't see much at all. Yeah, exactly.
Maybe Yes Songs was another one that people had. They didn't happen often.
Is that the volume 1?
No, volume 1 is like a retrospective.
Yeah, this is like, it's the first 3 albums, full albums, and it's like a gray cover, and it has the Starman on it on the front and white. That's it.
And if you open it up, each album, it's got a picture then on the inside of each of the albums, like around the back. It shows Rush, Fly By Night, and Caress of Steel. That came out, I believe, in 75. Did that come out before? I didn't throw that one in I didn't throw compilations in here, guys. I stayed away.
I don't know how many people would even remember that, to be honest.
Yeah, well, I knew you'd remember because I figured you'd remember that one. But I wish I had that one. That's the only Rush album I wish I had. That and my original Hemispheres and a Farewell. I wish I had those. Let's see real quick here. This is also a very important album for one distinctive reason, John. Why do you know what that is?
They finally started writing some real lyrics.
Not just because Neil's in the band. They started a partnership with a specific individual, Mr. Terry Brown.
Well, yeah. Terry Brown, yeah.
So this is the very first album that Terry Brown, an English producer, is involved in. They record this again in Toronto Sound. And this starts the partnership with Terry Brown that will go all the way through 1982's Signals. And I contend that Terry Brown had a lot to do with how good Rush sounded in the 70s. I really do. This was released February of 1975. They went out and opened for Kiss and Aerosmith following this tour. And again, John mentioned one of the other key things other than Neil Peart being in the band was Neil took over writing all the lyrics, and there was a decided shift in the lyrical content, the highbrowness of the lyrics, and also this is probably where they started to write their prog rock stuff. Not all of it, but certainly a few tracks on this album are very progressive, which we'll talk about in a moment here. So I'll put my thoughts about this album in last. John, why don't you go first on this one?
Yeah, so I actually like this album a lot. There's a lot to like about it, to be honest with you. I mean, I think so. We didn't mention this earlier. I'm part of something called the Metalheads Podcast, and there's 6 of us, and all we do is talk about metal, and we talk about it for a long time when we do our podcast. So we recently did a 50 years of metal, and we picked our favorite metal album from every year. And when we got to the 70s, it got a little tight because, you know, it's a lot of proto metal at that point. And for 75, I struggled, but I actually went with Fly By Night because I feel like it has some of their heaviest songs are on this album in terms of just pure guitar, bass, and drums, not just sounding heavy. They actually were playing heavy. And Anthem kicks off the album right off the bat, which is one of their heaviest songs, especially if you listen to some of those early live shows. There's nobody else doing that. And plus that scream. Let's be honest. How many of us have listened to All the World's a Stage and we tried to mimic that scream when Geddy introduces Anthem after Bastille Day? Wow. You know, he's like, we're going to play a song for you. It's horrible. I mean, it cuts glass. But it's a little bit of a tweener album too, because there is a little bit of a holdover sound in songs like Best I Can. Still sounds a little bit like the first album.
In the end,
a little bit, yeah. But then you get songs like Beneath, Between, and Behind. You're like, okay, this is a lot different. Yep. And then there's By Torn to Snow Dog, which is the crown jewel of the album in my mind. Fly By Night is their first or second, I guess, radio hit, but it's a different type of radio hit than Working Man. You can already tell the song structures are different and the lyrics, obviously. So I think it's a very good album. Had the first Rush album never came out, I think this album would be considered pretty highly as a great debut.
Oh, absolutely. And just to note, this album did sell 110,000 copies based on the strength of the popularity of the first album, which I didn't look up. This is the only one I noted the number of albums. A couple of mine note, when they've hit 1 million or 500,000, but I don't get into. But this was interesting to note that this did exceptionally well out of the gate, and that has a big effect on the next record we're going to talk about and how that was perceived and how it didn't do so well and how the record company felt about it. But Jimmy, why don't you chime in?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I really dig this record. There was a long time where I actually thought this was the debut record until I really started to get into the history. I realized, oh shit, there's another record, But I think you're starting to get some glimpses here of what they would become. There's a little more experimentation. There's definitely, a lot of progression that has been made here, and obviously adding Neil Peart to the fold really. Right off the bat, he's amazing on this. And, the guy, he was probably already amazing before they even met him. By Torn the Snow Dog is really kind of the first sort of real experimentation that they were going for. And it's kind of, what I like about that track is, it's not a perfect constructed track, but you're seeing how they're laying the blueprints for how they would write these big songs later on, and that's really evidenced well in that track. For me, there's not really a bad song. If I was to pick an underrated song on here, I would go with Rivendell. And the reasoning for that is because it's a really pretty song, but it's, I think, only one of 2 times that they, pulled some influence from J.R.R. Tolkien, and Tolkien's I'm a huge fan of. And, I think it's just this and the Necromancer is the only two times. But what I like about Rivendell is that it actually kind of sounds like it fits the feeling of a place like Rivendell with the elves, and almost, Geddy Lee, you can almost kind of look at his high-pitched vocal, sort of an elf singing in a way. So I thought it really fit well with the, and you're seeing them. That might even be the first like real kind of ballady type tune they did too. But I don't think they ever played that live, and that's one that nobody really knows. But going back and listening to it, I realized that's a really, really nice track there. But like you said, I mean, there's a lot of heavy stuff on here. The anthem, just really loud and in your face. That's really what I like about this. Everyone held anything back, I don't think, for sure. So the production is really warm, really good for this early stuff, and and like the first record that really sounded like a '70s record. This kind of sounds a little bit more kind of modernish, I guess, for what Terry Brown bought. Modern's not really good term, but modern, I guess, for the time where it was kind of coming from that '70s sound into something a little bit new. So, but yeah, for sure. Yeah.
And they recorded that on, again, that was recorded on, let me look here. I believe that was recorded on the 8-track. It might have been, hold on, 16 actually. You got to remember, now we live in an age where you have unlimited tracks. You can just fucking layer stuff to the point where it's absurd. But back then, man, you had to overdub tape, or you had to bounce tracks, and because you only had a limited amount of space on the tape. And so to come up with some of the unique things that you hear, like the growling bass on Bytor and the Snow Dog, it's supposed to sound like, the Snow Dog, rah, growling and whatnot, and the killer fucking delays on the guitar when Alex is doing those there was some really, I think, quite innovative stuff going on this album. For me, Anthem just kicks my ass. I still think it's one of the best songs they've ever done. It's a great song to play. It's one of the first songs I learned to play from Rush on the guitar. Best I can. I like it. It's probably my least favorite track on the album. Beneath, Between, Behind is just a ripper. I mean, it is just a ripper of a tune. Bytor.
Yeah, I agree.
Bytor obviously is their very first prog epic, and yeah, it's only 8:37, but there's a lot going on in that track, and it's the precursor to the Necromancer and Fountain of Lamneth and Hemispheres and Cygnus X1. It's the beginning, and it's fucking glorious, and I've seen it a number of times, thankfully. Fly By Night's a great tune. It's almost their pop tune on this album, I would say, in a weird way.
Without question. I think that's the reason the album did well, is because it's a 3.5-minute song that got a ton of FM radio play.
And what's interesting to note about that song is that's a Geddy Lee song. It's not a Lee Lifeson song, which most of their stuff is. And you don't see that much. The next song is a Lifeson song, and it's my underrated track, which is Making Memories. I really fucking love this song. It brings out the acoustic bit, which we didn't hear on the first album. We start to hear Alex's acoustic stuff, which carries through most of their albums. There's almost always some acoustic going on with Alex because he's such a great acoustic player. I just love Making Memories, and allegedly it's about them taking a wrong turn somewhere on tour and getting completely lost somewhere. Rivendell, I like Rivendell. It's a little bit of a buzzkill track in a weird way because it kind of brings the mood way down, but it's again another Geddy Lee song, showing that Geddy's quite the writer, and you'll find that as we go along. He's an incredible musician all the way through. And of course, in the end, it's a great tune. It's an anthem. It's got that epic anthem-y sort of thing. The well, I know. Just great. Fucking love this album. It ranks high. My little buddy there, Maze of Torment, Devin, says Fly By K. I hate to break it to you, Devin. Night's not spelled with a K. That's the The Knights of Knee.
It's like the Green Knight, the Fly By Night, because they wanted to do a Green Knight story. So there you go.
Night stories. So, but yeah, I know you love this album, Devin. I know it's a favorite of yours. So cool. Okay, so we're moving on, and they've done some tours with Kiss and Aerosmith, and some more local tours where they actually toured Canada and did their first headlining shows. And we get to the hold on one sec here. And yes, I am using notes because I'm an old fuck and I can't remember shit. So they then record the early part of 74 over the summer. They record their third album. And you want to throw that one up, Jimmy? You got it? Oh, good. You got the album. Cool. Hold on. Very nice. Very nice. Can we see the back?
Beat the hell, but
That's all right. What's the back show?
I think the back is the same as the front. This is an old print. I mean, this is like, let's see.
Well, the back's a little bit different. Oh, you got an old copy.
Yeah. This is really old. I mean, it's beat the hell. I mean, I got it really cheap wherever I got it. I mean, it's scratchy. It's all messed up, but it's not too bad actually for how old it is. It's just this thing is all beat.
I have the classic remaster. I imagine you probably had that too, John, right?
Yeah, I got the remaster of the vinyl too.
Shit. I think I accidentally kicked Jimmy out. Jimmy, jump back on. I kicked you out. I hit the wrong button. My bad. Just log back in. So we got Caress of Steel, and there is a different print on the back here. Jimmy, if you're listening or... damn it. That's what happens when you get old. You can't see tiny shit. Jimmy, pop back on, please. There we go. I hit the wrong button, dude. I went to hit solo layout, and I kicked you out. Sorry about that.
We're good.
Okay, so here the back is a little bit different. Instead of having the Copernicus guy on, it's got like another wood carving thing. And now this album, they go in and they do it fairly quickly. I mean, they recorded this pretty fast on the heels of dropping Fly By Night and doing a lot of touring. And they put this album out, and the first side, it's the first time that they've got a sidelong concept piece called The Fountain of Lamneth, which has a number of different movements. And there are 6 different movements in that. They include In the Valley, Dick Dax and Narpitz, No One at the Bridge, Panacea, Bacchus Plateau, and The Fountain. And then, which is something that Neil wanted to do. They all wanted to do this concept piece. This is also the first time that they worked with their art director, Hugh Syme, or Sim, I don't know how you pronounce it. I think it's Syme. Hugh Syme, for the very first time. And Hugh ended up working with them pretty much on every album all the way up through their final album, I believe. So it was a very fruitful partnership with Hugh Syme. Unfortunately, this only sold about 40,000 copies when it came out initially in the period that they used to measure album sales. And it sold quite a bit less than Fly By Night. And so when they went out on tour in 75, 76, they called it the Going Down the Tubes tour, because they started to hear a lot of rumblings from Mercury that, hey, we want stuff more like your first album. We're not crazy about this prog epic stuff. We're not crazy about this super high level of musicianship stuff. We kind of want to hear more songs like the blues rockers that we can get on the radio, like Working Man. And they started to talk about maybe being dropped after the next album if sales weren't better. They did a bunch of tours again with Kiss. Was a big, believe it or not, they opened for Kiss a lot in the early days, and from what I understand from Getty and Alex, the guys in Kiss always really treated them really, really, really well. They gave them sound checks. They gave them the full staging. Ace Frehley loved the guys in Rush. He ended up hanging out more in their rooms when they would go, when they'd be out their hotel rooms, because he loved Alex's wacky sense of humor. Ace did. I could see that,
Well, Gene was a big fan. He actually said he enjoyed them opening for Kiss because he said every night they brought it, and he said they kicked our ass every night, so we had to go out and prove how much better we were than them. Yeah, and he always appreciated that, and that's why he always championed them all along.
Yeah, and then
that's legit on his end. He really did like them.
Oh, it is. Yeah, no doubt. And I think too, the guys in Rush have always spoken exceptionally highly of Paul and Gene. And
they treated him well.
Let's face it, man. I don't want to get into a sidebar here, but the guys in Kiss, man, if it wasn't for Kiss, there would not be a lot of bands that we know and love. So I mean, I still like Kiss. I still like a lot of Kiss. So we'll stop there. Anyway, that's all my notes on this album. It was a struggle to get this to sell. It is one of only 2 albums in the U.S. that has never gone platinum. It still has not gone platinum all these years later. And it actually is the lowest selling album, which I struggle with because I fucking love this album. I love this album. So, in fact, I'll go first just for that. It starts out with Bastille Day, which is an ass-kicking song, kind of like an anthem, maybe not exactly as speedy as Anthem, but it's got a grit to it, and it's about, the French Revolution, which, I doubt Geddy and Alice were going to write those lyrics. That had to go to Neil. The song "I Think I'm Going Bald," kind of a goofy track, but I like it. It's the one bluesy, harkening back to the first album song, I guess you could say. And it's about one specific individual. Does anybody know who it's about?
Neil?
No. It's about Kim Mitchell from Max Webb.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Who was one of their favorite bands. Kim was going bald like in his 20s. And so Geddy wrote that song and that lyric to him. And by the way, am I the only guy that's gotten to see got to see Max Webster open for Rush? Did you, John?
I did not see them.
No? Okay. No. Fucking great band. If you don't know Kim Mitchell, people out there, go check them out. They're fucking awesome. They were awesome. Lakeside Park, great tune. I guess you could call it the ballad on the album, but it's not really a ballad. It's about where Neil grew up in St. Catharines in Quebec. It's just a very evocative song. The lyrics are very evocative. Drinking by the lighthouse, smoking by the pier. Who I didn't drink by the lighthouse, but I definitely smoked by a pier once in my life somewhere. And and I drank a lot back in those days. And I love that song, and I'm so grateful I went to see the final tour because I finally got to see it live once. And then
it took long enough, didn't it?
Yeah, it sure did. Fuck yeah. And then comes the 2 epic, I guess you want to call them the epic tracks. There's The Necromancer, which is a 3-part song with Into the Darkness, Under the Shadow, Return of the Prince. And I got to tell you, this song, I fucking love this song. I love this song. I can't even tell you how much I love this song. I love it so much. There's so much ass-kicking guitar on it. It's dark. It's dreary. It's evil sounding. It's their death metal song, in my opinion. I love The Necromancer. We jump over to The Fountain of Lamneth, which is the sidelong song. Really, with the exception of the weird Dick Dacks and Narpits, which is a drum thing with reverse vocals on it from Geddy. Every song on this is fucking amazing. There's the darkness, the No One at the Bridge, which is one of my favorite songs they've ever done, and one of my favorite songs I ever learned to play from Rush, to the mellow acoustic, flamenco. It's not flamenco, but it's gut guitar, Panacea, Bacchus Plateau. It's kind of uplifting towards the end. It starts dark, it gets darker, and then it kind of gets light at the end. And again, maybe the one song I would have loved to have seen Rush do in its entirety would have been the Fountains of Lamneth. But that's because I'm a diehard old guy. So I would have loved to have seen it. But I love this album. It's very, very close to my top 5, no joke. And I don't think they have anything to be sorry or not feel bad about with this album. I think it's fantastic. So, Jimmy, what do you think?
Yeah, actually for me, this album actually kind of ranks pretty low for me. And in light of what you said, Jeff, I think. Well, I mean, in light of what you said, I think maybe I might need to go back and spend some more time with it, because it's one that I listened to it a couple times this week and prep for this. And now, that's not to say that I think it's a bad album. By no means, I don't think Rush has a bad album. But for me, and you'll probably hear me say this a few times over the next periods of all the records, but this is the first like really transitional record for the band. I mean, this is where they obviously took By Tor the Snow Dog and went for these big epics and really tried to experiment. And I think, again, you're building upon what you're going to see them become. And in a lot of ways, like for me, like I guess there's just not really, like, don't get me wrong. I mean, it's the playing is great. There's just not really a whole lot of favorites for me on this one. I mean, Bastille Day is good. I think I'm going bald. I just thought it was kind of goofy. Lakeside Park's a good song. The Necromancer, I could see where you're saying. That's interesting. That it is a really heavy track. It didn't really transport me to Tolkien's world, if you will. It's almost like he had the lyrics, kind of taken from Tolkien, but the music didn't really like fit it for me. And I kind of felt like between that and the Fountain of Lamnef, there's great moments in each of the tracks, especially the Fountain of Lamnef. The drums in that one middle section is just insane and just, shows Peart's, impeccable chops. But, I felt like they just hadn't really figured out the construction, the songwriting in these big epics. Like I felt like it's just sort of just a bunch of different parts in a way, like, and it didn't. And, I mean, a lot of times when a band does an 18-minute song, there's not many bands that can do an 18-minute song and make it seem just completely, that flows from start to finish, and we'll get into where they do make that work. But I just feel like here they were trying to work that out. And they were really kind of still just figuring out what they were going to do going forward. And I think it was a very, ballsy move to do something like this. And I mean, they had to do it because this is where they were going. And they got a lot of flack for that. But huge ballsy move for them. I mean, especially career-wise. And it shows, that this is the one thing that I've always loved about Rush is their utmost integrity when it comes to what they're going to do what they want to do. And they never cared about, I mean, as big as they've ever gotten, they never cared about fame. I mean, they just wanted, they love doing what they do. And
that's a great point.
So you can't fault them for that. And but again, I mean, like maybe for me, like maybe I need to go spend some more time with it. I don't know, but this one has always kind of been on the low end for me as far as their stuff. So
that's fine. I think that's a great point you made, though. I can see your point that Fountain of Lamnef sounds like a bunch of different parts that maybe aren't super interconnected. But I think all the individual songs that make it up actually stand on their own, with the exception of Dick Dack and maybe Panacea a little bit. But I think that the other parts are quite, as individual songs, they almost hold up. Like No One at the Bridge is one of my favorite fucking Rush tracks, and it's dark. It's Geddy has his vocals are wailing, and the guitar is awesome on it. So I see what you're saying, because they're going to transition into this next album where it all comes together. So they were taking the blueprint, which was the original blueprint, which was By Tor, and they expanded it now from 8 minutes to 18 minutes or whatever, however long it is. I didn't even look. Probably you're right. 18.
I think you freezed up, Jeff.
He did.
Connection's been kind of choppy. There you go.
Back?
You're back.
Okay. Yeah, for me, this album just speaks to me. And I don't really know why. It's grown for me over the years. It's gotten better and better. But I kind of see why you maybe don't like it. John,
and that's the thing. I mean, most Rush fans I've met, like real deep Rush fans, like consider this one of their tops. Where a lot of, if you go out and look up like, Rush albums ranked worst to best, or, there's tons of different websites and journalists that have done that. And most of them put this toward the bottom. But I know other Rush fans that, this is like you, Jeff. I mean, this is like one of their favorite ones,
Yep. John, what's your take?
Yeah, so I think this is probably their most underrated album in their catalog. It ranks in the middle for me, right in the middle, dead center. And I like this album a lot. But I think that, Jimmy, you mentioned something that's true. A lot of these writers could say they're hardcore fans, but I don't buy it, to be honest, because they'll always make a few choices where you're like, okay, that's the commercial choice, not the hardcore fan choice.
True.
And I get it. Rush has a lot of fans in all different levels. But I think you're right when you say hardcore fans put this pretty high. And there's a reason why, I think, because there are some great moments on this album. For me, I like it a lot. I think this album is only hurt by the production sound a little bit. And I don't know how much we'll get into talking about the live albums, but these songs live, especially the two songs off of All the World's a Stage, just absolutely pop. I mean, how many times have we all wanted to play that intro, Would You Please Welcome Home Rush, and then it just rips right into Bastille Day.
Bastille, yep. You're right.
And it's so big and heavy and fast and raw, actually, on that album. So I think Bastille...
It sounds more flat on the album. You're right.
Yeah. And that's a product of the period, too. I mean, there's a lot of albums that just, everything sounds buried, even though it's all, you can hear every instrument. They all just don't, nothing stands out. And I think it's not just them. It's most bands at that point. To me, The Necromancer is my favorite song off the album, just because it's insane what they do, especially when they do that kind of, the By-Tor bass kind of swirl sound that they do that goes into the next battle scene, and then it's just 3 minutes of Alex just soloing, which he never really did that much of in his career. He did it early on, and then it kind of faded where he did more controlled solos. To me, the gem of the album, it's the most underrated song on the album, and it's just a part. It's No One at the Bridge is just an absolutely fabulous song. And I do have a Led Zeppelin tie-in with that song, believe it or not. That song makes me think of Tangerine. If you're familiar, yes, I'll tell you why, and I think you'll see where I'm going with this. Tangerine has got this kind of mellow intro, and it kind of just, it doesn't prod, but it stays kind of on the low end. And that's what No One at the Bridge is like too. It's a very kind of dark and slow and almost kind of quiet. But then when you get to the guitar solos, they stand out so much, and they're so memorable that it makes the song 10 times better than it already is. And I hear that in the solo off of No One at the Bridge. I mean, I listen to that song just for that solo at the end because it's so melodic, and I think it's one of Alex's best moments in his whole career. And it's short; it's not that long. And that reminds me of Tangerine. That solo at the end of Tangerine just stands out so much from Jimmy Page on Led Zeppelin 3. And they sound absolutely nothing like each other. I know that.
John, I couldn't agree with you more. I mean, that No One at the Bridge is just such a dark, dreary song, but Geddy's singing on it is so intense, man. It just draws you in. It pulls you. He's talking about like being lashed to the mast, and the ship going down, and you're like, you feel like you're part of it. And that the da 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 da. I was gonna play it, but I don't want to bore you guys. The guitar figure in that has that watery feel to it, and then they have the seagulls in the background. I mean, it's just
the strumming at the beginning and through the chorus is like that, and then it changes right for the solo. Then he kind of makes it a rock solo. Yeah, I agree. One thing I think should be pointed out here about the last two albums, specifically just By-Tor and Snow Dog, The Necromancer, and The Fountain of Lameth, is that if you're a prog metal fan, and I'm talking now the late 80s through the 90s, which would be the first and second wave of prog metal, this is really some of the foundations being laid.
I was hoping you were going to say that.
2112 always gets the credit for it, and Farewell to Kings and Hemispheres. And they're not the only band that was doing this. There was a few bands, Kansas, Deep Purple, Rainbow. They all get credit for this. Judas Priest even a little bit to some extent on some of their 70s stuff. But this is where guys like John Petrucci, and the Dream Theater guys were like, this is the shit that we like. If you're in that type of prog metal fan. But those songs were kind of laying the groundwork for what was to come later on.
I mean, I truly think they are the proto prog metal band. I really do.
Them and Kansas, I think, are the two for me.
Yeah, Kansas. Yeah, that's true. Kansas had a lot going on. I mean, Left Overture had a very progressive sound to it. The only difference there is that they had the violin featured.
Sure.
That wasn't a prog thing until later. I mean, with UK and stuff like that. But yeah, I'm glad you brought that up because I was going to try to worm that in somehow and probably was going to do it with 2112, but you're right. The Necromancer and Fountain of Lamneth and even a little bit in Bytor really were the foundational fixtures, I think, for proto metal. Now, they weren't metal, and I don't ever look at Rush as a metal band. They're not Priesty metal, they're not Iron Maiden metal, but those bands heard Rush, and they and I believe that all of the prog metal bands, almost every single one of them, I bet if you talk to any prog metal band and say, well, where did you get your influence? Where did it start? I bet 98% of them would say, well, Rush.
Yeah, that's why I mentioned Rainbow too, because I think there's another side of prog metal that was very big on the neoclassical sound and Deep Purple for that matter too. I mean, as much as Ritchie Blackmore gets on my nerves, there's no denying how important he was to this sound too.
Yeah, Rainbow Rising is very progressive. I mean, there's a lot of proggy moments. Certainly, Stargate.
Yeah, I mean, even Long Live Rock and Roll, Gates of Babylon is another, without question, hugely influential song. So, but they're one of the bands, and I think they brought a different side, a heavier side. I mean, they were never metal, but their songs were metallic at times. So, yeah.
Good point, man. Those are all great points. Underrated track, Jimmy? Nothing for you?
Yeah, I mean, I would have said Lakeside Park maybe, but they played that live a lot, so that's not really an underrated track. And, kind of in light of what you guys are talking about, I feel like I kind of need to revisit this one a little bit more because, I listened to it twice this week, and it still hadn't really changed my mind. I hadn't listened to it in a long time. So I kind of feel like it hasn't really – there's not a whole lot of Rush albums that take me a long time to feel like I need to get because most Rush for me is absolute ear candy. It doesn't take long for it to sink its hooks into me. But this is one that I've always found and still kind of find challenging to get that. So
it's not immediate at all. I mean, you have to work with this album.
Yeah, mm-hmm. That's what it sounds like. Mm-hmm.
I agree, and I think to be honest with you, my fandom of it has been more of a last 25 years thing than it was the first. When I first got it, I loved it, but I don't think I loved it like I do now. And like I say, I think it's numbers. It may be either number 5 or. It's number 5 on my list, guys. I'm just going to be honest with you. I'm gonna dime myself.
Right, I'm going to pull mine up right now. See if I can figure it out. As we're talking, I'll do mine.
So, okay. So, we get to the end of the tour cycle for this, the Down the Tubes tour, and it's not looking too good. Ray Daniels has to fly to Chicago to Mercury headquarters to talk to them about, hey, because Mercury's talking about dropping them. They don't have any big hits. They're not selling it. This album sold a third of what the last one did. And basically, what happened there was that the guys in Rush decided that, you know what, we're going down swinging. We're not going to cave. We're not going to write radio hits. We're not going to write radio-friendly rock songs. We're going to do what we want to do. And they had begun working on this next magnum opus, this next concept piece called 2112. they ended up putting this, and I'm not going to get deep into the writing and everything, but Neil was very much inspired by Ayn Rand, who wrote Atlas Shrugged and Anthem, and yeah, and she was very much a. I've read her stuff, and she's very much a writer that's her philosophies were very. I may be off here because I didn't look this up, and it's been a while since I've read that stuff, 20 years or more. But she was very much a working class sort of, not a utopian thinker. And Neil being the very, very intellectual guy that he is, took a lot of her philosophies to heart and wanted to write this, basically a story about an autocratic system that was run by priests that were controlled by computers. And it's a quasi sci-fi political story is really what 2112 is. It was released in April of '76, and the band would not even let their manager hear the working tracks for this album because they didn't want him to go to Mercury and say, yeah, guys, you're not going to like this at all. Basically, they decided they were going to do what they wanted to do, and if shit went down and they were dropped, they'd go back to their normal lives. This was the first, they recorded this in Toronto Sound, this time on a 24-track recorder, and when it came out, it exploded. Side 1 was the concept piece, obviously. It sold 3 million plus in the United States, and it was their breakthrough album. It went to number 61 in the United States, which, remember back then, you had a Billboard 200, not the Billboard 100. It was the 200. So they were in the top, almost the top quarter of the Billboard 200 when this album came out. It is their second highest selling album. I think we know which one's probably first. It's the first appearance of the Starman logo that Hugh Sim put together. When they went out on tour, they would play the entire 2112 with the exception of Discovery and the Oracle. Those two pieces were left out. They did not return to doing the first time that they did the full 2112 ever, which is crazy to believe this. I didn't really know this, was for the Test for Echo tour when they started to do just an evening with Rush and didn't have opening bands anymore. They did the entire 2112 piece. Jimmy, do you want to show the album? Do you have it? Is that a new pressing of it or an old one? Or there it is. There's the Starman. You want to show the Starman again? Sorry. Inside.
There's the camel toe.
There we go. And then, turn on the back. We get Alex's camel toe. Well, actually, all of them except Getty, right? Did you guys, speaking of that, you guys, I'm sure you've seen Dave Grohl and, wait a minute.
Numerous times.
You've seen the Dave Grohl and Taylor Hawkins talking about the back.
Yeah.
Talking about the camel toe and Alex's balls. That was the best, man. That was so good. John, I don't know if you knew this, but you probably did. But were you aware that they shortened the actual live performance of 2112? They cut out Discovery and Oracle, and they didn't actually play it in full until the Test for Echo tour.
Yes, I did know that, and that's why I was so excited when they said they were going to play the whole thing, and I was like, we're going to actually get all parts. Yeah.
Yep. I'll never forget going to see that. I was like literally flipping out when they were playing. I'm like, oh my God, they never played this before. Because I saw it on my first tour, which is coming up. I'll talk about that. And I noticed that they didn't play the Dreams, I stand at the top of spiral stair, that dream, that part is one of my favorite parts of the song, and they don't play it. They didn't play it live. Real quick here, 2016, they issued a 40th anniversary box set for this. It was their first actual real box set. Neither John nor I have it, but John does have the.
I got this.
Let me pull you up there real quick. So you've got the. Is that the 2 discs? Is that 2 or 3?
It's only 2.
2, okay. And that's got the comic book, right?
Yes, it does. But I have to flip it over for the comic book.
Oh,
because
okay.
It's one of those things.
Oh, okay.
So it's easy to get confused when you're looking at this.
I remember when this came out, I picked it up and I was going to buy it, and then I didn't. Now I kind of wish I had. I can still get it. You can still get it, but it's a little soft.
They're not too bad. I mean, it's
you can get them for
$60, 65, 50, depending.
Yeah. Now you can get the box.
If it's sealed package wise or not.
Yeah, you can get the box set, which comes with the triple vinyl, remastered 5.1 on the 2112 on the album or on the CD, and then it's got swag and stuff like that. It's the only box set I don't have, with the exception of Permanent Waves, which John does have. So we'll get to those shortly. For me, obviously 2112. It's one of those epic songs that very few other bands have come close to touching. I would say maybe Gates of Delirium from Yes, Plague of Lighthouse Keepers from with the Vandergraaf Generator, probably, obviously Foxtrot, or no,
Supper's Ready.
The Supper's Ready, and maybe probably, obviously Pink Floyd's Dark Side, that medley of songs. But I mean, this is just it's a tour de force. You've got the overture, which just opens things and kicks your ass, and then you've got the Temples of Syrinx, which is, I think, John, you said, just a burning track.
Yeah, they set out not to write a commercial album with a hit song for the radio, and Temple of Syrinx is probably one of the most popular songs ever on FM radio.
That's true. It's true.
Think about that.
Got Discovery and Presentation, The Dream, Soliloquy, Grand Finale. Grand Finale is so damn good. We have assumed control. We have assumed control.
Well, that instrumental is one of their best instrumentals they've ever done, I think.
What's that?
It's that 2-minute instrumental at the end is probably one of their best 2 minutes they ever have had.
Oh,
done.
yeah. And I mean, the lyrics are deep. It tells the story very well. And it's an amazing track. I don't gravitate towards it a lot, but when I haven't heard it for a long time and I put it on, I'm like, oh yeah, that hits a sweet spot. It just brings back so many memories. And side two is damn solid, man. It's super good. You start off with their ode to weed, A Passage to Bangkok, and I thought I was so cool because I had this album that was talking about weed back in 1979 or whenever I got this, 78, 79 probably. And then you've got the really cool Twilight Zone spooky track, really, really cool track. Lessons, which is my underrated song on the album, is just, it's such a cool fucking song. Alex playing, it's basically an acoustic with a really heavy riff for the chorus. And Alex actually wrote the lyrics to this one too, which he didn't do a lot of that throughout the career of Rush. And then, a lot of people piss all over Tears. I think it's a beautiful song. I just really love this song. John, you doesn't look like you like it very much, but
oh no, I'm fine with it. Yeah.
I think it's beautiful. And it's, it's the first time they used orchestration, and then Something for Nothing, man. That's a fucking badass tune. Something for Nothing is wicked, man. I mean, this is a great album. It's probably number 7 or 8 on my list. I'd have to go look. I didn't.
Wow. That's kind of low, actually, for a hardcore fan.
It probably is. You're right, but that's because there's some albums I just feel are
of course. There's a lot, yeah.
I mean, a lot of old timers would probably put this number 1 or number 2, but it's. I do like Caress of Steel a little better, which is crazy. I know that's crazy. So, John, go ahead. Give me a rip on it.
So, I absolutely love this album, and it ranks fairly high for me, but it is not 1 or 2 for me on my list, but it is pretty high. And for all the reasons that you said, I mean, 2112 is iconic in their catalog. I think if you had to rank their top 10 songs, it would, without question, be in their top 10. I mean, some people would have it as high as 5. And to me, I don't like breaking the song up. I don't mind them breaking it up live, but I never liked people breaking it up, like on the compilations or to play, oh, well, these are the only songs that are parts that matter. That bullshit. The whole thing matters. But that's the hardcore fan of me talking. Oddly enough, I think this album suffers from production again a little bit because I think 2112 sounds great, but then you get to the second side and you're like, The Passage to Bangkok, I never listened to that version. I always go to the Egg Stage Left version.
Live
always.
Version.
Yes, it just sounds so much better. And again, that's that period, that 75, 76 period. It's just bands are working through things. But like you, Jeff, Lessons for me has always been one of my favorite deep tracks from them. It's almost an angry track when you get to the chorus a little bit. And that's one of my top 5 songs that I never got to see them play. Of course, they never played that song live. No one's ever seen it, but that was one that I always wanted to see them play live. There's nothing more to say. I mean, it's a great album. Like you said, they have very quiet, kind of serene moments like Tears, and then you've got then a very kind of in your face with a message in Something for Nothing. It's a great album, and it's the album that really got me into them because of the first 2 parts of 2112. So
I think there's a lot of lyrical imagery in this album too. I mean, there's a lot of stuff that, especially as a kid or as a teenager, you're reading stuff like Piers Anthony and Michael Moorcock and some of these, I was reading a lot of Tolkien and stuff like that. I'm reading science fiction and I'm like, man, this is so cool. They're writing a fucking sci-fi epic, I mean, that was, and then, of course, The Twilight Zone was about the show, The Twilight Zone. They referenced certain episodes in there, and I love The Twilight Zone as a kid, as a teenager, and as a kid. And of course, although I wasn't a big weed head, I'm not going to sit here and pretend I didn't do it. I was kind of experimenting around that time. 1978, 79 was, probably 79 was the first time I smoked a joint. And, and I thought it was kind of cool. And, it was something I shouldn't be doing, and my parents didn't want me doing. So, of course, I thought it was even more then. But, to listen to a song that's referencing all kind of different things about weed, that's too fucking cool, For me, that was way too cool. So, Jimmy, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, boom, here we go. This is where, again, in my trajectory, I probably didn't even really hear this for the first time until I was, kind of in my second wave of getting back into Rush, which would have been, only maybe 15 or 20 years ago. But probably less than that. But this definitely ranks. I would say mid to high for me as far as the records go. I mean, right off the bat, the 2112 Suite, which is what they're very, very well known for. The fact that they kind of doubled down on what they were doing with Caress of Steel, like they just said, fuck the record company, we're gonna do whatever. I like how they sort of like lied to them, like the producer. Their manager, I think, said, "Oh yeah, you're gonna like this one. They're gonna go back to what you want," and they totally did not. They did what the hell they wanted, and they truly doubled down on this. And I think that after talking about Caress of Steel, I feel like the 2112 really accomplished what they were trying to go for in terms of this sort of multi-suite. It's not even really like this big epic 20-minute. I mean, it is a big epic 20-minute song, but it is kind of done in a certain like suites, kind of like a symphony would be done. And I feel like the whole thing flows really, really well together. And I also feel that the music really kind of captures the feeling of the lyrics and what he's singing about. Just all the sounds that they use down to all that stuff. At the end, with the we have this in control and all that. It really kind of feels very authentic to what the music or what the lyrics are talking about. Neil Peart, I mean, he's truly shine. I mean, they all shine, but his drumming on this is just so insane. And Jeff, I don't know if I ever told you this, but I used to play drums. I played drums for quite a few years. I don't play anymore, but this was just a drummer's feast. And my only minor complaint about this record, we're not quite into the part of the discography feed where I feel like we're in the 10 out of 10s. I think this is a very near 10 out of 10, but and this is a very minor gripe with the record, but I feel like after you get past 2112, which is what this is so well known for, the second half of the record is kind of just more shorter songs, and they don't really, conceptually doesn't really fit with the 2112 suite, except maybe Twilight Zone a bit. And they would kind of continue this sort of thing where there's kind of epic tracks, and then there's a few more like shorter type tunes. But Passage to Bangkok is great. I would call my most underrated track on here with the Twilight Zone, because I just really like the sound of it. I really feel like it fits the theme of the lyrics and talking about the Twilight Zone. And but after that, it kind of like don't get me wrong, Lessons is great. I think all the songs are great, but it sort of like kind of devolves in a way that I don't feel like the album is like a full. It's like they had the 2112 suite, and we're like, well, I got a few more songs, let's put those on there so we'll fit the vinyl sides, But I hear a lot of people often saying this is ranks really high up in their discography. I would agree. I'm hard pressed to call this a 10 out of 10, even though 2112 is a 10 out of 10. I mean, from front to back. But going back to that, I think they really, really figured it out. They really just presented a beautiful, sort of, I like to almost call it like a symphony. Because like I said, it's done in movements, and it flows really well, and it hits a lot of different moods, and it's heavy as shit too, So, very minor gripes. This is a fantastic record, a classic, and one that I still return to very often.
Yeah, I would agree. I would concur with John about the production. It still has that 70s production. There's sort of I don't want to call it muddy. It's like a brown sort of sound to a degree particularly on side 2. You're right, John. That is interesting that you pick up when you point that out to me. Now I think of it, it connects. I don't feel as strongly as you do, Jimmy, about the second side being weak or weaker, but I get your point. But I think a lot of that comes from the fact that the 2112 suite is so big. It's so gripping. It's so immediate and so new in a lot of ways. Not that other bands didn't do pieces. I mean, I alluded to Gates of Delirium. John, when was that? 75? When was
74?
4. So that
Real
they beat them a little bit on that. But I mean, and it's a very different piece. Yes, Gates of Delirium is very different from 2112. Equally as epic and cool, but very different sound-wise. But I mean, yeah, I agree, John. The production is probably the one thing that, for me, makes it not a 10 out of 10. It's probably a 9 out of 10 for me.
Yeah, but Jimmy, you bring up a good point, because it does feel like two different albums, each side. And I would wager heavily on this that most Rush fans, while they love that second side, if that was released as just an EP single song, people would be happy with that too. It would probably rank higher. It probably would,
You're probably right. Yeah. Yeah, let's move on, because I keep going and I'll get lost in the weeds here. Yeah. They do. Oh, I know what I wanted to say real quick was Ray Daniels did go and tell the record company, hey, you're going to get what you want. But as I said, and John, you were away from the headset for a minute, he was lying, because he didn't hear the album, and he never even heard the album until it was fully recorded. They would not let Ray listen to the album, because they didn't want him to go in and tell the record company, they didn't want him to accidentally slip and say, guess what? You guys are going to fucking hate this thing. But it just turned out that, it sold 3 million plus in the US, and it renewed their contract, and that was kind of it from there. So we get into 1977 here. And we've got this album. A Farewell to Kings, which came out that's an OG there. In 1977, it came out in September of 1977. And this was the first album that was recorded outside Canada by them. They went to the UK in Wales, and they recorded at Rockfield Studios, and also mixed at Advision Trident Studios in London. This album was released, as I said, in September of '77. And what's really kind of critical about this album to note is it's the first album that they started to incorporate synthesizers that use the Moog guitarist pedals, which the Moog guitarist pedals allows you to play a part and then recreate it, and it makes the sound of the band fuller because it's playing a part like a bass part or a keyboard part, while Geddy's doing his thing on the bass. If he wants to play a keyboard part, he plays the guitarist pedal, it kicks in, and it plays this pre-recorded part. It's kind of like a sampler, like an early sampler. So the Moog guitarist pedals show up here. Most of the album was written. It's also unique in that most of the album was written in the studio. As I said, keys start to take on a much bigger role in the album. It is, sorry, I'm trying to read my notes here. Oh, a couple of notes. The second take of Xanadu was the take that they used. They played it live in the studio, recorded it live. Can you imagine doing that now in the studio? Nobody records anything live. With digital shit, they record one piece and then they cut and paste, and it's crazy what they do. But they recorded the entire Xanadu on the second take, and they took that take and used it on the record. Then overdubbed it, of course. Also, this is where the Cygnus X1 concept came about, and they carried it on then for part 2 on the second album. And there is a 40th anniversary box edition that I'll show you quick here, which came out in 2017. I believe, John, you have this, correct?
I do.
You
but I absolutely cannot stand the cover.
Yeah, why didn't they
hate it?
Yeah, it's kind of cheesy because these reimagined covers, I'm not super fans of them, to be honest with you. I like the Hemispheres one. That's not too bad. But it's like they decided to repackage everything. And you're right. It's kind of, I can't figure out which way to go with the camera here. This comes with triple vinyl, a triple disc CD, also a 5.1 CD that was mixed in 5.1 by one Steven Wilson. As you guys both know, John was a fan. I don't know if he's not much of a fan anymore. I muted myself. But Steven Wilson did the 5.1 mix of that album. And then it also has like a ring and all kinds of really nice swag and a record turntable cover and all kinds of stuff. And I don't know about you guys, but I looked one up here recently to see what they're going for. Brand new, they're going for $199. I got mine for $69. It was a freak, lucky sort of deal out of the UK when they did a freak sale, and I got lucky. I think, John, you got yours pretty cheap too, right?
Not too bad, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I paid a little more for mine, but I probably bought mine early on though, so that's probably why.
So, getting on to this album real quick, John, you want to go first?
Sure, I'll go first. At some point, I'm sure we'll talk about our top 5 albums. It's no secret. I mean, it's going to come up again, but this is without question my favorite Rush album by leaps and bounds. Absolutely love everything about this album, especially the well-known track, which is Not Closer to the Heart. That's the radio-friendly track. Xanadu is, to me, this is where they shine even more so than 2112, I thought, because it's a little shorter. But that intro and that lead in to the huge, massive riff when they pull out the 47 necks on their guitars and their basses, and they don't know what they're playing. It's hard to describe because this is one of probably my 10 favorite albums of all time.
Yeah.
Just I love everything about it. And to me, there is no deep track or, underrated track on this album, but I guess if we had to pick one, it might be Cinderella Man, because
that's mine.
It's the song that they played up through the, hemispheres, and that was it. It kind of disappeared from there. And it used to be an encore song they played, which was kind of interesting. But it opens with a Farewell to Kings, which is where the acoustic guitar becomes a prominent part of their sound, which doesn't last long in terms of how dominant it is, but it dominates on this album.
Yeah.
And then it just rips into this amazing sound that the production is still, it's infinitely better and it's different. It's not perfect yet, but it's different. And these songs, this is another song I wish I had seen live, was A Farewell to Kings. I mean, Close to the Heart is probably the most famous song off of this because of all the airplay it got on FM radio. It was huge, that song. But to me, Xanadu is the absolute gem. Yep. Cygnus X1 is an absolute gem too, but it's just slightly below Xanadu for me because it's a little, I don't want to say it's chaotic, but it's a little more angular in its sound. And the live version of Xanadu off of Exit Stage Left is just epic for me, with that tie-in with Bruins Bane and the trees. I won't go too much into it. It's just, there's nothing that anyone can say about this album that would detract me from not wanting it to be my number one album. So I think one thing we didn't touch on about 2112 is that album was so important because it gave us A Farewell to Kings because of their attitude of, we're going to go down swinging. The record labels backed off going forward, starting with A Farewell to Kings, because they knew that they're going to do what they're going to do, and they're selling, but they were also getting crowds at their shows. They were starting to sell out shows, and they just got a little bigger on this album. It's going to continue on the next and continue until they absolutely explode in the early 80s. But this is the first true prog album they put out, I think, from start to finish. Even though Close to the Heart is a radio-friendly hit song, it's a prog song, So I'll let you guys talk more because I can go on.
One thing we forgot to note. We forgot to note one thing. In between 2112 and A Farewell to Kings, we had their first live album came out, All the World's a Stage. That came out in September of '76, and it's a solid live album. I think it's kind of flawed a little bit. But it sounds live in a lot of ways. It doesn't sound too overdubbed and too pristine, which is an argument that we can get into with Exit Stage Left. All the World's a Stage is the only thing I do not own of theirs. I do not have a copy of it. I had a vinyl copy. I sold it back in the 90s. I never got it on CD, and I don't really know why I didn't do that. Well, John, I'm not. Live albums for me are kind of, I can give or take them.
That's one you probably want because I think it has some of the best versions of those songs are from that album.
No, I agree. And I was kind of, when I was starting to put this together a week or two ago, I was like, shit, I don't have that. And I never got it again after getting rid of the album. And I don't even remember selling the album. I must have gotten rid of all my Rush except one in that garage sale, not even realize what I got rid of. Yes, dumb move. I think too, and I thought I wrote this down. I'm looking at my notes and I don't see it anywhere. I think this is the first time they toured the UK for this album for
I think so.
For Farewell to Kings. I don't think they went over for 2112.
Yeah, and I don't know if you mentioned this. The live show that's included with the Farewell to Kings package box set is one of their best live releases they have, which is not considered.
And that's from the UK, release. Right?
That's from the Hammersmith.
From the UK, I will say too, all the ones that's on stages is also from the UK, I believe too. Right? That's like a '78 show, I believe.
All the World's a Stage is 2112 tour.
No. I said stages, different stages. I'm sorry.
Oh yeah, different stages. That's recorded all over. There's songs from Michigan on that, I think.
No. Hang on. I'm not trying to be a dick. It's the third disc was from Hammersmith Odeon in '78.
It's the same show. It's actually the same exact show. What they released with the Farewell to Kings is the expanded full version.
The expanded version. Okay, that's right. Very good. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
That show is fucking awesome. That show is awesome. Jimmy, what do you got on it?
should have jumped on a goddamn box set, man. You know, I'm remiss to say that I only have this remastered CD version. This is a perfect 10 out of 10 record. Nice. One of my favorite Rush records. And this is my go-to when it comes to the early, era. I often listen to this when I'm camping, especially when I'm car camping. Like John, like you said, this is so close to my heart. See what I did there? They're breaking out the doobly necks, and did you see the
doobly necks?
I love you, man, guys. When he's got the doobly neck and he's like, hey man, you know how to play that? He's like, oh yeah, I know how to slap at the bass, but he's like, but not as good as you, So he signs it for him. It's such a great. That was so cool. But this record, it's perfect in every way, and start to finish. There's not anything that I would change on it whatsoever. Xanadu is one of my favorite songs they've ever written, and I'm glad that I got to see them play that live a couple times. My live experiences are later day. Unfortunately, I didn't get to see much. I'm sure I'm looking forward to hearing you guys' stories here coming up about that.
We're almost there.
Yeah, the title track. I wish. I don't think they. And I'm going to say that that's probably my most underrated track on here, because I don't know that they've ever really played that live. That to me, have they? Well,
it's on that live show.
Yeah,
it is.
I'm not so sure it wasn't just for that tour, because I saw them first for Permanent Waves, and they never played it from there forward. But I believe they played it on this one in Hemispheres.
Well, it to me, like that track, and I think I was reading. I don't know if it was Lifeson. I think said that this is what we think we should sound like, and this is what we want to come. And I think that shows, because I think that song really encapsulates everything that's great about Rush and A Farewell to Kings. And it's got some heaviness, the acoustic, of course, that John was talking about. Going on to Xanadu, you can't really understate the brilliance of the song Xanadu, and this is where Rush is just so good at coming out with melodies, melodies that catch. And I've always said, in past videos, things that, if you can hook me with a good melody, then I don't care what kind of music it is, I'm sold. And Xanadu right off the bat does that, and goes through these movements. I love the lyrics. Close to the Heart, obviously they're a more popular track, but a beautiful track at that, and a great Lifeson solo on there. Cinderella Man. I think Getty wrote the lyrics to that. Interestingly, it wasn't always Peart.
Cinderella.
Yeah, and actually he dedicated. I think that was about Mr. Deeds Goes to Town. Is what he did. And Magical. Many might say that might sound out of place, but I don't think so. I think it's a nice reprieve. It's a nice reprieve in the record. It's a beautiful track. I like the sounds that they started, this is where they're starting to really use synthesizers and keyboards, and then we get to Cygnus X1, which is just absolutely, crushing, just awesome, an amazing composition, and this is where we're at the point now where these guys are, they're the best at composing and writing songs that are cohesive, and they can go through different time signatures and things and still make it sound just like you wouldn't even notice it. And, I could go at length about how close this album is to me, but, it ranks very, very high, and I should have jumped on the goddamn box set, and I didn't. And maybe now I'm going to have to spend, a couple hundred to get it now.
You might find one. If you keep your eyes peeled, you may find one in the 150, like a used one. I
don't know what I was thinking at the time. I was just like, man, because I'm always buying so much shit, and I was like, I can't justify it. I'll just find a good vinyl version of it. And I don't remember what my justification is, but I highly regret that I did not jump on the box set. So I'm envious of your guys' box sets there.
Well, John and I both are missing the 2112 box set, and that's the one I Permanent Waves is still out there, and I think it's still attainable fairly easily. But like the 2112 one, that's a hard one to find now. And there was one on eBay for $115 the other day, and I was like, oh shit! I sent you that link, John. And then I looked at it, and it's in pristine shape, except for it's got seam split on the albums at the very bottom. And I'm like, and the perfectionist in me that doesn't want something damaged is like, but maybe if I could get it for like $50, I might be tempted. But real quick on this, I'll make this quick. This one is not my top one, but it's one. My top ones are 1 and 1A, and this is 1A. Although, if you hit me on the right day, it could switch to 1. I love this album. It's fucking amazing from start to finish. There's not a single note that's out of place or wrong. The production is still 70s production, but it's solid. A Farewell to Kings. God damn, I love that song, man. Starting out with that, and it's complicated to play. I've learned to play the beginning of it on acoustic, and it's not a simple thing to play. What I think really started to, we all knew these guys were good musicians, but they became more and more masters of their instruments as they went along each album. And by this album, you just know these guys are at the top of their games. And how I know that's true is because guitar player in the 1970s, bass player in the 1970s, drummer magazines in the 1970s, these three guys were at the top of the top 3 lists all the time. Alex Lifeson, Steve Howe, before Eddie Van Halen popped on the scene, and the bass players, it was Jaco Pastorius, it was fucking Geddy Lee, it was Chris Squire. For drummers, it was Neil Peart, it was, help me out, John, drummers.
John Bonham.
Well, he
Keith
was
Moon.
dead. I'm talking about
John Bonham didn't die till 79.
Oh, you're right. Fuck yeah. Oops. Sorry. I was thinking of Brian Jones. Yeah, that's what I was thinking of.
Who's
John
a guitar
Bonham,
player.
But this album is just like Jimmy. This one's close to me. Xanadu, top 3 Rush track, maybe the top Rush track of all times. I've seen it many, many times, and I can tell you what, it never gets old seeing it live. Never. And it never will get old.
Not 1 second of it.
Nope. And you when the lights go down and you hear that and you hear the and he's doing all the volume swells, and you're just like, me the Rush geek, I start fucking getting real excited. I just start getting giddy, man, and it comes over me, like emotion comes over me to how much that song means to me. Close to the Heart, yeah, it's their pop song off here, but it's a great song. The lyrics are great. The hook is great. This is the only song that they actually had going into the studio pretty much worked out. Cinderella Man, John, you nailed it. It's an underrated track, even though it really isn't an underrated track. This is a very complicated song to play on guitar. I've learned most of it, and I've forgotten most of it every time I learn it. And I got to tell you, man, Madrigal, I love this song. It's beautiful. It's a beautiful little wistful ballad. I love the keyboards they use on it, the whistling almost keyboard that they're using. And Geddy's voice sounds very uniquely vulnerable in this, just like it does in Tears. And then Cygnus, dude. Cygnus, that's their fucking black metal song on this album. And I can tell you what.
For sure.
I'd be hard-pressed to find anywhere in recorded music a scream like Geddy does when he does See Unending on this song, because it is so fucking high, it is so ear-piercing and glorious that I just don't know that there's another song or vocal that's that high ever in recorded history. I'd love to know if anyone's ever done something on that, because his voice on that is just epic. And as John pointed out in the live show from the Odeon 82, right? Or no, 77, 78. Sorry, 78.
70. Yeah.
He does it live on there. I think it's even higher. I swear, I think it's even higher. So,
and that show's great to have, because I think that's the only full version of that live.
You're right.
On any release from the band.
Okay, are we done on a farewell?
Well, I'll say one last.
Oh, go ahead, John. I've got one thing too.
One real quick thing. This is probably my favorite font, the logo from this album, because they changed their font and their logo every single album.
That's true.
And this is This one, the next two, this one and the next one are probably my two favorites. So
yeah, they're my two favorites too, dude.
I never really realized that, but you're right. It's always different.
Only an old nerdy dorky Rush fan would have that in their repertoire. You know,
well,
that's my favorite font.
I know. Well,
that's my favorite.
I would even say that this is my favorite, cover art, because like I've never really been a huge fan of all the cover art, but I really like the cover art on the original. There's something about it.
Yeah, it's two different pictures on top of that, which is even funnier.
I say the next 4 or 5 albums are my favorite cover art. They're all great. So, speaking of
real quick, I was just going to say real quick. I don't know if you mentioned it, but this was recorded at Rockfield Studios. Did you talk about that, Jeff? Because that's okay. I might have walked away. Okay, because there's so many bands that have done stuff there. But
it's the first one they went to the UK and recorded at. Yep.
Yeah, and the other thing I was going to say real quick, and I don't want to get too deep on like live shows, but it was always amazing. I mean, like in the later, like recently, the last shows that I saw, I mean, when they would do Xanadu, I mean, you watch Neil Peart, and then there's the part where he gets up and hits the two bells.
Yeah, the tubular bells.
Yeah. And he jumps back on the seat just in time to, just right into it. And you watch the guy, it's just like, this guy is a fucking master, because it's like it was almost like robotic. And then when you read about like how in pain he was and he was having issues, but he would just do it perfectly,
I don't think it's any big surprise that Neil Peart is. I'm not a drum guy. John is. John's a drummer too. I'm not a drum guy. Like, I don't focus on drummers. There's a lot of guys I like. Neil, I love Bonham. I love Portnoy. I love. See, I'm gonna have trouble coming up with drummers now. There's a lot of guys I like, but there's one guy that I fucking revere. There's one guy whose drum solo I never ever walked out on, went to the bathroom on. It was this guy. Never. No fucking way was I walking out on his drum solo. So we're going to move on to this next one here. And this one, Hemispheres, comes out in October of 78. And this is also recorded at Rockfield Studios in Wales. The vocals were done at Advision. And this was, to this point in time, this was the longest album. It took the longest for them to record this. Really, Rush was pretty quick in the studio. They usually would knock things out in, 2 to 6 weeks. But this one actually took 2 months. As I said, it's the longest one that they worked on. And I want to say
that might be their most technical album. That might explain part of it.
I feel it is. They had a lot of problems getting the exact sounds that they wanted on this. I had more notes on this, but I don't know what I did with it. First of all, they finished the X1 log on this. They did 40 takes of live La Via Strangiato because they wanted to record it live. In the end, Neil could not nail it, and they ended up piecing a few things together, but they were diligent that they wanted to record La Via completely live, and they did 40 takes of it, and they ended up piecing, I think, 2 or 3 takes together. I had more notes on this, and I thought I did. Maybe I didn't. It seems to me I recalled reading that this one... Give me 1 second here, because I could have swore I wrote this down. No, I'm not seeing it here. I could have swore that I saw in this that this was their most expensive album to make. That it ended up costing $100,000 to make this, but maybe I'm wrong about that.
No, I think you're right. I remember looking that it costed a hell of a lot of money. I remember they were also saying, because this was done in Rockfield Studios as well, right? And they said they had all kinds of problems.
Yeah, they had a lot of problems during recording of this album. That's why it went over budget in terms of time and money. And like I said, they really wanted to record La Via as one piece, and they just never were able to do it. I will say that this is my favorite Rush album, without question. probably because it's my first one, and probably because I just feel it's perfect. Every fucking note on it is perfect, like a Farewell. I just, for some reason, this album speaks to me, and my my track on this underrated track would be Circumstances, which is just an ass kicking song, man. It's the lyrics are really intense. Getty's vocals on it are really intense. You know, the I don't know the words. Poussez la même chose. The more the things change, the more they stay the same. It's just, man, the lyrics are so biting and sarcastic, and they're, you know, they're nasty in a way, the Circumstances lyrics. And, you know, it's got The Trees on it, man. That song is a top 3 song for me, for Rush. I love The Trees. I think it was their single that they put out on this. And, you know, the Cygnus X1 Cygnus X1 Book 2, man, you know, it's fucking perfect. The whole song is perfect from start to finish. It starts with those gorgeous. I'm gonna do one guitar thing, guys.
Oh yeah, that comes up again 25 years later.
That's the Alex Lifeson chord, that F sharp suspended chord that John Petrucci loves to death because he uses it all the time and says that's Alex's chord right there, and it is. There's so much intricate playing on this. The guitar work on this album is fucking phenomenal. On Cygnus, on The Trees, you know, on The Trees, the guitar work on The Trees is fucking fabulous. On Circumstances, again, the bass work is incredible, and the drumming on La Via Strangiato, come on, it's other fucking lovely, man. I could gush about this album for hours. I love this album. It will always be my favorite album. A Farewell is very, very close to it, but this is my favorite album, and I'll stop there because I'll keep going forever. John?
Yeah, I'll keep it quick too. This is, on any given day, number 2 or number 3 for me on my list. No secret there. I think it's a companion album to A Farewell to Kings. I think you do yourself a favor if you listen to both albums back to back, because they're not that long, either one of them. I think they're both under 40 minutes. So you would do yourself a favor if you like. This is them at their proggiest, without question. These 2 albums, but this one even more. And I think this is the first one where I think I like the production a lot on this one compared. It was getting better. It obviously was better with The Farewell to Kings, but this is the one I thought they got right because you can just hear it, because the songs that you hear on the album sound like they do live.
Yeah.
Whereas on previous albums, I thought the live versions were better versions of a lot of songs.
Real quick, I'm just going to interject because you didn't show it, so I'll show it real quick. But here's the 40th anniversary edition.
Yeah.
Flexing porn, album porn here, Jimmy. I like the artwork on this. I think it's pretty cool, actually.
Yeah. They ditched the naked guy.
History, I guess, you know. And this comes with, you know, the. So I do actually have it on vinyl now, but it comes with, you know, the gatefold vinyl, which does have different artwork on the inside, though. That's not the original artwork that was on the original, but the original pictures are the same. But then it's also got a live set at Pink Pop, right?
I think so, yeah.
This one does not have a 5.1 disc with it. I believe, is that correct, or am I wrong on that, John?
You know, I can't remember, to be honest with you.
We'll go to Jimmy and let him discuss his feelings on it. And while I'm doing that, I'll look for the CD and make sure. I may be wrong about that. Jimmy, what you got on Hemispheres? I'm figuring you kind of dig it a little bit.
I think this is one of the newer represses, right? I mean, I think I got this before the box set came out. And another one I wish I had jumped on the box set, you know. And yeah, the artwork on that box set looks pretty cool. I hate it when I never like, even if the new artwork is good, I never like it when they change the artwork for new releases.
I got you.
This is also one of my favorite covers. I just love this artwork. It's just so simple, but it makes a big statement. This is a perfect 10 out of 10 record in my top 5. There is not one thing that I would change about this thing. And when you talk about the trials and tribulations that they went through to record this, including having to do multiple takes of La Via Stringado, that just speaks to the absolute, the acumen, the ambition to be the best at your instrument, and to record something like that live is mind blowing to me. It doesn't make sense almost. It's like, how are these guys human? Because that song just goes through so many different moods, different time signatures, different feelings, and it's just gels so well. And you've got some of the best guitar playing, I think, in the Rush catalog when it comes to Lifeson. This is his statement.
Amazing.
And also the first track, book 2 is perfect, just like 2112 in every way, from start to finish. It's like I don't even realize that there's movements. I just feel the flow on this. And it's funny because this is a fairly short album, for how ambitious it is, and how at this point in their career, I think they've really. It goes to show you that they hit. They just got better and better from the last 2, but this is where they really just highlighted their prog, as you guys said. This is the prog rock album of Rush's discography, and yeah, dude. I don't want to go at length about this. I could go on and on, but it's such a perfect record. As far as underrated tracks, I would say Between Circumstances and The Trees, but they played all those live.
Yeah.
But The Trees, definitely. That's probably. I love the subject matter and the lyrics of that one. Yeah, man.
I didn't dig deep down into set lists to check on Circumstances. That one didn't get a lot of play. It got play around that era, but then
we saw it. You and I saw it actually.
We saw it in Virginia.
Snakes and Arrows. They played it on that tour.
Snakes and Arrows. They brought it back. That was the first time.
I also wanted to show, and I don't know if this is an official release. I found this for like $2. This is Farewell to Frankfurt Tour of the Hemispheres. I found it like it's a bootleg. Yeah. And it's got 2 discs, and I think this was performed in Germany. Yep, 1979. So it highlighted a lot of Hemispheres and a lot of Farewell to Kings. I actually haven't listened to it in a while, so I can't totally speak to how good. But for a bootleg, it sounds pretty professional.
So there's the one thing about Rush is there's a shitload of really good bootlegs out there, like a lot of them, and they're all on YouTube now these days. John and I used to have a buddy, Romy Barr, that he had a metric fuck ton of really rare Rush shows. I think a lot of them have shown up. I've got a closet full of Rush shows, some that are just absolutely phenomenal. I wanted to mention, there was something else I wanted to mention on Hemispheres. What was it? I lost my thought on that. It's just, for me, this was, they were just ramping up. They just kept, they were going from strength to strength. Each album just, to me, kept getting better. And, for me, obviously it's a sentimental favorite because it's the first one I got. But I love the artwork on it. And it's just, and one of my favorite shirts I own is a Rush Hemisphere shirt. And I love wearing that out because I every now and again get a weird look from somebody. It's like, oh my God, there's a naked man on your shirt there, buddy. But great, just to me, this is classic era Rush. There's classic Rush, and this is right at the heart of it. And so we'll move on real quick here, and we'll get to
rock, man. This is.
John, do you have the 40th for this one? Did you pull it out?
Yes, there it is.
Now they re-envisioned the artwork for this too.
I don't like it.
Yeah, I'm not crazy about it either. Now, what's that include on it, real quick?
So if I can see correctly, because I can't see anymore, it's got the original album, it's got the vinyl there, but it has the Permanent Waves tour, 1980, but it's not the full show. Because apparently the tapes that they used, they're missing songs from it or they're damaged or whatever. So that was a little disappointing. Then there's some bonus live coverage stuff, which I think is probably just the vinyl on here is all it is. But it's not as good as the other two box sets, but it is a good box set nonetheless.
I know what I wanted to add. The box set for Hemispheres does include a 5.1. It's not Steven Wilson. It's Richard Chicky and I think Alex, actually, I believe. The one that does not include the 5.1 Blu-ray is the one you just showed.
Permanent Waves, yeah.
They lost. They could not locate, or the original tracks are lost, which sucks because they couldn't even really remix it properly.
So not only did they not have that, they didn't have the full show that they wanted to use. Right.
And that one, interestingly enough, I've not seen that one drop in price a lot, like the like Hemispheres and the other one, Farewell to Kings did. So, when that came out, you and I were talking about it, John. I was like, I think I'm going to get it. And then I kind of was, I was taken aback at how much that opened up for, like $140 or something.
Yeah, probably. I happened to check one day when it dropped like $25. Okay. And I was like, I'm going to jump because I don't see this thing going much lower than this.
Yeah.
And it didn't.
No, it's gone up to like 178 now. So
yeah, I think I got it for like 110 or 109 or something. I was like, I'm not going to pass this up. And it was one of those Amazon days where it just dropped.
Yeah. I'm wondering if around Christmas, maybe, Jimmy, if you're looking for those box sets, you might want to keep an eye on Amazon around Christmas and look at the Amazon UK. That's where I got the Farewell to Kings one.
Really? Okay.
I don't think you're going to get it for $69 like I did, but that was a lucky deal. That was when right after it came out, a couple months. So we're moving on to Permanent Waves. Came out January 1st, right, John?
I have to check. I can't remember the exact date.
What's that?
January 14th.
Oh, 14th. Okay, we lost Jimmy. What happened? This time I didn't kick him out. So this one, let's see. We got they started to go back to shorter song lengths. That the longer epics. Although there's two still fairly lengthy tracks with Jacob's Ladder and Natural Science. This went to number 3 in Canada and number 4 in the U.S. They took a 6-week break before they went back to the studio in Canada, which it's their first. I should say not back to the studio. This was the first time there. Hang on,
first time there, yeah.
Yeah, and by the way, John, I don't know if you know, I've been keeping tabs on Les Studio. There was some projects to try and refurbish it. They finally somebody burned it, and then
I know.
Then they finally razed it to the ground. It's gone, which is really sad.
I know.
But anyway, so Jimmy, we're moving on to Permanent Waves here. They took a 6-week break, and then and in Canada they went to Les Studio, which they then recorded several of the next albums at. They also played a few songs, Spirit of the Radio and Free Will, on a warm-up tour in August and September of 1979, before they even recorded the album. You could say this is a bit more of a radio-friendly album, which we can discuss. My track on this, the underrated track, is Entre Nous, but that was a single, which I didn't realize. And Entre Nous was never played after the original tour until Snakes and Arrows again. Snakes and Arrows, they broke it out, and I saw that one. The single Entre Nous performed poorly after it was put out after Spirit of the Radio. And let's see, we have anything else on here? And then again, we just looked at John's box set that came out in last year in 2020. And also, it's interesting to note that Natural Science was played pretty regularly up until It kind of disappeared from the set list after. Yeah. Fuck. I can't even read my goddamn writing. This is terrible.
Well, they played it up through Moving Pictures, then it disappeared for a while.
Yeah.
Then it came back, I think.
It came back in Test for Echo.
Yeah. And it's been a permanent fixture throughout the years after that.
And also, here's a very important one to note. Jacob's Ladder was only performed on the album tour for this album. And it disappeared until R40, which they did it. I got to say, that was my cream my pants moment when they started playing that song. I was like, you got to be fucking kidding me. And because I saw it on this tour, which I'll do that quick, and then I'll let you get your perspective on this. I saw these guys February 5th, 1980 in Sam Houston Coliseum for this tour. And I got to say, man, it was just mind-blowing. They were still wearing kimonos, not the kimonos, but the silk things. They wore them for the first leg of this tour. And Max Webster opened, and they played all of 2112, the exception of the two parts. They played Xanadu, they played Natural Science, they played Jacob's Ladder. Man, it was just a fucking set list of all set lists. And I got to say, I've seen Rush, well, we'll count them up here at the end here, 40 sometimes, I believe. I always said 50, and I went back and looked at it, and I think I was a little high when I calculated that. It's not quite that many, but it's in the 40s. And this one is so goddamn special to me because it was the first time. And I remember I got high at the concert too. A buddy of mine that I went with, Carlos, he pulled out a joint, and we smoked a joint, and I just remember just sitting there just being blown away by this concert. And these guys were gods to me. They were superhuman. It wasn't like now where we know they're just guys. And back then, when you're 13 years old, or 15 years old, excuse me, and you're going to my second show, Kiss was my first in 79. These guys were rock gods, man. You didn't have the internet to connect with them. They didn't have a Facebook account. They didn't have Instagram. These guys were unattainable. You saw them in magazines. That was it, And, for me, seeing Alex Lifeson up there, he's the reason I picked up a guitar. Seeing him 25 rows away, I was pretty close. It was fucking mind-blowing, man. And, I mean, that concert still was my favorite simply because it was my first, Real quick on the album. This is another 10 out of 10 album. It's perfect. Natural Science is so fucking good. It's incredible. That acoustic opening is so haunting and sad sounding and forlorn sounding. Then you get into the hyperspace part, and that is some of Alex's best playing ever. And then you get into the final part, the third part, where it kind of resolves, and it's just such a goddamn incredible song. Jacob's Ladder, fucking incredible song. I don't even know what else to say about it. It's just, it builds and builds and builds and builds, and then it releases to that middle section where you got the keyboard part, and then it comes roaring back in, and you got that down 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 down, and you're just like, I know I sound like fucking Beavis and Butthead now. So incredible. And Different Strings is even a really beautiful ballad song. It's a beautiful song that is Hugh Syme plays piano on. And let's be honest. Again, Geddy, the part of Free Will where he does the scream, each of us a cell of awareness, and he's just screaming, and you're like, it's so perfect. One of the aspects of Rush that turns a lot of people off is Geddy Lee's voice. But you know what? Geddy Lee is one of my absolute favorite fucking singers of all time. Hands down, bar none. Even when he started to not sound as good live, I still loved his voice.
He still sounded good. Yeah. I kind of like how it sounded rough, toward the end. I like that,
Well, he couldn't do some of the high parts, and he would kind of, fold it down but dude, this guy's a fucking legend, man. He's a fucking legend. And this album is legendary, and I remember picking it up. I had just moved up from Houston, Texas after seeing them. I remember going in the locker room of this new school, and I had my Permanent Waves t-shirt on, and this dude walks up to me like, "Yo, dude, fucking Rush." And I was like, we became fast friends right then and there. You know, I didn't know the guy from Adam, but he saw me in my Permanent Waves. And actually, it wasn't my Permanent Waves shirt. Well, it was from the show, but it was a raglan with the three faces, kind of from Archives, sort of, and then the Starman in the middle, and it was the black with white. I bought 6 or 7 people t-shirts. I think I told you this story, John. I bought 6 or 7 people t-shirts. They gave me money for them, and this is when t-shirts were like $8. I think the jersey was like $8. I threw them. I put the jersey on. I threw the other ones over my shoulder, walking out with the people, with Carlos and this other dude. Some fucking dude ran by me and ripped them all off my shoulder and disappeared into the night. I had to pay all those people. My mom had to pay for the t-shirts. It was like $30 or something like that. But $30 in 1980 was, $75. Yeah. So, all right, John. Let's mix it up here, Jimmy. John, you wrap it up, and Jimmy, give me your thoughts.
Yeah, well, we're still in the realm of perfect records, and this is a perfect 10 out of 10 Rush album. And what I'll say about this one, unfortunately, I just have the CD. Again, my collection is kind of sparse with vinyl CDs, and I wish I had at some point I'll find a good vinyl copy of this. Wish I would have jumped on the box set again, but, money. And, what's interesting about this one is that, as I talked about Corrosive Steel being sort of a transitional record, this is the next era of the band, coming off of Hemispheres.
Very good.
We are immediately in, on an album where we went down to, shorter songs. And, I don't want to call it a transitional record because it's not like they had to experiment and figure it out. They just immediately came out with an absolute banger of a record. And for me, this album, I think this is probably my favorite lyrics that Neil Peart ever wrote. I think that the lyrics on a lot of these songs are what I think Billy Corgan put it best when he spoke about Entre Nous on the documentary, where he said, he talked about how he made his mom listen to that song and said, this is what resonates with me. This is what I feel like. And this is, he was kind of a jaded kid, and it the lyrics in that are so beautiful. Free Will. I mean, that's some of the best lyrics that Peart ever wrote. The Spirit of Rain. All the lyrics on this are amazing. Jacob's Ladder is a very dark track, and I like that. I like it when Rush, because a lot of Rush music tends to be pretty upbeat and happy, or just kind of positive maybe. But I like it when they go to the dark side here and then, and they went to the dark side a lot more early on, than they do later. But they kind of go there here, and then they did Natural Science, which is like, it's a 10-minute track, and it's not quite on the epic level of some of the earlier records, but they still found a way to, in this album that's just like, short, concise songs, managed to put, sort of a bit of a prog song in there. I think that they proved here that they can, not that they hadn't before, but especially with this, that they could write some of the best melodies that you'll ever hear. And also the songwriting is impeccable. It should be studied, I believe, in music classes, and people, that are studying I wouldn't be surprised if there was a Rush class at Juilliard or something to here's a class. This is how you write a song, and I think that's exemplified here to the utmost quality. And again, like I said, I want to call this a transition because this is, in a way, for me, like the next era, even though this next era that we're about to talk about is fairly short. Didn't really need to, they just boom right out with it. And I love this one. It's not quite in my top 5, but it's really close up there. And I would say that my most underrated track for sure would be Entre Nous. That's one of the greatest songs ever written. It's one of my favorite Rush songs, and I'm happy that I got to see them perform it live on the Time Machine tour. So.
See, now I would argue that Natural Science is. I would argue that Natural Science is absolutely on the same epic scale as the other prior epics. I really would. I mean, that
I just meant really like I think it's epic as far as the music, but like I meant in terms of like the length. It's not quite 20 minutes or whatever. But yeah, you get.
I mean, that part where it goes, that the part I'm talking about. It's hard for me to play in this. That part right there, man.
Yeah,
the wheels within wheels in a spiral. Oh man, it's so fucking brilliant. And the hyperspace part.
Oh yeah, the drumming and the hi-hat work is so great. Yeah.
Crazy, fucking crazy how good those guys were. They were they were raising the bar. Every album, they were raising the bar of their musicianship, their writing, and it just, it really, you just kept wondering how much better can it keep getting, and it just kept getting better. So, John, what do you got?
Yeah, I'll be short. I actually, Jimmy, I do think this is a transitional album for them because there is a little bit of the old and there's a little bit of the new. Jacob's Ladder and Natural Science are definitely songs that could have been on Hemispheres. Yep. They fit that mold, but yet they've got the 5-minute songs for the rest of the album. And Spirit of Radio and Free Will are radio staples. And they're kind of rock based. Entrenue's great. Different Strings is great. I mean, it's a short album too. Again, another short record.
Yep.
That's what now, I don't know how many in a row where they kept it under 40 minutes. And it packs a punch from start to finish. And it's another great record. I think it's also where Geddy starts to shine as a keyboard player because now it's a prominent part of their sound. They were using it before, but now, there's piano now showing up in Spirit of Radio, which you really never heard before.
Yeah.
So,
they added reggae. They added a little bit of reggae into it at the end there.
A little bit in Spirit of Radio. And I don't care what anyone says. If you're a hardcore Rush fan, there's not one person who, I don't like to say if you don't do this, you're lying. I think this might be my closest example of that. But when you get to that bass and then guitar solo and Free Will before the part where he does the scream like Jeff was mentioning, I dare a hardcore Rush fan to say they either didn't wait in their driveway for that song to finish when they're in their car, or they drove around the block one last time to hear it again.
For sure.
And it always gets turned up because they absolutely shine. And it's different. It's back to almost like the early days, the way they're playing, but it's a modern sound. And so this is the album where I was 12 when this came out. And so I was starting to hear something other than 2112. It's a great record. There's not much more to say about it. And it became a staple. This whole album, for the most part, became a staple, at least 3 songs for the rest of their careers going forward.
One thing I think to bring up real quick here, John, is that, with these box sets coming out, Jethro Tull's doing them and Marillion's doing them. I mean, there's a lot of bands that King Crimson does them. And one thing that was unique about Rush was when they went into the studio, they crafted an album. They didn't craft a billion songs. They didn't have, there's virtually no, that I know of. I don't think there's any unreleased tracks there's nothing that's recorded that's out there with every album session to go, oh yeah, we got 7 tracks. I mean, you look at Jethro Tull, they put out these book box sets for every album, and some of the shit Ian Anderson threw away was as good as some of the shit that was on the album. And there's 10 or 12 different tracks that he's releasing now that, and they're great value for money. Don't get me wrong. I don't think the Rush sets are great value for money. I'm not going to lie about that. I don't think they are. But as a completist, I want them. And that having them on vinyl and having all the swag and stuff makes it worthwhile to me to have. But there's no, alternate mixes of, The Trees or La Via actually there is an alternate mix of La Via, but we won't get into that. But there just isn't much excess fat. They didn't do that. They went in and crafted an album. They worked on those songs. They honed those songs. They made those songs bangers, almost every fucking one, until we get to some of the later albums.
That's a good point. They never had like bonus tracks or like B-sides or like big like off albums. I mean, it was all that's a good point. I never really thought about that.
Nope, hardly anything. And that's to me, in a weird way, that's a mark of a band that is focused, laser focused on creating the best material they possibly can. And that's why most of these albums that we've been discussing, at least from 2112 on up, have been 10 out of 10 albums for the most part, or close. And you didn't have three really good tracks and 4 okay tracks and 3 fillers. That's just not what Rush did until, maybe later on. We'll get to that if we get there tonight. But so let's move on real quick. We're getting now to the big one.
Well, this is the big one.
This is
the big one.
Who's got Jimmy? You want to show yours? Hang on.
This is just another one of my,
a beater
pressings. I don't know. This is probably an older pressing, but it's
that's cool.
Really old.
Hey Jimmy, I have good news for you. Very good news for you. There's a box set coming, maybe this year, of that album, so you can get in on that one.
Maybe that's the one I'll have to jump on. Yeah. The vinyl's in good shape, but it's just kind of
Wow, this one, from what I hear, is going to be like the best of all of them. It's going to have a 5.1 and everything.
Yeah, I'll probably jump on it, I'm sure.
So now we're at Moving Pictures, which comes out in February of 1981. In Canada, it went to 1. It went to number 3 in the United States. Sold 5 million in the United States initially. This album was done. Now, the interesting thing was they were going to put a live album out. That was the plan. The plan was to do a live album following the release of Permanent Waves. But the guys had several tracks that they were working on in rehearsals and in the warm-ups for live stuff. And they decided they really wanted to go in and record. They actually played Tom Sawyer and Limelight live before they before recording them. So they did this album. They used a 48-track studio, which the studio got the very first digital recording, 48-track recording desk ever. That was the very first one, went to Les Studio of all crazy shit. And this is the very first digitally produced Rush album. What do we got on here? They played the entire album in its entirety on the Time Machine Tour, 2010, 2011, which I was at one of those. I think, John, you were at one, right?
Oh, yeah. I saw that at least. I think I saw it twice, that tour.
Okay. That one I only saw once. That's the one I got the 8th row seat for. I think that's TR was at the one I was at. I'm pretty sure he was at that one. As I said, the 40th anniversary box set's coming up. This one, there's so much I could go into, but we'll be here all night. And John is limited on time tonight. And by the way, we may not get through the entire discography tonight. We're going to try, but it's probably looking pretty grim at this point.
I bet we move fast through some of these albums coming up.
I think we will. Real quick,
just saying.
My track, Witch Hunt, is the my underrated track. It's got Tom Sawyer, it's got Red Barchetta, YYZ, Limelight, Camera Eye, Witch Hunt, Vital Signs. This is an 11 out of 10 album. Even though it's not my number one album, it's 11 out of 10. Every song on here is fucking amazing. I don't get sick of Tom Sawyer. I still love hearing the concert. I don't get sick of it.
You always do the air drum,
Red Barchetta is such a fucking amazing tune. YYZ, they just took La Via Strangiato and condensed it into 4 minutes, and it's just as vicious and brutal, and it's got an amazing solo on it. Limelight, probably Alex Lifeson's greatest solo ever. It is. I mean, we could argue that. Maybe we do a follow-up to this. We do, top 10 Alex Lifeson solos one day down the road. But I love that song. But I got to tell you, probably my favorite song on this album is Camera Eye. I fucking love that song. It goes through so many different shifting feelings. It's wistful. It's menacing at the beginning. It's grandiose sounding. It's a fucking amazing track. And again, Witch Hunt. That's a lethal track. And I've seen it a bunch of times now. I remember first seeing it on the Grey Zone of Pressure album tour, and it blew my mind because they had the video stuff for it and everything. And Vital Signs. I love Vital Signs. It's probably the one track on here that doesn't sound like the others the most, and it's got a little bit of a almost like a slashing Police vibe to it, or very 80s sound to it. But you know, it's a great album. So Jimmy, what you got on this one?
Yeah, I'll try and start being a little more brief, but so we can try and get through as much as we can. But yeah, I mean, this is again 10 out of 10. This is where I come in. So I mean, I would probably call this my favorite Rush record. It's really hard to pick a favorite for sure, but this is where I came in, and everything about it is utter and absolute perfection. Especially when I was talking about with the previous album, this record should be studied, in music school. I mean, this is utter songwriting perfection down to the lyrics, the music, the melodies, the instrumentation, everything about it, the production. I mean, you cannot get a more perfect record than this album. Tom Sawyer was I still don't get sick of it either. I air drum it every time when I hear it. And Red Barchetta, I mean, the thing about that track is it just sounds like the lyrics. I love when, it's always an interesting thing because Peart writes all the lyrics most of the time, but he doesn't write all the music. So it's interesting when they fit the music to the lyrics, and it sounds like it just fits with what they're talking about. So
yeah.
For me, the big deep cut and the most underrated track on here for me is The Camera Eye. One of my favorite Rush songs ever. And seeing them play that live was just absolutely amazing. I mean, it's really probably one of my favorite Rush songs ever, for sure. So, yeah, I mean, what's to say? You can't overstate how amazing this record is, for sure.
John.
Yeah, I'll finish up with I agree with everything you guys have said. It is hard to kind of emphasize how important this record was for them, because this is the one where they had been building up since 2112, but now they were gold. Literally, they could tell record labels what they were going to do, because this is the one where they basically did it all. It's from start to finish, every song is great. It's their darkest album without question.
For sure.
It's extreme. I mean, the cover is black, and you feel black when you're listening to it. Even though people think Tom Sawyer might be a kind of a happy, friendly song, it's not. It's a dark song.
Oh, no.
And the more I listen to this album, I feel like The Camera Eye should really be opening this album, not Tom Sawyer, to be honest with you, because I love that intro. I absolutely love it.
I can see that.
I love the build-up. It's my favorite song in the album. I also think it's the most underrated song in their whole catalog. To me, it's not a deep cut, but it is, unfortunately.
Yeah.
And it's their last epic. It's their last 10-minute song. Just everything about it. I mean, Witch Hunt is probably their darkest song.
Yeah.
I mean, musically and lyrically. And that's, I mean, the first time I ever saw them on tour, they played that, and it just was like, whoa, wow, we got an old song, which you'll know what I mean when I say that when it comes up. But there's not much more to say. I mean, everyone knows this because of Tom Sawyer and Limelight and Red Barchetta and YYZ, but there's a reason why you know it. And I will contend that Limelight is probably Alex Lifeson's most famous riff. It's the most recognizable part of any Rush song ever, I think.
Which one? Which
Limelight,
one, John?
The Limelight's intro riff is probably their most recognizable moment of their career, I think. Just when that starts, you know immediately that it's Rush. You know it's Alex Lifeson. So,
yeah, I mean, there are so many killer riffs on this album. I mean, the part in the really what I call like the epic sounding guitar, where it's I'm laying on my side, so I can't really play, but that part, and then it goes into the
in Camera Eye, yeah.
It's just so perfect. It's like, I play guitar, and I'm actually way better than laying on my side would be lie. But listening to Alex, man, he's just such a consummate creator of moods with his guitar. And all three of them, the way they interplayed. I mean, the beginning of Camera Eye with the percolating synths, and then you got the sounds of traffic, and that down, 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 down. It's like those epic big fucking chords that ring out, and you're like, to me, like you, John, The Camera Eye is one of my absolute favorite songs they've ever written, and for a long, long time, you did not get to see that live for a long time.
Waited 30 years.
I missed out on Moving Pictures and Signals tours because I moved up from Texas back to Pennsylvania. I wasn't old enough to drive yet until the Signals. Then they came after I got my license for Signals, so I couldn't go to either one of those tours. And my mom wouldn't drive me to Philly, which was the closest place to see him. So I missed those two tours. It wasn't until Grace Under Pressure that I finally got to see him again. And by that time, they had nixed playing Camera Eye. And I didn't see it again until the Time Machine tour in 2000, whenever it was, 10 or 11.
2011, I think.
11, yeah. And, I got to tell you, man, I'm not fucking lying when I say this. I was almost in tears when they started playing this song. Like, I literally had a lump in my fucking chest from the nostalgia that song above many Rush songs is a nostalgia track for me. It reminds me of being 15, 16 and going through all the things that I was going through in life and getting prepared for moving on and all that kind of stuff. It's just a real wistful song. Maybe that's a good word for it, wistful. There's just a lot of childhood memories, and a lot of Rush songs are like that. We're going to talk about 2 or 3 of them next on the next album here shortly. But yeah, man, fucking killer album. And John, you're right. It's the pivotal album. I think Permanent Waves was kind of what brought them to radio in terms of like wider appeal. But this album, international appeal. This is where they suddenly went nuclear, and they weren't just a North American phenomenon or even an English phenomenon. They didn't do a lot of European touring. They did not do a lot of European touring.
No, they made their living in the U.S. and Canada, and that was it.
Exactly. But no, this album, they finally did start touring Europe as a result. Germany, France, they did not extensive tours like a lot of other acts, but this was the album that paved the way for that to happen. In fact, I saw somewhere that I believe it was during this. It was the tour. It was Permanent Waves. Was the first time they went to Europe, and they were carting. The tour was costing $12,500 a day for Permanent Waves, 1980, 12,500. The band members were making $1,000 each a day. Think about that. I don't know what they were making when they finally retired in 2015. I guarantee it wasn't $1,000 for a show. I guarantee it was, $12,000, $15,000, $20,000 a show.
Well, they were making crazy money at the end.
Yeah. Okay, so we'll move real quick. 1981 then sees this album come out. Where did it go? What did I do with it? John, do you have Exit Stage left?
Oh, yeah, hold on.
I don't know what I did with the vinyl.
We're done now.
Yeah. And I'm going crazy. This is the DVD cover.
Where the fuck? Okay, let me pull you
I
up.
don't have a physical copy of this one.
Hang on.
Get the full. There we go.
Oh, there you go. Oh, you have the DVD, the original one.
Yeah. No.
Because I have what is it called? Rush Replay, where they put the three concerts out.
That's
okay.
Yeah.
That's
where I got it from.
But
let's not forget the Return of the Naked Guy right here.
Oh yeah, there. Here, real quick. This is the only OG Rush vinyl I have left. This is the original pressing of this from 1981, 81. Gatefold. And I don't know how this one survived. Pretty plain, not much to the inside. Now they cover all that space up, but great live album. The only thing I'll say about it real quick, and then we'll move past this is Getty talks about how they kind of went a little bit too far in trying to clean this album up to make it sound perfect. And I agree with that. It is a perfect live album because they did do some overdubs. And also they took a little bit too much of the audience out of it, in my opinion. What do you think,
Oh,
John?
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree.
It just sounds kind of sterile. It doesn't sound like – it sounds great. They sound great. But it doesn't sound like really like a live recording.
I know a lot of people complain about this recording. I just listen to it. I listen to this album all the time. I will say it is one of the few live albums where you can hear everything they're playing, every note,
right.
especially the drums. You hear everything, every hi-hat, every tom.
So well recorded is what you're saying.
Yeah, it does sound a little sterile. This is the one album that disappoints me that they didn't release the full show.
Yeah.
This should be a full show release. So,
well, they did Beneath, Between, and Behind. I'm not really familiar with this one. I've got sporadic live records and DVDs and stuff, but I for some reason do not have this one. And this is an interesting set list. But the fact they did Beneath, Between, and Behind, that's really cool.
This is
definitely worth noting.
Yeah, I'm going to tell you right now, Jimmy, you should just buy it just on what we're telling you for two reasons. One, it's got his most iconic drum solo ever. It's only 2 minutes long, and it's in YYZ. And to this day, every time I hear YYZ, I expect to hear the drum solo. And it's got the 3-piece of Bruins Bane, the trees, and Xanadu together.
I knew you were going to say that.
It's just it's 18 minutes of their best playing ever.
Yeah. And honestly, Jimmy, the reason you need to own it is it's got Bruins Bane on it, and that's the only place you're going to find it.
Yeah, and it's got a couple songs. I didn't know that was. Yeah, I mean, it's just an acoustic piece for like a minute and a half, and it's also got a couple tracks from the Permanent Waves tour on there.
Yeah, it's awesome. Except for, but it very much weirdly does not sound like a really live album, and Getty, they admitted to it later on that they went in and fixed several things, mostly guitar solos and guitar tuning stuff. So, real quick on that, was there anything else? Oh, that was 2 shows, John. It was Scotland and Montreal, I believe, right?
Yeah, because the Scotland stuff, I believe, is the Permanent Waves song tour.
Toronto, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, next up, 1982's Signals. I do not have this. Can someone show it? I have it, but I can't find it. There we go.
Little one, show the big one.
Okay, Jimmy, do you have the album?
Yeah, this is another old ass pressing, I think. I don't even remember where I got this. I think some record store. Vinyl's in good shape, but yeah, pretty flimsy. Actually, not really good quality, but
they were all those 80s
records were. Yeah, all those 80s records were pretty shitty. So this one here, let's see, they started writing this while they were mixing Exit Stage Left. They actually had subdivisions already written. This one came out in Canada. It was number 1, number 3 in US. This one marks a pretty pivotal period because we start to hear synthesizers become a prominent part of the sound. They were there on the last album, obviously with Tom Sawyer, but that was still predominantly a guitar, bass, and drums album. There was interludes and things where the keys were used, and they used sequencers on Vital Signs. They used them on parts of the Camera Eye, and certainly on Tom Sawyer, but they weren't as. I don't think they were as prominent as they became on this album. They previewed Subdivisions on tour in October of '81. They less guitar focus per Getty, concept of escaped. The concept behind it is escape, and if you actually look at the lyrics to a lot of the songs, it is very much about escape. Subdivisions, escaping the burbs, the analog kid, escaping the parental control, and then it kind of culminates in Countdown, leaving the earth. It's kind of, I never thought about that until I read some other people's opinions on it. Stuck in Suburbia, New World Man. Believe it or not, that's the highest charting single that Rush ever did, New World Man. I was kind of shocked by that. I thought Tom Sawyer was higher charting than that. What else do we have here? This is also the first collaboration by all three on lyrics on the song Chemistry. And for me, I love this album. But you weren't expecting me to say anything otherwise. I fucking love this album. Subdivisions. That's another song that you would think, oh my God, I'm so sick of hearing that song live. Fuck no, dude. I want to hear that song over and over. I love that song to death. Subdivisions, top 5 Rush song for me. I probably already filled my top 5s up already, but that is a top 5 Rush song for me. The Analog Kid. That's probably the rockinest song on there in a weird way. The most straightforward rock song on there. But man, that chorus on there, oh my God, dude. Talk about heartstring tugging, man. You move me. Oh, it's so beautiful. It's just some of Geddy's best vocal lines are on this album, I think, of all. Digital Man, you know, that song is a tour de force of guitar playing. We keep saying it every album. Oh, Alex this is some of his best playing, but they just kept ramping up their level of perfectionism. They just kept getting better. Digital Man has some just insane guitar solos on it, just some killer playing. What else do we have on there? We have The Weapon, which is my underrated song on the album. That is a tricky fucking song to play. The rhythm of that song is unique. I think it's in like 7/8 time or something like that. It's a weird time signature. New World Man, I can give or take. It's probably the one song on the album I don't love. I could skip. I love it. I love it, but I don't love it. And Losing It with Ben Mink on violin from FM. Man, that is a gorgeous song. And it's one of the few songs they did not play forever and ever and ever. They finally played it, I believe, in 2015 at 5 shows for the R40 tour. I think they were just the Canadian shows. I think they did it just in Toronto. I
thought they did it in LA too.
Oh, maybe they did do it. You might, yeah, you're right. They did. You're right. And Countdown, I know that's a favorite of yours, John, I believe. Mm-hmm. Fucking great song, man. Just so good. Such great. I mean, I'm running out of things to say about how fucking epic this band is. That's just how simple it is. This album is fucking phenomenal. I will say there are 2 more albums in the run that, you know, kind of are peak period Rush for me, you know, epic period Rush for me. This one, you know, this is a top 5 album for me. It's amazing. So, John.
Yeah, I won't say too much about it because we're going to all pretty much repeat ourselves. But to me, this is the 3rd album in this run of new sound. I think it fits with Permanent Waves and Moving Pictures, but it's also different than those 2. But it still retains some of the big guitar sounds off of it. But now it has some of these new synth sounds, like you said, that are coming. So to me, it's also a transitional album a little bit too, because it's bridging the gap between this new period of Permanent Waves and Moving Pictures, and it's also exploring new territory. So songs like Countdown still maintain the Moving Pictures vibe with the huge Rickenbacker bass and the heavy guitars. But, you know, New World Man and Chemistry and Subdivisions are going in a different direction. I know a lot of people kind of are down on this album because it's not Moving Pictures, but it doesn't matter. Nothing will be Moving Pictures going forward. They literally could never, it would be impossible to repeat that. So it is a top 6 album for me. It teeters on 5 and 6 depending on my mood.
One quick addition to make there. I actually had 2 underrated tracks. I think Chemistry is unbelievably underrated. There's so much going on there. It's probably the most synthy track, obviously. Mm-hmm. But man, there are such incredible melodies on there, and Alex is playing that that little repeating motif on there. It's one of those songs that's a greater than its sum of its parts type song. You know what I mean? And the melodies, again, man, these guys were writing such incredible melodies during this period of time. Later on, I think we can start to point to some of that falling off to an extent every album. But man, through this period, every fucking song is great. And how many bands could ever say that? I'd have a hard time finding, I mean, a band that you could say a 6 or 7 or 8 album stretch where every goddamn song is damn near perfect or close to it. And you just can't say that about many bands. Jimmy, what you got?
I mean, that's because they're brilliant, and some of the I would argue some of the greatest songwriters of our time. And for me, this one is a near 10 out of 10. I don't want to say it's quite an utter complete 10 out of 10, but it's just about a 10 out of 10 for the most part. I'll echo what John said. I mean, it's like you're not going to do another Moving Pictures, and you wouldn't have expected them to do so because they're just going to write good songs, and obviously this is another transitional record to the next period. This is where Terry Brown was out. He was like, ugh, which is surprising to me because like he did not like the direction they were going at all. And which I kind of get, because they're kind of going to more, the 80s period here. But, as far as the songs go, I mean, when you hear that opening to Subdivisions, I mean, nothing can like give you that feeling of that deep, like, that big giant synthesizer sound he gets. I mean, that's just a great feeling when you hear that, and, the lyrics, I mean, we've already talked about that. I don't have to repeat it, but, Going Along, The Analog Kid is a really fun song. Chemistry is very underrated. I agree. Digital Man, that's an experiment that worked well in terms of the dynamics and the style that they went with. The Weapon is the only one, like, that's a difficult nut to crack, I think, is The Weapon. Still a good song, but it's definitely a bit challenging. New World Man, that's the single. Losing It is my top underrated track on this record, probably my favorite song on here. Just because I just love the vibe of it. I love it just gives you a feeling, you maybe kind of dark in a way, but and then ending with Countdown, which I love. Countdown is another really underrated track, and I really think that I really feel like they really captured the vibe of, because you got to be really careful when you throw in samples and things, and it's not something that Rush does very often, but when you throw it, so there's a good bit of sampling here where you're hearing the Mission Control and the pilot's talk, and that it really serves the song really well. Yeah. And I feel like the music itself captured the vibe of this sort of, like, it's kind of a brooding effect, of watching, the shuttle take off. I think they really captured that feeling really well with the music on that track. And so maybe I shouldn't say Losing. I should say that Countdown is probably one of the most underrated songs on here for sure.
Oh, I agree.
Great record.
You actually feel anxious listening to that song. Like you're waiting for them to take off.
Like you're waiting for something, and you're feeling the anxiety and everything about it. They really, really nailed that.
One correction though, Jimmy. Did you say Terry Brown did produce this album?
Yeah, no, he did produce it, but this was the last one. He was like,
okay, I misunderstood what you said there.
Yeah, he just didn't like it, and then he was like, "I'm just not feeling this," Still did it. I mean, he argued with them a lot on songs on here. I think that he didn't think would work.
Yeah.
I don't have that book, so I didn't read that one. Maybe that was, I didn't. I do know there was starting to be a little diversion. The guys wanted to kind of change things up a little bit, and I think Terry was kind of, maybe not feeling all the synthesizer stuff like that. But I mean, this is, again, I say personally, there's 2 more albums in my run of almost perfect albums, the next 2, and then things kind of change pretty dramatically. But it's a fucking perfect album. I didn't get to see him on this album, but I will relay one quick story, very quick. A couple guys I went to high school with did go to this show. They were I knew, but I didn't know them good enough to tag along as a 9th grader or What year was this? Was this 82, right? I'd have been a 10th grader. For some reason, I thought I could go with these guys, but they kind of they bailed on me. They didn't want to take me along. But what was cool was the actual concert shirt for this tour was the three faces and pot leaves all along the side. Do you remember that, John?
Yeah.
Yeah, the pot leaves were like, I was like, oh man, I want one of those shirts. And I didn't even smoke pot that much back then. I hardly did at all, you know. All right, next up, we got this one here. This is 1984's Grace Under Pressure. This is the first album not produced by Terry Brown. And this came out in April of 1984. It was produced by British producer Peter Henderson. And there's actually an interesting story was that Steve Lillywhite was going to actually produce it, and about 2 weeks before they were supposed to start pre-production, he backed out to work with Simple Minds. They also brought Chris Squire and Trevor Horn, who were playing together in Drama at this point in time, or not Drama. They had played together in Yes at this time. They brought them to a show to see if they might want to produce them. They ended up going to the studio to record it, and this one actually has no acoustic guitar on it. Very much a massive increase in synthesizers. Also, I still think there's quite a bit. I think there's a very cold sound to this album. It sounds much more cold and less analog-y and more digital than anyone else. Want to show yours, Jimmy?
Oh yeah, this is like most of my Rush vinyl. This is an old ass pressing. I'm not even sure. You know, it's probably one of the originals. But yeah, another flimsy cardboard, but good vinyl shape, and yeah. So
very cool. Do you want to start on this one, Jimmy?
Yeah, for sure. So for me, I'll just go and say it. I absolutely adore the '80s era. I love the '80s era. I think this is the last really, really great era of the band, and it kind of took me probably in the last 10 years or whatever, going back to these that I had not ever really spent a lot of time with, and I really fell in love with them. Even just seeing them on the Clockwork Angels tour, they did a lot of '80s stuff. And this one, definitely not my favorite of the '80s albums. I wouldn't call this a 10 out of 10, but it's pretty damn close. And what I love about the '80s era, I love the sounds that they get. I love it just goes to show you, just building upon how amazing musicians these guys are. They just found the best tones, the best feelings, and I think that they translated it very well in moving further towards synthesizers and keyboard sounds. And even though the guitars kind of took a backseat, and there's other bands that I'm not going to discuss that I think are guilty of fucking that up, because normally I would say if you're going to replace the guitar with keyboards like Opeth, then it doesn't work very well in my opinion. But for this, it does. And Distant Early Warning, great. That's a classic track. Red Sector A, that's kind of like their Floydian kind of just kind of big, big sound. I love the video for that. The look of these guys, look at them right here. I would say for me, the most underrated song, I don't know if it's quite underrated, but one of my favorites is The Enemy Within. I love that song. So good. The Body Electric is okay.
Boo.
I like it. It's not my favorite on here, but it's good. They did that actually on Clockwork Angels tour. Kid Gloves and Red Lenses are great. Between the Wheels, especially, that's the big dark, brooding, sort of just like doom track or something. They translated like a doomy feeling with just these synthesizers, and ultimately turns into one of my favorite songs on this record. And a lot of people say that maybe I don't know too many people that are like huge Rush fans, but a lot of people don't really dig the '80s stuff. And for me, this was a fresh, and of course I wasn't at the time. Had I been a fan at the time, I didn't discover Rush till the 90s. So had I been a fan at the time, I probably would not have jumped on board either. I would have rather probably them stick with prog or 70, stick with the guitars. Maybe I wouldn't have liked it at the time, but it's kind of cool for me, like that I discovered these 80s records a little bit older and a little bit more seasoned in my musical appreciation for things, and this stuff, not a 10 out of 10, but pretty damn close, and I love this record for sure.
John, what do you got?
Yeah, depending on my mood when it comes to this record, depends on how I feel about it. I have a hard time with this record because while I like a lot of the songs on it, it definitely was this kind of 90-degree turn. Even though Signals was bringing in synths, it still retained a lot of Rush's sound. This sounds like a completely different band in terms of their sound, but that's not uncommon for a lot of these bands when you get to the mid-'80s. I mean, they all sound like this. And part of it was that synth bass, which I was never a fan of because I always felt it took the bottom line out of a lot of songs and didn't give them a lot of meat. I am one of the 14 fans on planet Earth that does not like Red Sector A. I don't care about it. It just doesn't do anything for me. Lyrics
I can understand that. I can totally understand why.
It just doesn't do it for me. I am, though, one of the biggest Body Electric fans. I feel that song they got right, just in my opinion. I think Between the Wheels is extremely underrated in their catalog. I think people get turned off by the synthy keyboard intro, but give it about 20 more seconds and it is just harsh guitar tone comes in, and the song changes immediately on face. I got tired of Distant Early Warning because they played it so much, but it is a great song. And so I like this album, and it's in my top 10 for them, but it's just the start of a period that I lose interest more and more and more with each album. And I like.
What about The Enemy Within? Did you like that one?
Yeah, I liked it. You know what I didn't like about it is that it didn't fit with the other two songs in terms of being dark. Maybe that was the point. Maybe they wanted to do that. But the whole Fear trilogy, 3 of the 4 songs are dark. Enemy Within is a little more bright, a little more pop to the tempo. But it's a good album. But yes, when I did not see them, I had still not seen them yet. I didn't go to this show. This was the first tour where they really ignored their past. They pretty much just stuck to the Permanent Waves on and sprinkled in a few older songs here and there in the set list. It's also one of their shorter set lists too.
John, was this the first tour you saw?
No, this is not. I was saying I still hadn't seen them yet.
Oh, okay.
I probably should have because they played the Cow Palace, which was right near my house. So, and this is weird because this is not a Marillion moment, but it feels like a Marillion moment. When Fish left, you have Fish fans and you have H fans from Marillion. And there was a period where there were synthy Rush fans and there were the old Rush fans.
Yeah.
A little bit. And for a little while that was like that. Then it seems like that's kind of dissipated and it's gone now. So
see, I'm still on board here. I'm still pretty firmly on board. I do think the production is very cold. It is very
cold.
It's very 80s. It's very dystopian sounding in a lot of ways. It's very almost void, like touching the void, sort of like I get when I listen to this album. It's like it's like a different world. It doesn't sound analog anymore. It's very digital. But I will say I love most of the songs on here, and I am a Red Sector A
it just never did it for me.
I love watching it live. The fucking the lasers and the smoke. I just loved it. After Image, which was written about a recording tech guy that died at La Studio, one of their techs. Suddenly you were gone. I love that. Body Electric. I fucking love that tune. Sorry, Jimmy. John and I are both heavily on the guitar chords, the textures Alex is achieving on this album from a guitar standpoint. I absolutely love. The one song I really don't love on this album is Distant Early Warning. It's not that I don't. It's probably with the exception of maybe Red Lenses, it's probably my least favorite song.
Really?
If I had to pick, number one would be Body Electric. Between the Wheels would be number two. Between the Wheels is so heavy, man. I mean that
So
fucking
great.
it just grabs you by the balls, man, and just says, "Yeah, I'm." It's so good. Kid Gloves. It's kind of an up and bouncy track, but there's some great guitar work on it. Enemy Within, I love a lot. It's almost got a little bit of a reggae thing going to it. It's got like a hopping sort of vibe to it. Red Sector A, I talked about, I love it. After Image, I love. And even Red Lenses, which I did get to see on this tour, they did. I saw them November of 85 for this tour. Or was it 84? When did I say this came out?
Came out
No,
in
it
84.
was November of 80. It was November of 84. I was a senior in high school. By this time, I could finally drive to Philly myself. I believe, for some reason, I think Tommy Shaw actually opened up for them. Rush always had interesting openers, man. I've seen Mr. Big, I've seen Max Webster, I've seen Tommy Shaw, Candlebox, some weird stuff. Vinnie Moore, Primus. I saw Primus open for them. Blue Oyster Cult when they were kind of at their worst when they had released Club Ninja. I missed Marillion by one fucking day. They played New York and then next was Philly, and they had left the tour after that. But and I know you've seen Marillion a bunch, John. I love the artwork on this too, man. The artwork on this is so fucking cool. It's just alien and just cool. Anyways, that one's very near the top 5 for me. So I actually told you to show Signals. I did have Signals. It's the next one I don't have. I do not have
Power Windows.
John, you got it?
Yeah, man, I'm looking for it. Yeah, sorry, it's my little CD. I'm not pulling up the vinyl tonight.
I love the artwork for this. I don't know about anybody else. I kind of dig it.
Yeah.
Wish I had my shirts from this tour.
Here we go.
Another old pressing. Not really
pressing.
Sure. Yep. Mm-hmm.
So we are at where are we at here?
1985.
Power Windows, 1985, October. One thing I noticed is Rush tended to release a lot of their albums in the fall. It was either very early in the year or very late in the year. Maybe that's just a record company thing. So this one here, they really started to ramp up the keyboards to probably, I would say, not the highest level. That's probably the next album. But they also changed producers. They went with Peter Collins, who's a famous English producer. Did a lot of bands I didn't even bother to list. Stevie Nicks, a lot of 80s bands. They recorded this, and interestingly, you can see the budgets for these albums were jumping up because they recorded this at Manor Studios in the UK, Air Studios in Montserrat, and Sarm East in the UK. So they weren't just recording in one place anymore. They were recording all over the world, which means to me that record companies were ponying up a lot more money, or else Rush was paying more out of their pocket. Let's see, they used an actual real strings section on this for Marathon. They added a lot more synths to everything, obviously. What's interesting is Alex Lifeson feels this album is better balanced than the last two, which is funny because I don't really quite hear that. I mean, there's a lot of guitar on this album. I think a lot of people are like, oh, there's no guitar on that album. That's bullshit. You're not listening very good then. But I am a little surprised because I don't think it's as balanced guitar-wise as maybe Signals or Grace were. You guys will have to give me your opinions on that. Real quick on this one, Big Money, one of their first big MTV videos. And great song. I think that song is fucking killer. And an interesting point to note for all you musicians out there, the big money is not in standard tuning, it's in F tuning. They actually tune up a whole step. And the reason they did that is that those really intense the harmonics that you hear on that song, you get a much more chimier harmonic tone from F tuning than you do from E standard. The next song on there is Grand Design, right? You guys are gonna have to help me here a little bit.
Yeah, it's Grand Designs.
Very, very synthy track, but I fucking love this song. I love that song. The next song, John, why don't you read off the song titles real quick?
Third one is Manhattan Project.
Okay. Really cool song. I love that song. It's very deep. It's very historically deep. I think next is Marathon, right?
Marathon's next, yes.
Oh my God. Another song when they do it live, I want to hear it over and over and over. I think it's such an epic song. The choirs on it are amazing. The keyboards on it. It's just a beautiful, beautiful song. From first to last, the peak is never past. So good. Next side is
Territories.
I like that song a lot. I'm not crazy about the keyboards on it, though. That one has a lot of keyboard, and I'm not crazy about the patches on it. But I do love the guitar playing is great on it.
They do the flash keyboards, that just quick, burst.
Yeah, those
keyboard.
bursts. Yeah, and they're kind of annoying a little bit on that track. The next song is my underrated track on the album, Middletown Dreams. I fucking love this song. I love it to death. The guitars are incredible. The keyboards are incredible. The chorus is amazing. And it's an everyman song. It's about every human being's experience in life in a lot of ways. The three different characters in it. Next, we got Emotion Detector. I love that song. I really do love that song. It's just a beautiful song. And then you get to the final track, Mystic Rhythms, which is probably their most exotic, and it definitely has the most sampling on it that they ever did before. And I love that song too. I could go without hearing it, every single tour, but the one song I wish I had seen, and I probably have seen it, but I can't recall, is Middletown Dreams. I know I've had to have seen it. I know I saw it for the two shows I saw in Philly for this tour. But beyond that, I don't know that they've ever played it beyond that. But, is this a 10 out of 10 album? It's pretty damn close. It's probably like a 9.5 for me. I'm going to be interested to hear what you guys say, because I got a feeling you may not feel the same on this. John, what do you got? It sucks.
I don't feel the same. No, I don't think it sucks, but it's this is the first time I ever got to see them. Was on this tour. I saw them twice, back-to-back nights. One night at the Cow Palace in Daly City, which is basically the venues across the street from San Francisco border, and then I saw them at the Oakland Coliseum the following night. Same tour, same set list, everything. It was January of 1986 at the end of the month. I like this album. There are a few songs I don't particularly care for, and it's because they're just, the synth sound just kind of kills it for me. And it's not just them, it's all those prog bands that were doing this in the 80s.
Right.
It's not they're not being singled out, but it's interesting at this point in their career, these albums are bleeding into each other a lot. So songs like Marathon easily could have been on Grace Under Pressure.
Yeah, it could have.
The chorus is probably power waves, but the rest of the song could easily, it has a very between the wheels vibe at the beginning, the way it starts. Manhattan Project's probably another song that could have been part of those sessions. I don't know if it was or not, but it has a little bit of a Grace Under Pressure vibe, but it's a little warmer sounding. And I always thought that was somewhat of an underrated song from them. I liked those songs live when I saw them. I thought Territories was great too live. I just just don't like the burst synths. I never liked that. So I'm not a big fan of Grand Design's Middletown Dreams or Emotion Detector. I'm just not. I tried so hard over the years. I do love Mystic Rhythms, and I think that's because I'm a former drummer. I think he does some really interesting things, and it's one of the few times I actually like him playing on his electronic drums. A lot of times, I think that's the reason why I didn't like Red Sector A so much, is because I don't like the electronic drum sound. Yeah. It kind of kills it for me. And also, factoid here that most people wouldn't know, the intro drum bit to Mystic Rhythms was on the nightly news at 11 p.m. on the ABC or whatever those channels. Kidding. Yes, they used to play that in the background, because then it does this kind of this fading synth sound, where he's playing and the keys come, or the synths kind of come in, then it just kind of fades out, and then Alex's acoustic guitar bit kind of comes in. Then he brings the electric in, but
yeah, the down, 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 down.
So, yeah. I mean, I like this album. I agree, it's the last in a long run, but to me, it's a far, far cry from previous albums. So, which
I still love it. I hold it right up there. I don't mind the keyboards like I do on the next bunch of albums. Let me, Jimmy, before we get to you, I was going to read off let me read off the set list for this. Spirit of the Radio, Limelight, Big Money, New World Man, Subdivisions, Manhattan Project, Middletown Dreams. I thought I had seen it. Witch Hunt, Red Sector A, Closer to the Heart, Marathon, Trees, Mystic Rhythms, Distant Early Warning, Territories, YYZ, Drum Solo, Red Lenses. This is where I remember seeing Red Lenses, because I don't think they played that on the Grace tour. Tom Sawyer, and then Overture Part 1, Temples of Syrinx, Grand Design, which I do recall them doing that, which is an interesting song to close with. And then they finished with In the Mood of All Craziness. What you got, Jimmy?
I was just showing that. Look at those good old wholesome 80s fellas.
I know. They had the 80s. They had the 80s hairdos too, right?
Yeah.
What's your take on?
For me, as I kind of said before, I mean, like, had this come out, I mean, I'd been a fan of, been in this era at the time, I probably would have liked it. But, I really came around to these 80s records, like, recently. And, to me, like, I felt they kind of doubled down on this in terms of the songwriting from Grace Under Pressure. And I'll agree with John. It's like, this and Grace Under Pressure almost could have just been a double album, because it feels like it's kind of the same sort of feel. I mean, in terms of the sounds, and I feel like, they were released pretty close to each other. So, I must feel like this is kind of the same record as Grace for Pressure. But, I think this is slightly better. For me, this is a pretty close 10 out of 10. I mean, it's not a 10 out of 10, but it's pretty damn good. I just, I wouldn't have said that probably about 5 years ago, but for something, I've seen some of these songs live, and I just for some reason really, really grew to love this album. And I agree. I mean, like, some of the synthesizer stuff sounds a bit jarring, and it's not, might be indicative of what others were doing. And sometimes Rush would have a tendency to kind of jump on whatever was not necessarily popular, but what was kind of like the cutting edge of what musicians are doing. And, I kind of respect them for that in a sense, because they're kind of like these sort of like, computer wizard type nerds, and I think that's kind of like they're nerding out on all these like synths and stuff. And, again, like the guitars, I don't feel like they necessarily took a back seat. I mean, I still think there's a lot of guitar. I think Lifeson just didn't like that they were being fed through a lot of synthesizer type, processing and things like that. But for me, Grand Designs, I really love that song. I just think that's a really beautiful song. Manhattan Project. I mean, most of the songs on here, Manhattan Project, I know Neil Peart struggled mightily to write the lyrics for that song. But it is really great. And I know Marathon was really close to him as well, and is a great song. I agree about Territory. It's not my favorite. It's just a little bit jarring. There's some good stuff on there, but for me, like the most underrated track on here would be Emotion Detector. It's just a really, really just beautiful song. I really felt like in that song they really nailed some of the sounds with the synths. I just thought it just sometimes it's either going to be jarring to you, or it's going to be just kind of like an earworm in a way. And I kind of feel like some of the 80s stuff for me is like an earworm, and because it enabled them to. I don't know if they could have written these songs if it was straight guitar and bass, and it would have sounded completely differently. So I think that's one of the interesting things about the 80s period is I think it kind of gave them an ability to write some stuff that they probably would have never done. And had they not had the ability to do that, maybe they wouldn't have had as strong material, to contribute. But Mystic Rhythms as well, even though the video is goofy and Getty looks goofy as hell in that. But yeah, man, I love this record, man. I think it's awesome.
I agree with you, Jimmy. I think that the expansion of the keyboard allowed Getty and Alex to write in a different way. They were able to kind of explore more melodic structures that they probably couldn't have done with just strictly guitar and bass and drums.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not even really a big 80s guy. I mean, I like some 80s music like Tears for Fears and things like that, but I'm not like the biggest 80s fan or anything, but and this is very, very 80s sounding, but
right.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I think, again, if I wouldn't have liked this. Even when I was got into them in the 90s, I think I had heard some of the stuff. I was like, it's not, didn't even pay attention to it. But yeah, later on, these really grow on me. Yeah.
Okay, let's move on. How we doing, John?
I got a little while longer, not too much, but
1987. Got this one, and I think we can probably move a little quicker on some of these now.
Oh, we will.
Hold Your Fire comes out. And, this is the first album that I got from them that I kind of was like, oh, wait a minute. What is this? And granted, it's not a lot different than perhaps Power Windows. But first of all, the songs seemed more radio geared, in my opinion. You had a song like Time Stands Still, which I really like that song, but it's definitely more of an AOR rock song. It's more,
I agree.
Yeah. And, Force 10, it's a good tune. I like it. But the one thing I didn't like about this album for the longest time was the production. Yeah. I still struggle with it a little bit. It's so synthetic sounding. It's so 80s sounding. But I got to be honest with you, this album grew on me a lot in the last 4 or 5 years. I know, John, you're probably not going to have much to say favorable about it at all. But, a song like Open Secrets, Lock and Key, Mission, Turn the Page, there are some really great melodic songs on here. They're just not really a hard rock band much on this album. They still have guitars and they still have bass and synth. I mean, there's still the trappings of a rock band, but they just sound more like an 80s band on this album. And I will say, I love 80s music, but it caught me raw at first because I went to see them twice on this tour, and I got great seats. The one I got fucking amazing seats. The day of the show I got them, and they were great. But I will say that this one kind of made its way to the bottom of my pile for a very long time. It's come up quite a ways into the middle of the pack somewhere, which I'm sure it's not for you, John. I would bet it's very much at the bottom, either the bottom or near the bottom. Oh, you said it was your bottom, yeah. Now I will say there is one song on here that's cheese personified, and that's Tai Shan. I don't particularly love that song.
I love it.
I do like Prime Mover, and I do like a lot of the melodies on this album. I do think Alex's guitar pretty much disappeared though, which was kind of weird. It's there, but it's not there. It sounds very tinkly and almost synthetic. His guitar doesn't sound ballsy. There's no real heavy power chords on here, except for maybe Lock and Key. There's a little bit on there. Turn the Page. I do like that song a lot. It's got that we disengage, we turn the page. But again, it's very synthetic sounding. But I don't hate this album like I maybe one point I don't think I can't say I ever hate any Rush album. But this one was definitely near the bottom for me for a lot of years. It's come way up. So, John, you can probably sum it up in a sentence or two, huh?
Yeah. So when it came out, I actually liked this album. And I got tricked by some of the guitar tones, like on High Water. I was like, ooh, some of the older sound is back. And then you go further in the song, you're like, they got me with that one riff. I did like it at first, and it has dropped like a cinder block in the ocean with each passing year.
I love it.
I just never cared for the song Force 10. Just something about it. I admit Time Stands Still is a very good AOR FM radio song. It is. I like the music to Second Nature, but I don't care for the lyrics that much. They're kind of
They're a little easy.
But the music is interesting in some spots. Prime Mover is actually a good song.
That's a cool song.
I never got the fascination with Lock and Key. It's okay. To me, the two best songs, they're both underrated and the two best songs on the album. And I don't know which one's better, but Mission and Turn the Page are by far the best songs on the album, in my opinion. And again, all these albums from Grace Under Pressure, I guess up to
Counterparts.
Roll the Bones. No, Counterparts I feel is different. But those that Roll the Bones, Great Under Pressure period, all that, they all kind of bleed in their style of music. And Turn the Page is one of those songs that could easily have been on Power Windows or it could have been on Presto. So Mission, and I think Mission is probably the best written song on the album from start to finish. And I've seen Mission live. I thought it was great. I don't think I've ever seen Turn the Page live. So
I saw it once.
Yeah. On that tour. They didn't play the Bay Area for that tour for some reason. I don't know why. So
they played it on that tour.
Yeah. And that's all I'm gonna say.
It was really good live. It was probably the most powerful song live. And that's my underrated track, Turn the Page, for sure.
I think that song would fare much better once Geddy went back to the Fender jazz bass. I think the sound would have been a lot better.
Yeah, he was playing wall basses during this period of time.
Yeah, and I hate that sound. It's a synthetic sounding bass. As a drummer, you really need to hear the bass. It's got to be there for you. And so anyway, that's all. I'm not going to waste any more time with this album. It is number 19 on my list.
Wow. Nah, it's not for me. Hey, Nick, how's it going, man? Jimmy, what you got? I think you like this one quite a bit, right?
Well, it's kind of interesting. I'm kind of enjoying how seeing which albums we all kind of lock on together completely, and which ones we don't really agree on, which is great. I mean, that's what's fun about it, Right. I would expect that, especially when you're talking to fans that love this band as much as we all do, to figure out what makes you tick and what doesn't. This is in my top 5, and on occasion, one of my favorite Rush records of all time. I've got only the CD, and I've actually got it on cassette tape as well, which is kind of interesting. I kind of need to get the vinyl, but and I totally I get the things you guys are saying. The reason why I love this record so much is solely on the melodies, and I think that's where they really excelled here. I think the melodies are some of the best that they've ever done. The production, the overall feel of the record, just the 80s, and kind of feeling like they've kind of stagnated in this realm. To me, this was kind of the pinnacle of their 80s records. I think they got better and better on each of the 80s. I think each one was better as they went along, and this was the ultimate. And I'm glad this is the last one, because I think, to me, this was the ultimate statement. And yeah, I totally agree. In a lot of ways, just some of the sounds are kind of weird, and kind of the choices, and maybe don't really kind of jive. But to me, it kind of just comes down to the songwriting and the melodies again, and Force 10, I really dig that song. I can kind of tell I can kind of understand, because it is kind of jarring at moments. It's a little just kind of in your face, and Time Stands Still. I just think that's a really beautiful song. For me, the big underrated one on here is Open Secrets. I think is probably one of my favorite songs they've ever done, for sure.
Great song.
I think Second Nature is really beautiful, just a wonderful song. Lock and Key, Mission is one of my favorite songs I've ever done. I think the lyrics in that just speak to me. They almost make me tear up, to be honest, and it just really, really hits me hard. I don't want to waste too much time on this. I mean, again, it is one of my favorite Rush records of all time.
See, I kind of agree with you, Jimmy. I think while I don't love a lot of the sounds on it, and I don't in a weird way, I kind of feel like it sometimes doesn't feel like a Rush album, the Rush that I knew. I think that some of the melodies on here and the song writing on this album is really, really advanced. I think Geddy really got deep into the keyboards and started to write a lot of his stuff on the keyboards, and you can kind of tell from these songs. It really came up for me. It used to be a bottom dweller for me, and it's somewhere in the upper middle range for me now. Which I never would have thought would have happened. So, all right, we'll move on real quick. Following the release of Hold Your Fire, they put A Show of Hands out, their third live album, right, John? Am I right on that? Third,
yeah, before they did all the box set stuff, yeah.
Right.
Because it's the third period they've completed. They did these 4-album deals.
Cycle.
Yeah, cycles before a live album.
So, yeah, this goes all the way through, I get, Hold Your Fire. There's a couple Hold Your Fire songs on here. Basically, it's stuff from, Signals on up through. Not a lot of old stuff. Witch Hunt's the oldest song on here, I believe.
Close to the Heart's on there too.
Close to the Heart, yeah. Next up, 1991. 91, am I right? No,
89.
89, sorry. Is this album Presto? Do you have it, Jimmy? Or
yeah, just a CD. Yeah.
And lots of bunny rabbits there on the front. And this is another one of those albums that I was not that keen on initially. It kind of, in a lot of ways, continued on where going back. I'm talking about going back in time to that period. I remember this coming out and going, it's okay. There's some good songs on it. I like some of it, but it didn't get a lot of repeat listens from me for a while. I gotta say, in the last 4 or 5 years, when I started revisiting a lot of this mid-period Rush, this is a fucking really good album. It's a really good album. Show Don't Tell is a great opener, and it's opened a lot of their shows, and I'm pretty sure it opened this tour. And Chain Lightning is my underrated song on this album. I love that song. It starts out with a weird dissonant sounding guitar, and then it goes into that really super cool, nostalgic sounding chorus. Meteor rays flew across the night. So good. The Pass, one of Rush's greatest songs ever written. The Pass. I think it's just an amazing song. It's about, apparently, and I did not know this till I did some research on it today, it's about juvenile suicide, which I was not aware of, but actually I should have been aware of because the video they did for it is kind of telling. Love that song, The Past. That's one that I could hear over and over live. Wouldn't care. Scars, it's okay. I don't hate it. War Paint, I like that song too. I don't love it, but I like it. Presto, I love that song, man. Presto is a fucking great song. It's so good. And it's prominently using the acoustic guitar, which hadn't been done for a while. Anagram, I'm not crazy about. That song kind of blows. Red Tide, I like that song. Red Tide's really good. Hand Over Fist is decent. Available Light, underrated track on here. Really, really, really amazing song. One of the things that Geddy talks about with this album is that they crafted a lot of the songs on that album to be vocal tracks, and you can really hear it. There's some really almost singer-songwriting sort of songs, like Available Light, The Pass. His vocals sound so good on this album. Again, it's Peter Collins producing. They recorded that one in a bunch of different studios, but finished up in the studio. That one only went to 16 in the U.S. and 7 in Canada. And I really, that one and Hold Your Fire came from way down low up into the middle of the pack for me, and I really, really enjoyed Presto. In fact, going back and re-listening to most of the albums prepping for this, I started with Signals and worked my way forward. I think Presto was the one album that I enjoyed the most and shocked me the most how much I enjoyed it. I was like, God, this album's really good. I actually really enjoy this. Hey, Lauren, how are you? So yeah, I mean, who wants to go next? Jump in.
I'll go. Yeah, I actually like this album. Well, still towards the bottom of my list. You know, they got 19 albums. You got to put it somewhere. I actually did like this album. Again, though, surprisingly for a band of this stature, I don't like a lot of the production on their albums, and I think that's what hurts this album the most. Is that I think some of the playing gets lost in this kind of tinny production sound, which kind of plagues these albums at this point, and I always kind of was disappointed with that. But one thing I will say, Jeff, is that they did not open with Show Don't Tell on this tour when I saw them. They opened with Force 10 on this tour.
Yeah, you're right. I think you're right. Yeah, they did.
And I'll be honest, this tour was actually really good. I mean, they played songs from every album except for Fly By Night and Caress of Steel, which was kind of wild considering the sound. But it sounded like they were trying to get back to their more organic dealings of the past with Show Don't Tell. Show Don't Tell actually sounds like it could be off of Counterparts almost.
It does, absolutely.
Yeah. And I agree about Chain Lightning. I think it's a great song. From there, The Past is good. I like it. And The Past is kind of this string of albums where they put, like, I don't want to call them ballads, but they're ballady like. And The Past is one of those. I mean, they for the most part started that with Hold Your Fire with Second Nature. But The Past is definitely a good song. I actually kind of like War Paint. I think it's pretty good. Scars, yeah. I know it's got the whole Neil thing, doing all these crazy things with his feet on that song. I always thought Presto and Superconductor were good songs. The rest of the album is okay. I do like Hand Over Fist for some reason. That song, I don't know what it is. Alex's guitar playing, he just is doing something different. But other than that, it's a decent album. Again, I just find it strange that they suffered so much from production issues. I don't think it's anything to do with them.
That's a good point. They didn't have stellar production, you would think. Now on the Presto tour, I saw them 3 times, and do you remember during Superconductor, the rabbits would come out of the hats and blow up the side of the, which I think is the only time they ever did like blow up type things that I recall.
Yeah, it was only for those songs off the album, for that or Presto. It strangely enough on this tour, they merged Superconductor and Xanadu together on the set list. Yes.
Well, I don't remember that. I don't remember that. Wow.
Yeah.
Like how?
I stand corrected. Manhattan Project and Xanadu were together. Yeah, sorry about that.
I was going to say that would probably stick out to me a little bit more. You know, but they were great on this tour. Like I said, I went down. I got the first date I went to see him. I saw him in Philly twice and once in Baltimore. And the first Philly show, I took a half day of work off. And when I got up, I was really sick. My buddy Dave, who I don't think he's watching, but I didn't think I was going to make the show. I was that sick to my stomach. And, you know, of course, I pick him up and he's got a case of beer sitting in a cooler ready to go. And I'm like, dude, there's no way. And you know what I did? I started, and I hate to admit this, but yes, I was drinking and driving. As John knows, that was a problem I had way back when. I wasn't drinking, getting fucked up and driving, but I was drinking. And I'll never forget, I drank the first beer and I felt so goddamn ill. We pulled over behind a bowling alley on the way to Philadelphia. I puked my guts out for like 3 minutes. And I felt great the rest of the night. So that was actually a time drinking before the show actually was beneficial. I think it cleared me out of whatever was going on. But, yeah, I mean, what's your take on this one, Jimmy? I guess you probably like this one quite a bit.
Yeah, this is, to me, technically this is 89, but this is the start of the 90s records for me. And I would say definitely for the 90s records, this is the best one. Yeah, I mean, like I this is one I rarely listen to in prep for this. I listened to this a couple times this week, and I was just kind of blown away by how much I really enjoyed it. And yeah, I'm really. It's interesting to hear you guys' like feedback on like production and things, because this is something that I'm not very good at recognizing, or like, I mean, I can usually tell when a production is shitty, or like there might be like a certain thing that I might not like about it, but usually like I'm pretty agnostic when it comes to productions for the most part, probably because I listen to a lot of shitty black metal, so everything sounds good beside that. But I found the production on this to be really quite good. Like to me, it felt really, really bright and in your face and like just, loud. And I felt like I could hear all the instruments. But again, everybody hears things differently. And I don't know, like, again, it's hard. I would be the worst, like, judge when it comes to like trying to say like what's a better produced record versus another. Like for the most part, all the rest, and we had talked about, hearing John's feedback on like some of the earlier records and talking about production. And it's like, for the most part, every record sounded fine to me. And I could never really tell what I liked versus, maybe it was because like, it would come down to the way, like, the vibe of the production or whatever it was. That's one that's like kind of a hard one to crack for me. But anyway, yeah, I think this is definitely the best of their 90s records. And I think there's a lot of great songs on here. Show Don't Tell, we're happy to know that they're back to being guitar. There's a lot of good licensed stuff on here. And Chain Lightning as well, I would say, is probably my underrated track on here. I think they played that live a couple times, but
yeah, they did.
The Past, just a really beautiful song. War Paint's great. Scars is okay. Presto, definitely. I think Presto, yeah, that's one of the best songs they've ever written. It's just really up there. I mean, I don't think I'd even listened to Presto before until I heard them play Presto. I think it was on Time Machine Tour or Snakes and Arrows Tour, one of those. So good. The only track I really just don't like on here is Superconductor. It's a little too poppy and goofy for me. Not bad, but I like Anagram. I like Red Tide a lot. Yeah, for me, it's not a perfect record at all, but I still think that in the Pantheon, they wrote some really good songs on this one.
Okay, so we move on to 91. And we got this puppy here, Roll the Bones. And, there's no doubt that during this period of time, as big a Rush fan as, come on now. God damn it. As big a Rush fan as I was, I do like the artwork on this, though, by the way. There's no doubt I don't want to say I was checking out, but I was getting into a lot heavier music, obviously. I was, by the 90s, I had started to get into the grunge thing. I was getting into Alice in Chains. I was seeing them. I was seeing Soundgarden. These were like really, really fucking heavy bands. And I think that I kind of was a little disappointed that Rush had sounded a little bit more neutered. They just didn't sound as heavy rock to me as they had. Granted, I understood that they weren't necessarily that same band that they were in the 70s. But, John, what's your thoughts on this one?
I'll wait for Jimmy to come back. I do want to say something about production again, but okay. This is a 50-50 album for me.
Exactly.
Half of this album I like a lot. And the other half I'm like, if I never hear it again, I don't care.
Exactly. You nailed me exactly.
Yeah, I mean, Dreamline is a great opener, I think. And I always enjoyed this one live. Bravado continues this kind of trend of, they're not strictly written as ballads, but they have ballady type moments. This is probably, I don't know, this might be the best of them.
I agree. I love this song.
I like most of Roll the Bones. I like the idea behind it. I like the rhythm of it and the pace. I can do without the rap part of it. I mean, live, I get it. People like it, but whatever. Face Up's okay. The songs that stand out for me on this album are the instrumental Where's My Thing, which I think is one of their best instrumentals they ever wrote. And then Ghost of a Chance is just a gorgeous song. Pretty introspective song. It almost feels like a give up song a little bit. The lyrics kind of indicate, take advantage of what you got because there's nothing else that comes. And
well, it's a ballad. That's very much a ballad.
Right. But musically, it's weird. It's not necessarily written like a ballad, but it has those qualities to it. So then the rest of the album, like Big Wheel's decent, but they had a common problem with some of these songs. They have really cool intros and statement riffs, and then the chorus would be weak, or reverse. The chorus would be great, and the rest of the song would be kind of weak. And that's one of them, I think.
Yeah, for me, Dreamline's a great opener, and it's a powerful song. It's got a real powerful chorus. It's got a powerful verse. Bravado is one of my top 10 favorite songs by Rush. It's just such a beautiful, beautiful song. The lyrics of Bravado are fucking intense, man. They are just so good. Roll the Bones, I like it. It's a good tune. It's a rockin' tune. I could definitely do without the rap section. It's sort of, trendy. Face Up, I can't stand. Where's My Thing, you're right, is really, really cool instrumental. It's very atmospheric. It's got a lot of really cool guitar stuff going on with it. The Big Wheel starts off good. Terrible chorus. It's just kind of cheesy sounding. Heresy has moments in it that are decent, but it's not altogether a great track. Ghost of a Chance, I fucking love. I love the guitar lines on it. The guitar solos are pure sex magic, man. They're so good.
Yeah.
I kind of like Neurotica. I think it's kind of a cool song. It's not great. It's certainly, in the middle of the pack here, but I do like that. You Bet Your Life is terrible. I thank God they never played that live. It just seems like a throwaway track. And this is again this is a Rupert Hine. They switched to Rupert Hine, another 80s guy. 50-50 album, dude. You nailed it 100% for me. It's, most Rush albums, it's 70-30 or 80-20 or 100%. That one's definitely a 50-50. I would say Hold Your Fire is like 70-30 for me. That one's 50-50. Jimmy, what you got on?
Hold Your Fire is like 20-80 for me.
Oh, is it really?
Yeah.
Tell me how you really feel. John, you want to say something about production real quick?
Oh, yeah. Hey, Jimmy, I want to say, for Jeff and I, being that we got to experience that whole 70s and 80s release, not remastered, but actual releases, those early CDs sounded like shit for a lot of bands. It didn't matter who it was. And so I think I haven't been able to get rid of that sound. Even though I have all the remastered stuff, it's ingrained. You hear this, you're like, ugh. It's like I go back and listen like to old Joe Walsh album. I'm like, are there even drums on this album?
Yeah.
Literally, is there any bass on this album? I mean, people complain about Injustice for All from Metallica. It's like, go listen to some 70s albums.
I wouldn't say in Rush's case that the production was god awful. It was nowhere near that.
I think it's maybe just the mastering.
I think
that's not working for me, and I'm sure that the remasters are better.
I think in the 70s, a lot of their stuff sounded brown. It had what I would call brown sound to it. In the 80s, it had a fucking brightness to it that was almost too much. And then you get into the 90s and it got into the loudness war stuff in the 2000s. And then you had the fucking digital sound to everything. So I agree with you. I wouldn't say that they've had the greatest sounding. Let's put it this way. Their stuff never quite sounded like Dark Side of the Moon. Fair?
Yeah,
I just think that they sound so much better live.
Yeah.
It's just me.
That's right.
But
yeah. Well, to me, I mean, that's what's interesting. Like I was saying before, like everybody hears things different. Like especially like you're saying, John, like coming from, that time, and things get ingrained, and you can't even like unhear it anymore. You know what I mean? I find that it's not even so much like of a disagreement thing. It's just more just like I always find that interesting to hear how people hear things. You know what I mean? Like it's like because everybody hears things differently, and it's just a really interesting thing about it. By the way, I saw the Eagles a couple weeks ago, John, like 3 weeks ago, and they were fucking amazing.
Oh, is there something about me? Oh, yeah. I'm not a big Eagles fan. I'm not either. It just I only went because my wife's my father-in-law, they loved it and they wanted us to go. They bought us tickets. I wouldn't even. I mean, the tickets were probably freaking crazy, but yeah, I know.
But
he's the only reason I would go to is for Joe Walsh. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And he was great. I mean,
I love the Eagles. Fuck both you guys.
Yeah.
But anyway, talking about what are we talking about? Roll the Bones. Yeah. This is kind of where we're starting to get. I mean, this one's pretty low for me. Just at this point in their career, I feel like the band is is kind of uninspired. Now, that's not to say that there's not some good stuff on here. I think Dreamline's a good track. Bravado is definitely the best of the whole record, and they play that one live quite a bit. Yep. And that one kind of stands out because it doesn't really fit in with the rest of the album. And it's just got a different sound, but it's definitely the best song on here. I can't stand Roll the Bones. I think it sucks. The title track. I just think it's gimmicky lyrically, and just the rap part. It didn't work for them, and I don't down them for it because, anytime they try to incorporate a new style, they usually do it pretty well. But Face Up, can't stand it. I just hate it. The rest of this record is pretty much just forgettable. I listened to it twice this week. I think for me, I did like Heresy a lot. I thought that one had some good stuff. And then isn't there an instrumental on this? Is that Where's My Thing?
Where's My Thing?
Yeah, that's good. But the rest of the record, Big Wheel, Ghost of a Chance, is pretty good. But Neurotica, I don't know, it's just kind of unforgettable.
Yep.
Just really,
Yep. All right, well, let's move on then real quick. I think help me out, guys, here, because my notes, I trailed off there. The next album is Counterparts?
Counterparts.
Okay. Did this come out before Counterparts or after?
That's after Test for Echo.
It's after Test for Echo. Okay. So we got Counterparts and Test for Echo next, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Counterparts. Somebody want to show it real quick? John, you got it?
Woo.
Not much to see there, right?
No, really. Oh, yeah, sorry. Not much.
No, wait, do you have the hair and tortoise thing? Is that in there? Man, I had a shirt with the hair and the tortoise on it. I love that shirt. It got ruined by paint.
Hold on.
I think it's in there, isn't it?
They did some interesting stuff for this one. This is one of the better CD ones. If you look, they got just tons of imagery all over it.
Yeah, the different counterpart things that went together, yeah.
So, it's one of the better ones.
What year was this, John? I'm sorry. Can you tell me that?
1993.
93. Okay. So, after Roll the Bones, and I saw them 3 or 4 times on that tour, believe it or not. Counterparts comes out, and I have to say it was kind of the return of the Rush that I felt I knew in a lot of ways. There was a lot more ballsiness. This is also what I would kind of term, this is grunge is going on pretty hard and strong here. And you got Alex detuning his guitar for the very first time on Stick It Out. This album is a really solid album. Is it a top of the line Rush album for me? No. Is it a top 10 album? Probably on the very outlier of 10. I'd have to look at my list. I don't have that written here, but there's a lot of great tracks on it. There's a few duds. It starts off just kicking ass with Animate. It's just such a intensely great track to open with. And I do believe they started the tour with that, I believe. Stick It Out is kind of like their ode to grunge music in a weird way, which I remember figuring out that was in drop D, and I'm like, whoa, Alex Lyson's tuning down to D? And it's a great tune. My underrated track of this album by far is Cut to the Chase, which I think is my favorite track on the album. It just is a barnstormer of a track. The guitars are ripping on it. The solo on it is insanely good. Nobody's Hero. How can you not like that song? I like it. I do like it. I like the song. Yeah, it's a sappy ballad. It's a bit of a sappy ballad. What do we got after that? Sun and Moon? Between Sun and Moon,
yeah.
I like that tune. It's not great. But let's put it this way. Between Sun and Moon on Roll the Bones would be one of the best tracks. That's kind of how I look at it. What do we got after that, guys? Sorry, I don't know.
Alien Shore.
I like Alien Shore. Alien Shore is a pretty cool song. It's got some great guitar tones on it.
Speed of Love.
I like that song. I don't dislike it. I don't love it, but again, that's kind of a tweener track for me.
Double Agent.
Double Agent's fantastic. I love that song. It's a weird song. It's probably one of the weirder Rush songs they've ever constructed. If you ask me, it's got just the way it's the chords they're using, the melodies the melodies that they use. It's a different sounding Rush track. What do we got after that? Quick,
Leave That Thing Alone.
Oh, that's part 4 or 5 of Fear, right? No,
Leave That Thing Alone is another instrumental.
Okay. Yeah, I don't remember that one.
Now, you know it. If you heard it, it would immediately resonate.
It's a weird one. They get down to 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 down.
It's got this. It starts out. It's just kind of with like a synthy thing going in the background like that, but then the bass kind of does this kind of popping a little bit.
Yeah,
it's
the one that goes.
The bass is dominant, and it's
they did this weird thing when they do this big riff in the middle of the song. It's like when you take a cork or a screw, you're screwing like a jar, right? And you go reverse. You know how you reverse when you screw a top onto a jar, and if you keep going, it just keeps going, and then it goes back to the place where you started, and it goes and it drops back down. And that riff is like that. It goes, and it just repeats back to where it came from. It's a weird riff, but I think it's a spectacular.
I don't remember that one for some reason. What's the song after that one?
Cold Fire.
I like Cold Fire. It's kind of like the pop hit on there in a weird way. It's kind of like a poppy song. I mean, it's
Everyday Glory is the closer, which I like a lot.
I like that song. I think it's a great song. For me, Counterparts was kind of a return to, okay, they seem more interested in writing songs again, and they seem more interested in getting a little bit ballsier. Would I say it's a top 10? It's probably on the outside of the top 10, but it's a good album. So go ahead. Anybody else want to jump? And I think, was that Peter Collins that did that one too? I think it was. You guys there?
Yeah, I'd have to look. I don't have.
Yeah, it was Peter Collins.
Okay, that's what I thought. I think that's the last one by him. But go ahead, John.
Yeah, I agree. I like this one quite a bit. It's actually, I think, right in the middle. It's number 10 for me overall. I like Animate. Stick It Out's pretty good. Cut to the Chase is one of my favorite songs from them overall. It's the one song besides Countdown that I really wish I would have seen them play live. That, and then the third one would be Body Electric. Those are 3 songs I've never seen them play live. They apparently didn't want to play it at my show when they were playing it on their last tour. So it always pissed me off big time after the show. I don't know why. But I
think, what are the songs they most played on this album? They played Animate.
Animate all the time, yeah.
And Stick It Out quite a bit. And then I think they did Speed of Love.
Yeah, Double Agent and Leave That Thing Alone got played a lot.
Did they? Okay.
Yeah. So again, Cut to the Chase. I do like Between Sun and Moon. And then Double Agent and Leave That Thing Alone for me they're great back-to-back songs because they don't sound like anything they've done before. And I actually do enjoy the closer, Everyday Glory. I thought it was one of the better closers they had in a long time. So
I'm trying to think. I know they did Speed of Love live, and I know they did Cold Fire, and what's the other one that was kind of the...
Well, Nobody's Hero got a lot of play for a while.
Alien Shore. I know they did that live, but did they ever do Everyday Glory live?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah. All right, Jimmy, what you got?
Yeah, this is probably my least favorite Rush record.
Wow.
It just I hadn't listened to it in a while, so I spun it. And actually, this is one of the only one of the two I actually don't actually have a physical format. But I don't know why. This one never resonated with me. I just didn't really like. I just didn't really like the tone of the songs on this. I don't know why. It just some of it felt just more kind of uninspired from the last one, and like Stick It Out, things like Animate, Stick It Out. I mean, those are probably 2 of the stronger tracks. So I just didn't really like the vibe of it. Just didn't really resonate with me.
That's cool.
It's not a bad record at all. I mean, I don't think I have a bad record. I mean, it just nothing really stuck with me on this one, except for the instrumental. I mean, that's a really cool instrumental, and they've done that.
Did you see him on this tour?
No.
What about you, John?
Oh yeah, I saw him in Philadelphia.
I saw him four times on this one. Twice in Landover, Maryland. Do you remember what the name of that place was down there? Landover.
US Air Arena.
Yeah, US Air Arena. I saw him twice there, and I saw him twice in Philly. Jimmy, what was the first tour you saw again?
Well, I was going to say, I mean, you got to figure, I mean, this came out in 93. I still had not even ever heard the band until 96. I mean, so 93,
You're still in high school.
14 or whatever, yeah.
Oh, shit. Okay.
Know nothing about Rush.
Sorry,
like,
sorry about that.
Oh, no, it's all good. Yeah, I mean, I unfortunately, I wish I would have seen them, even around this time, but I never got to see them until Time Machine.
Okay.
Yeah, so I mean, because living in New Orleans, I don't think they ever really came around there much. And, like I said, my early years, like, kind of I didn't really become a huge fan until later on, so, but yeah, this one, I listened to it this week, like, hoping that, how you go back to things and you're like, and sometimes you didn't like something way back and then you go back to it and you're like, oh, this is amazing, but I was hoping that would happen with this one, but it just, I didn't really change my mind a whole lot.
Okay.
I just wasn't feeling it.
Yeah, it didn't sway me. I listened to it. It didn't sway me from where I was, which was it's kind of middle of the road. There's a couple of really stellar tracks on it, one amazing track on it, two or three that are really, really good, and then a lot of them that are they're okay. They're not great. They're okay. Let's move on to the next one. John, you got that one?
Just for Echo.
Yeah. I don't have it.
I don't know.
My copy.
Yeah, here we go. I'm getting tired.
I got you. We're trying to move through these quicker now.
There you go. I actually do think this is cool. Hold on, let me open it all the way up because they do something on the. There we go.
Say again. Oh, you have.
Yeah, I actually like the full artwork on this because they got the satellites on it, which I think are kind of.
Oh
cool.
yeah.
Yeah, that is cool.
Yeah.
And it's always three, which I think is funny.
So, what's your
the holy triumvirate?
What's your take on this one, Jimmy?
Yeah, this still kind of ranks fairly low for me, but this is a good record. I mean, well, there's some good stuff on here. There's also some major blunders on here, in my opinion. But this is kind of at the end when I just felt like at this point, they're just kind of like just putting a new record out, right? It's not really doing anything new. The title track is good. I like Driven a lot. Half the World and The Color of Right. I don't know. Those are just kind of downers for me. I don't know. They're not bad songs. They just, there's a feeling with 90s Rush that I just didn't resonate with, and I still don't. I shouldn't say I didn't because I didn't even discover these records till later or whatever it was. But The Color of Right, yeah, I already talked about. Time and Motion, that one's really good. Totem, Dog Years, that is the worst piece of shit that they've ever done.
Yeah.
Lyrically, and what the hell were they thinking? Same thing with Virtuality, awful. Resist is definitely my favorite song on here. I think that's definitely the most underrated track. I think they've done that one live a couple times.
They have, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
They did it acoustically. They did it acoustically. I saw Getty pull out the acoustic and do, yeah.
I mean, for me, the 90s period is my least favorite period of Rush. I think is my favorite. But, I like Counterpart. It ranks pretty low. Like I said, Time and Motion. I like that one a lot, too. It kind of sticks out from the rest of the record because it's kind of more of a moody, kind of dark piece, and the rest of it's kind of like Half the World, Color of Red. It's just a little too like happy go rushy. I don't know, So, yeah.
How about you, John?
This one will rank all the way down at number 18 for me. But I do like songs off this album, but it's a third of an album I like, and then a third that's okay, and a third that I just don't want to ever hear again.
Yeah.
I think actually the title track's pretty underrated. I actually think it's a pretty good song. But for some reason it gets lumped in with the rest of the album, which is too bad. I do think Driven is probably the best song off the album. Another song that bleeds. It could easily have been on Counterparts. It has that vibe. I'm a little more sympathetic towards Half the World. It's continuing again in this trend of these kind of ballady type songs that there's like one, maybe two max only, but they've been doing them since Hold Your Fire. I agree. I'm not big on The Color Right. Time of Motion's okay. Don't care about Totem. Dog Years is bad. Virtuality pisses me off because that intro riff and the statement portion of the song is very good. And then that chorus comes in, and
the chorus is terrible.
It just so killed bad. This whole song for me.
Yeah.
So it's too bad. That would have been cool if that would have been the instrumental on the album, and they just dumped the whole chorus. Resist is great. I think that's one of their better songs that they had done in that style. Limbo's a decent instrumental. I actually was a little disappointed with it because the previous albums with instrumentals were so good. It's decent. And then I couldn't tell you anything about Carve Away the Stone because I can't remember the last time I listened to it, to be honest with you.
Yeah, this one takes up the bottom position in my 19. I do like the title track. I do like Driven. I think we're all pretty much on the same page. I do love Resist. I think that's a great song. I do like Limbo. And beyond that, man, I can't find much at all to like about the rest of this album. Dog Years is fucking terrible. I agree.
That's so bad.
I hate to say I forget what Time and Motion sounds like, and I just listened to it today. That's the problem. Like, I listened to that album today, and I kind of forgot what a lot of the stuff sounds like that quick. And I know I'm not physically well, and I know that's part of it, but part of it is there's just not that many good songs on it.
It's not memorable at all.
Huh?
It's not memorable at all.
No, exactly. Yeah. Carve Away the Stone. Ugh, terrible. What's the one? What's Totem? Oh, yeah. Come on, man. There's just a lot of really, and some of the lyrics are really kind of not very good for Neil. Like you said, net girl, net boy, net. It's like
so bad.
Put your message in a modem and send it into the what is it, the something C, the whatever, the internet C, whatever, dude. Come on.
Who cares?
Moving on. Yeah. So then we've got this one, right?
Yes.
Different stages, live. I think from Chicago, Atlanta, and Philadelphia, I believe, is on here too. This is everything up through. This goes back and has The Trees is on it, Close to the Heart, 2112, Analog Kids. So this is a good one. I actually like this live album.
That's actually very good, even though it's not from the same show. And it also has a third disc, which is that live show from England that ends up in the Feral the Kings box set.
Killer. So that's not, if you're looking for live stuff, that's not a bad one. We'll move on. We are at two things to mention, though. On Test for Echo, the very first thing happened with Rush that hadn't happened before. They went to an evening with Rush, which meant they had no opening bands, and they went to playing basically about a 2.5 to 2 hour, 45 minute set. And, I saw the very first one I saw them do that for Test for Echo was at when Wells Fargo opened up in Philadelphia. They had tore down the Spectrum. And what I remember distinctly about that show, other than them playing a lot of stuff they hadn't played in a long time, was like Natural Science. They did Lock and Key, and they started it in the wrong key. Like Geddy actually was playing live because he hit the wrong keyboard. He hit the wrong keys on the keyboard. He went to hit the opening. There's a keyboard line at the beginning of Lock and Key, and he hit the chord, and it was like, what the fuck was that? It was not, you could tell it was like a goof up, The other thing then to note is that we don't have a Rush album now for 5 years, correct?
6.
Is it 6? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, it was 5 before they started recording. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And we should mention that essentially, and I don't have the dates committed to memory. I didn't write them down because they're just so horrible. But during this period after Test for Echo, Neil Peart lost his daughter to a car accident. I think her Jeep overturned on a roadway in Canada in a snowstorm. And within a year, I think within 9 months, his long-term, the mother of his daughter, and his long-term romantic partner of 20 some years died from cancer. And there was a real sense that this band is done. They're never coming back. The little bit of interviews that they did, Geddy and Alex were like, hey, man, there's no Rush without Neil. So we're just letting him do what he needs to do right now. And obviously, Neil kind of took off and disengaged from the world. He was able to do that because he was wealthy. And I don't blame him. He took off on his motorcycle and rode, I don't know, like 50,000 miles or something crazy like that down into Central America and all over the United States and Canada. And then he called the guys up one day and said, hey, let's make an album. And so they were basically off for, like John said, about 6 years. And they came back with this album, Vapor Trails, in 2002, right?
Mm-hmm. 2002.
Yeah, 2002. And this is the original version, and then there was a remixed version, which they called Vapor Trails Remixed, and we can talk about that briefly when we get into it. This album, for me, it's the first album that do not include any keyboards on it at all, and not very many acoustic guitars either. It's basically a power trio album, and when I first heard this album, I was just so goddamn happy Rush was back. I didn't care how good it was. I just didn't care. I just was happy to have my favorite band back and to know that they were going on tour. And I saw them 5 times on this tour. I drove up to Montauk Mountain up in northern PA. I went to Jersey. I went to Baltimore, and I went to Hershey, in fact. Listening to this today, I like it more than I thought I did. But to be very blunt with you, with this album, I wasn't really blown away once the dust had kind of settled from them returning. I was happy they were back, but I didn't really love a lot of the songs on here initially. Going through it now real quick, One Little Victory, I like it. I don't love it. That's one song of theirs I could do without hearing live, although it's great live when they have the dragging come up and the fucking fire blowing and everything. It's really cool. Ceiling Unlimited, okay song. Ghost Rider, great song. Really, really good song. Peaceable Kingdom, actually a pretty good tune. The Stars Look Down, I kind of like it after I hadn't heard it for a long time. It's not bad. How It Is, kind of a ballad. Kind of an upbeat sort of radio ballad, not bad. Vapor Trail, okay. Secret Touch, okay. Earthshine, killer track. Really heavy. Sweet Miracle, I kind of like quite a bit, actually, on this one. I don't remember Nocturne already. I don't remember it. Freeze, I kind of dig that one. It's a cool part of, and that is part 4 of Fear, right? Yeah. That's part of the Fear trilogy, which we didn't get into, but whatever. You did a little bit, John. And then Out of the Cradle, kind of forgettable. I put this somewhere in the lower middle. I'm just glad they were back. Yeah, it's great that it didn't include a lot of keyboards on it, but again, I will say that the mix on this originally was terrible.
Oh, horrible.
It sounded fucking especially when you would put it in your car stereo and crank it up. It literally was almost unlistenable. You had to pull the bass off of it so far, and then all you just had was this crazy high-end loudness thing. Yeah, it was really bad. The remix version is much better, and you can actually hear some guitar solos. There was a guitar solo in Ceiling Unlimited you can't hear on the original mix. You can hear it on the remix. So I much prefer the remix version for sure. Again, for me, this is probably a 60-40 album. It's a 60-40 album for me. The good stuff is really, really good. The okay stuff is just okay. There's no real dogs on it. There's no dog ears on it, but there's not a lot of there's a fair amount of kind of middling material. So, John, what you got?
Yeah, I'm the same way on this album, although I'm more 50-50 on this one.
Okay.
I do like One Little Victory, and what I like about it is that it was Rush introducing Neil Peart to everyone again.
Oh, right.
By giving him the intro, and I believe they opened their tour with that, where he came out and he did that.
Yep.
Just he makes it sound so easy. I could never have played that.
No.
And I love the Rush in Rio. Now we're gonna all these live shows. There's too many to talk about now because every album had a live show, and then they were doing all these special tours. But if you do watch the Rush in Rio, they have the camera that's sitting right above him, and you could watch him do his fills, and you could see his feet down there, and it's awesome. But for me, I don't like as many songs as you do. It's not that I dislike them. They're not memorable to me, but I do like Peaceful Kingdom. I do like Secret Touch, Earthshine, and Freeze is probably my favorite song off the album. It's because it's different. It's got a very jarring sound to it. It's a little angular on the riff, but I was glad they were back. I missed them actually on this tour. Apparently when they played in Northern Virginia, where I live, that was like one of these horrendous torrential, Jeff knows what I'm talking about, these torrential downpours at Nissan Pavilion, which is now Jiffy Lube, but they would be so bad that if you got caught, I got caught in one once before, and it always happens in June there for some reason. And you try to avoid them, but it gets you every time, man. If we all complain about that here. And that was one of those shows. I was like, boy, I'm glad, because I was going to go sit on the lawn, and I backed out at the last thing. I was like, I'm not driving down in all that traffic, which is another unfortunate common thing we deal with here. It just poured at that show. So,
John, which was the show that I came down to Jiffy Lube for? What tour was that? Was that Snakes?
I think so, yeah.
Okay. Mm-hmm. I'm trying to think. Have you and I only seen one Rush show together?
Probably, yeah. I mean, I think Rush is the only band I've seen with every show I've gone to has been with different people.
Man, that's mind-blowing that you and I have only seen one Rush show together.
I mean, I've seen multiple shows with the same people, but it's every show there's always a different person in my group. It's kind of wild.
Okay. I was thinking about that. I was like, man, I had to have seen a couple of shows with you. And then I'm like, no, I think there was only that one. And that was the funny one where I got like 7th row tickets or whatever it was. But it turns out the two dudes that were in front of me were like 18 feet tall. And you were sitting up on the first row of the upper section, and you were like,
no, I was actually in, you were in the pit, and they put those pit seats down there.
Yeah.
And I was in the first section.
Right.
And I was up like only 10 rows. I wasn't that far from you. And I had this.
No, but you were up where you could see everything perfect.
I had an amazing view.
I'm like 10 feet from the stage, but yet these two motherfucking Goombas in front of me were literally like 6'8", both of them. And I'm 5'7" on a good day. And I'm like, God damn it. Because I remember looking up at you and you were laughing at me like, I see you were rubbing it in. But I mean, I could see through the guy's, shoulders and all that stuff. But yeah, I think it was for that.
It was. No Snakes and Arrow.
Real quick, you mentioned this. This is the Rush in Rio DVD, and it's one of the better live DVDs I've ever seen, or Blu-rays, whatever you want to catch it. There is a part during YYZ, I think, where the crowd is literally singing the guitar parts like whoa 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 whoa, and it's so intense. I mean, and these guys never really knew that they had that kind of a following down there, I think.
I mean, just watch the first 2 minutes of Tom Sawyer when they open up and they show the one guy and he's looking up, praying to God and crying.
That's right.
I mean, that should tell you everything you should know about that show. So,
and real quick, before we moved on to one last thing, I'll show this quick. This is called Replay. I'm sure it's out on Blu-ray now. I'm sure. This has the first 4 videos that they did. They did Grace Under Pressure. Oh, I'm sorry, Exit Stage Left, which you showed. That's the live DVD of that. They have Grace Under Pressure, A Show of Hands, and then they have also the bonus disc in here is the Grace Under Pressure tour soundtrack. So that's 3 DVDs in one there. Which I hate to say now, showing them on my 1080p TV, they look like shit. So, but I'm not buying the Blu-rays.
Yeah, man. For me, Vapor Trails. If Test for Echo would have been the last record, I would have been disappointed. If Vapor Trails would have been the last record, the same. It's pretty low for me. I mean, it's kind of down there by counterparts. I don't think it's a bad record. It just doesn't resonate with me. I don't know. I just felt kind of. I do like some of the songs. I mean, I like the first track. I like the title track, and Secret Touch I like a lot, and Earthshine. Those are really the only ones. I really wanted to like Ghost Rider because I don't know if you guys have read the Ghost Rider book, which was great. So good. And I was kind of hoping that was really going to kind of encapsulate that, but just didn't really quite do it for me. So I don't want to waste too much time and try and move on. But it just felt like it was great that they were back, and but it still just felt kind of uninspired. And I don't know, maybe just the songs. Like I'm always looking for the earworms when it comes to Rush, and to me there was just not really a whole lot of earworm going on here. So
fair enough. Are we at this one now?
Yep.
Okay. You have this version, John? The like the box one?
Yeah, I think so. Somewhere.
Yeah, it's weird. I don't know. So now remind me, because I don't have my notes. I quit taking them. What year was Vapor Trail? 2002, right?
Yeah.
So this is another 5 years, because I think this is 2007.
It is, yes.
So they did a lot of touring, but they started to space out the recording of their albums. And this one here, I like a lot of it, and I don't like some of it. Probably another 60-40 album for me. John, you go ahead and give me your thoughts on this one.
I actually like this album a lot more than Vapor Trails. I agree. There's a few songs on here that I couldn't tell you what they were because I haven't really listened to them. But I do think, Jimmy's talking about earworms. I think Far Cry is definitely one of those earworm songs. I always loved when they played this live. And it was the total biggest prick tease song they ever sampled because it has the prelude to Hemisphere's riff on it. And they started doing that a little bit on these later albums. They just kept previewing little bits and pieces from their past. But it's funny, the next song, Armor and Sword, which I actually like a lot too, when it gets into the heavy guitar riff, that could have been off of Permanent Waves. I mean, if you just put on earphones and listen, it's crazy how they were throwing those in. The rest of the album, I think, is good. Working Them Angels is a decent song. Larger Bull is decent. I thought Spindrift was great.
Oh, yeah, great song.
Intro has a little bit of a witch hunt vibe to it. Tiny bit, not much. The Main Monkey Business was a good instrumental with a very cool video that they showed during the shows. The Way the Wind Blows, I thought was decent. I thought it was much better live than on album. And then from there, the album is okay. Hope and Faithless are kind of interesting bits that they did that are a little different. There's a Hope is that the Alex Lifeson guitar solo thing he does. And then from there, I like Malignant Narcissism. I think that's kind of an interesting instrumental.
Instrumental, yeah.
So,
I think we should note too, they went with a big name producer on this with Nick Raskulinecz, and because he was a huge fan of the band, and Nick was kind of coming up doing Foo Fighters and had done I think he had done Devil Put Dinosaurs Here. He was doing a lot. He was like the vanity producer, still is kind of. For me, Armor and Sword is the killer track on the album. Working Them Angels is very good, like that. Spindrift is great. Far Cry is great. Main Monkey Business is fun. Man, after that, I honestly couldn't tell you what any of the rest of those songs sound like. I hate to say it, I just don't remember. And this one I did not get to. This one and the last one. The one thing I will say about this, both John and I have a common experience in this, is the coolest thing about that tour and that album is we both got to meet Geddy and Alex on that tour, which was, besides my kids being born, that was probably the most fucking oh shit moment in my life, But yeah, I saw them 3 times on that tour, and they were great live. They were fantastic. I mean, is that the tour? Was Vapor Trails the first tour they started with the Rotisserie Chickens, right?
I think so, somewhere around that
I
period.
think it was Vapor Trails. Then with this one, they had the washer and dryers, I believe, or back. It was one or the other. They did the rotisserie chickens one time, and then the washer and dryer stuff. And again, live they were always fantastic. I think I don't want to say they lost the spark to create, because the final album we're going to talk about kind of puts that to rest, in my opinion. But it just does seem like that there was just, they weren't fully committed to creating awesome albums like they had been. And maybe it's just us. Maybe we're just picky. I don't know. Maybe, especially you and me, John, where we've been around for 40 years and we want to see them knock it out of the park on every single track. They didn't do that these last couple of albums. There's no question in my mind that they didn't do that.
Albums are too long. That was the problem.
Another problem too. Yeah. It's easier to knock it out of the park when you're doing a 38-minute or 41-minute album. When you're doing a 67 or 70-minute album, it changes a lot. You got to, especially when you're the way they wrote. Jimmy, what you got?
For me, this was a step in the right direction. And honestly, for me, this is probably my favorite record since Presto. I don't think it's a perfect record. I would say it's probably about a 60-40, but I'm finally getting the earworms that I like to talk about, on this. Far Cry, you got some heavy guitar with great license stuff going on, the quadruple Far Cry, Armor and Sword, Working the Angels, and The Larger Bowl, I think are all fantastic Rush songs. And Working the Angels, it's just a great song. I love it. It's catchy. I mean, it's memorable. I love it. For me, Spindrift kind of dragged. I kind of got bored with that one. The Main Monkey Business, I love that. I saw them, and this also marks the first time I ever saw them live. Was on the Snakes and Arrows tour. So, talking about the rest of the record, for me, the underrated track is The Way the Wind Blows. I think that's a really beautiful song. It starts off kind of weird, and it kind of turns into something different that you're not really expecting when they get into the chorus, because it doesn't seem like it's going to go there, but it does. And he belts out one of the most memorable choruses that I really love, and Hope is a really beautiful little instrumental track that Lifeson did live there too. Great acoustic. And then Faithless, I love. I think that is a catchy, wonderful track that harkens back to, I think, Permanent Waves days, the lyrics really resonate with me with what Neil wrote on there. After that, the rest of the record is pretty forgetful. It's definitely not perfect, but finally since Presto, I've got songs here that really kind of like not only speak to me, but really are catchy and really give me that orgasm that I want. And so I got to see them live for my first time at Red Rocks here in Colorado.
Wow.
And I think I saw them twice. They played 2 nights, and I got the tour program. And for me, this was a big deal because I've never seen the band. And like I said, we could talk for hours, guys. I'm sure about this, about our histories with this, and trying to get through all these records. But I've had a very kind of tumultuous trajectory with being a Rush fan, so I think for me the last 10 years I've been a bigger Rush fan than I ever have been in the years that I've known about the band. So seeing them at Red Rocks is an experience in itself because seeing a show there is amazing, and there's something about the rocks there that just the acoustics are just, and Rush playing, that was a great tour. I remember the set list was really awesome. And it was very, very meaningful for me to finally get to see them play live.
Super jealous of you seeing them at Red Rocks, man.
The majority of the shows I've seen them play were at Red Rocks. So
wow, that's
very cool.
And then they went on to do the Time Machine tour. I think this was between Clockwork and Snakes and Arrows, but this is the one I saw them 2 nights. They did back-to-back nights at Red Rock. And it was pretty, it was the same set both nights, but it was a great set. Remember I said that they played Entre Nous that night. They did the entire Moving Pictures record. Definitely probably the most memorable, set that I ever saw these guys play.
Yeah, that was a killer show. I loved going to that show. Real quick, and I know we're almost at the end there, John. R30. They did a 30th anniversary tour. You remember what year that was, John? 2005.
Somewhere around there, yeah.
I think it was 2005. So this would have been after Vapor Trails came out, but before Snakes and Arrows. This was a great tour, man. I mean, this was, they opened with a medley of Finding My Way, Anthem, Bastille Day, Passage to Bangkok, Cygnus X1, Hemisphere. Then they did Spirit of Radio, Force 10, Animate, Subdivisions, Earthshine, Red Barchetta, Rolling Bones, The Seeker, which is a Who song, Tom Sawyer, Dreamline, Between the Wheels, Mystic Rhythms, Resist, Heartful of Soul, which is a cover, 2112, Xanadu, Working Man, Summertime Blues, which is a cover, Crossroads, and Limelight. And just so, this is kind of a forgettable thing, but they did this covers thing called Feedback. You guys have this one?
I have it, yeah.
I think I've listened to it twice. I don't want to really hear Rush covering other bands, to be honest with you. I appreciate the fact that they look at the roots and are cool with it, but whatever. And then real quick, lastly, Snakes and Arrow Live. This was, again, now, once DVD technology came into the fore, every tour they had, they were filming, and I was buying them all until the last one. I did not get anything for the final album, which brings us to the final album, Clockwork Angels from 2012.
2012.
And I'll go last on this. John.
Okay, I'll be brief, but I'll be potent. This is by far my favorite record they put out since Signals. I just loved it. And I know some people feel that way and some don't, but and I don't like every song on the album, but I just thought that they felt like they almost knew they were going out at some point, and they just went for it. And I think there's some interesting things on here. I think Caravan's a great intro song to start it off. Brought Up to Believe is good. I really wish they didn't have that little intro bit on it, because when the single came out with just Caravan and the shorter version of Brought Up to Believe, it's freaking awesome. And then on the album, they added this intro. I was like, lame. Clockwork Angels, I think, is one of the better songs they've done in a very long time.
Amazing.
The Anarchist is great. I have a very special place for Carnies. I think that song is amazing.
Amazing.
Halo Effect is okay. I'm not so big on it.
Probably the weakest track on it.
Second, maybe. Seven Cities of Gold, I absolutely love. I think there's some great Getty work on that. I'm not a big fan of the Wreckers. It's no.
Killing me, man.
I just never liked that rhythm. And it's not them, it's any bands that's played that. Headlong Flight is kind of like their medley song for their whole career. They drop so many little bits and pieces. I mean, there's a part where it sounds like they're playing Bastille Day, that kind of quick, rapid cymbal bass beat that they do from Bastille Days in there, which I always thought was kind of cool. And then I actually Wish Them Well. I know some people don't like that song. I think it's a decent song. And The Garden is a great closer because it's so different, and it was great live when they had the orchestra. So that's all I'll say outside of the fact that it's up in my very it just falls right outside of that core group of albums.
How many times did you see him on this one?
Probably not enough. I saw them. Actually, I saw them I think only just once on this tour.
Okay.
Yeah.
Jimmy, what you got on this one?
Yeah, this is in my top 5.
Nice.
And the fact that they went out on this, I'm so happy for, because I think this is a 10 out of 10. Every single song is fantastic. I love it. I love everything about it. I bought the book. The book was good.
Yeah,
the story is really cool. As John said, I think they kind of knew that this was probably going to be the end. I'm just so glad that they ended on this note, because like I said, if they'd ended on Vapor Trails or even Snakes and Arrows, which I loved, I would have been disappointed that they didn't, end on a great note, and they certainly did with this. And to me, this is, at times one of my favorite records that they've done. And I don't know, everything about it. I mean, it's Caravan of B2B. I mean, it's kind of bringing the heaviness. As John said, Clockwork Angels is one of their finest moments in quite some time, and brought back, sort of the prog tinges that I was kind of wishing that they would go back to at some point that they never ever went. The Anarchist, I love that song. I agree with John that Carney's is so great. I even love Halo Effect. Seven Cities of Gold is a special place in my heart because, he's singing about Utah right there. He's singing about Canyonlands, which is a very special place for me. So that really resonated deeply. The Wreckers, I actually can't really quite remember what that sounds like at the moment, but Headlong, I know I liked it. The Headlong Flight to me is kind of like a culmination, like John said. There's moments of things that they've done, and I love that main bass line. To me, it's just a banger, Wish Them Well, I love that as well. Great song. And I've heard people say they didn't like that one. It's just a good song. But to me, The Garden, to end on this track, this is one of my favorite songs that the band has ever done. It is an absolutely beautiful song, and I would be totally pleased if I could listen to that before, on my deathbed, because it just, it's a beautifully written song. The lyrics, everything about it, to take me to the promised land, to go out on that for me, kind of, that's my, I could go on at length about this. I love the production. I love everything they did about it. I think that the concept was so fitting, for the last record. And I did get to see them. They did the Clockwork Angels tour, and so I saw that at the Pepsi Center in Denver, and which was great. They did the first set, kind of like just hits and stuff, and they came back out with the orchestra and did the Clockwork Angels. And I thought that was fitting. That was a record worthy of doing in its entirety. And that was the tour where they did a lot of 80s stuff too. They did the Body Trick. They did Design. They did. I think they did a few 80s tracks on that one, which was interesting because it was like 4 or 5 tracks was like 80s era. I was like, wow, they're kind of going back there. And then after that, maybe do we want to talk about R40 yet, or are we gonna?
What's that?
We're gonna talk about R40.
Let me run over this one real quick here. For me, this is a top 10 album. How about it, John? Do you remember when I got this and you and I were texting about it? I'd be texting you every like, dude, this fucking song is amazing. Dude, this song's fucking amazing. Dude, this song's amazing. It was like, and for like a week, that's all I did was text John. It's like, dude, I haven't listened to anything but fucking Clockwork Angels for like one fucking solid week, dude. Something's wrong with me. Yeah, it blew my mind. This album blew my mind. I was like, I really started to doubt whether they could put a 100% full album together. And this is 98% there. Caravan's amazing. I agree with John. The single edit of Brought to Believe was better, but I still love the song. Clockwork Angels, what a song, man. What a song. It's fucking amazing. The Anarchist, it's a ripping track. Carney's, I love it. Halo Effect's probably the weakest one for me, but I don't dislike it. Seven Cities of Gold, man. I mean, it's just such a barn-burning track. I like the Wreckers a lot. Headlong Flight is probably the one song it's my least favorite song on the album. Just because it kind of reminds me of what they've done before. Maybe that's a bad thing. I don't know. They have the little interlude, and Wish Them Well I love. But Jimmy, I'm with you. The Garden, quite possibly one of the greatest songs they've ever written. Certainly one of the most mature tracks they've ever written. It's very different from most of what they've ever written in their career, and it's a beautiful track. It's deep. It's deep as hell. I mean, it's one of those ones when you read the lyrics, man, it's heavy. It's heavy stuff. So real quick on R40, I saw him 3 times on the thing. I wanted to ask though, and John, I can't because I'm having trouble with my memory. Did they always did they have the orchestra out the whole time? They did, didn't they?
I thought it was just for
just for
the album, yeah.
No, but I mean, just for the album tracks, yeah. But I meant they had it on the whole tour, though, right? Like every place they did.
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah. Because I was thinking for some weird reason they did a set of dates without them, and then I'm like, no, that doesn't make any sense. I think they had it for the whole tour. Give us your R40 story, and then we'll wrap it.
Me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. I only saw him once on the tour.
Same here.
It was great. Probably had to be the end because you could tell that it was getting tough to play, especially for Neil, because the Anarchist pretty much put his shoulder out of commission because that intro was so tough to play. I think he talked about that. I mean, it was a sad show, but at the same time, I was happy that I got to see them for 30 plus years live. So it was a great set list. Got to see Jacob's Ladder finally. Waited a long time for that.
Lakeside Park. Little bit of Garden Road.
Garden Road at the end. So it was good. I mean, and I appreciated the backwards set list. I thought that was kind of cool. So they started with the most recent and finished with their early demo stuff. So
yeah, that was a super cool idea. I mean, I don't think anybody's ever done that before that I know of anyway.
No, and they broke down the set. So as they went along, they broke their equipment to the point where they got down to like a little amp on a chair at the end. So
that was so cool. I saw him once, and I got to tell you, I almost didn't go. And thank God, this friend of mine, I had gone through a lot of shit. You know, I had a lot of great losses in my life for a year or two, and I was working a really shitty job. And a buddy of mine came in there that I hadn't seen in years. He's like, dude, did you hear Rush is coming to Philly? And I'm like, yeah, I heard. I don't know, man. I don't think I'm going to go. I don't really have the money and blah, blah, blah. He's like, we're going. We are going to that show. And then I didn't hear from him for a couple of weeks. And out of the blue, he shows up at work and hands me an envelope and says, here you go, man. I'm like, what's this? He's like, your Rush ticket. I'm like, wait, what? He's like, dude, we're going to the fucking show. I told you we were going to the show. 16th row on the floor at the Wells Fargo Center. But when we talked about it, I wanted him to make sure he got a ticket. If he was going to get it, I wanted him to get me and my son a ticket. He didn't get my son a ticket. So the very morning of the show, I found my son a ticket, and I got to go see that show with Tristan. And I got to say, it was maybe it was the best show ever, other than the first show, because I got to share that with my kid, and he was blown away by it. And like you, seeing Jacob's Ladder again for the first time since 1980, seeing Xanadu again for the umpteenth time and loving every second of it, you know, and the way they went backwards and broke the stage down. It was fucking magical, man. And to know that I got to see the tour that was Neil's final tour, we didn't know that was going to be the end of Neil. We just thought it was the end of the band probably, or maybe they'd just do, you know, like a residency somewhere, or maybe they'd put another album out but wouldn't tour on it. We just didn't know. But what we definitely didn't know is that Neil, within 2 years, was going to be stricken with terminal cancer and be gone in January of 20. And I got to say, man, I've only cried my life for two people that died. And one was Chris Cornell, and the other was Neil Peart. And
yeah, it was a hard hitter, man. It was, God, it was so just.
What came out of nowhere, man.
You know, it's just, I mean, I wasn't surprised, you know, just because, I mean, he was a pretty private guy, you know, but man, just what a loss. I mean, I feel bad because he was really ready to be done, you know, and it's just, it pains me to know that he didn't have more life in him, that he could just enjoy shit and not have to work so hard. And, you know what I mean?
And I mean, the other thing real quick is, because I know you want to go, John, Neil had a great life, though. Let's not kid ourselves. The guy had an amazing life. But I will say this. If there's any one character or person in rock and roll that's had a more tragic, a juxtaposition of tragedy with triumph, I can't think of who it might be other than somebody that died, like Joplin or Hendrix or somebody like that. Neil lost his daughter. He lost his wife. And then he died at a pretty young age. And he had all the millions and millions of dollars. He was worth $50 million or something like that. But, that the money can only buy you so much happiness. And I think Neil was generally a pretty happy guy. I think he was a pretty positive guy and a forward-thinking guy and enjoyed life. There's no doubt he didn't, because if you ever saw his website where he was on his bike travels and going, cross-country skiing and stuff, he lived life to its fullest. So that man had a full life. But, yeah, you just feel like it got cut way too short. And who I really feel bad for, other than his wife and his young daughter, Olivia, is Geddy and Alex, man. They lost one of the guys at work, They lost one of the guys at work. But if you ever watch the end, and I know, John, you have, and I think, Jimmy, you have, if you watch that dinner where they had that dinner at that log cabin or wherever they are, and they're planning out their future, those three fucking guys loved each other super deeply, and they weren't just working partners. They were best of friends. And as private as Neil was, those two guys at work, Neil, Geddy and Alex, they were his best buddies, man. There's no question about it. And, I've watched that sequence on YouTube a couple of times of them at dinner, and I am in fucking tears because I'm in tears because I know I'm never going to see that again. And I'm in tears because it's so goddamn funny. It's hysterical. Alex Lifeson is one of the funniest fucking guys on the planet,
Yeah.
So go ahead, Jimmy. Give us your tie up, and then I gotta let John get out of here.
Oh yeah, well, I mean, like my R40 experience was actually pretty special because I saw them 3 times. I have a buddy here that lives with me that's a huge Rush fan. So what we decided to do is I'm from New Orleans, Louisiana, and he's from Fort Worth, Texas. So we got tickets for New Orleans, Austin, Texas, and then Denver, Colorado. So we went to Austin, saw the show there. Then we flew to New Orleans, saw the show there, and then we came back home and saw them in Denver. And then Denver was the best seats we had. We got pretty close up, but we pretty much knew this was the end. So it was like, why not do something special like this? And of course, it was amazing. And I'll say, just to kind of wrap up, I mean, a band like Rush really gives me like a sort of, I'm not really a religious person, I'm a spiritual person, but a band like Rush makes me believe that there's something higher at work, because I mean, when you look at these 3 guys that came together and stayed together for so long, which is a very rare thing that happens for big bands like this, and that constantly have members coming in and out and all these things. I mean, all your favorite bands, there's always a revolving door of members and things like this. And these 3 guys come along, and they're just the most. You'll never see the like. I don't think, at least in our lifetime. And to me, that gives me some hope. To think that. I think there's something else at work, because it was too perfect, and that really, for me, gives me all that meaning, for this band that's given us so much great music, and I'm very appreciative of it.
I think too, those 3 guys were so not rock and roll. They're just so not rock star guys, Having met them, John, you met them, and we only got a minute or so with them, 2 minutes maybe. I did not get the feeling at all that they were looking at me like, looking at their watches like they couldn't wait. Alex was so fucking kind to me, and I did the whole, I'm not worthy. Remember, John, I called you from the line. I'm like, dude, I think I'm going to shit my pants. I really think I'm going to shit my pants. And he's just like, dude, I wouldn't do that. I walked up, I'm like, I'm not worthy. And Alex was like, I'm like, dude, seriously, you are the reason I picked up a guitar. And he was so gracious and kind, and he was such a sweet guy. And I forgot Geddy was standing next to me. I turned to Geddy. I'm like, oh shit, hey Ged, I'm sorry. and they were my fucking heroes. And if you would have told me in 1978 that I was going to get to meet those guys, I'd have told you were out of your fucking mind. But, to me, I've met a lot of rock guys. How about, John? We've met a lot of rock dudes. We've met Opeth. We've hung with those guys. We've hung with PT. I've met a lot of guys.
Yeah.
Nobody compared to meeting to those guys. Granted, they were on a different level, and we got closer to those other guys in real life. But these two dudes were like my fucking heroes. These three guys never got to meet Neil, which is fine. But those guys are like my heroes. And to meet those guys for 2 minutes was out of my fucking mind. I said the birth of my children was the number one thing in my life that happened. The number two thing in my life that happened was meeting Geddy and Alex. And I mean that with all my heart. They hold a special place in my heart. And you guys know, Jimmy knows about my situation. John, I don't know how much more time I got left, but I know that when I go wherever I go, I told people I want to take those CDs with me. They go with me. If I go in the crematory, they go with me. I want to go wherever they go, I go, or wherever I go, they go. And you missed the beginning of this, Jimmy, when I said there's no band in the world that means more to me than this band, and will ever mean more to me than this band. And I want to thank both you guys for sharing your experiences. John, I really want to especially thank you because I know your schedule's tough to get around sometimes with Metalheads and with your wife and everything. And I just want to thank you for sharing in this. And Jimmy, it's been great to have you on board again for another episode. I don't know, man. People are going to start talking gas masks and hand grenades. It's you and me, I guess. But I hope to do a few more. John, I hope to do Fate's Warning down the road here.
That'd be cool.
And we definitely want to do that Opeth one because you are the man on that because you're going to know 90 bajillion things more than me. And we've been there together a lot for a lot of those shows.
Yeah, if you'll do that, I'd love to do it because I've been an Opeth fan since Born to Rise.
That may be the next one we tap into. That might. I don't know that we'll do a 5-hour episode on, but we probably could with John and my experiences with
probably
them.
Could. I do too. I've seen them more than any other band I've seen. So.
John's only seen them 62 times, I think. So
that's more than me. I think I'm like in the 20 or 30.
I'm in the 20s range, but I ain't in his there. But anybody want to say anything final to wrap up? John, do you want to pimp Metalheads?
Yeah. If you got another 5 hours, come check out our podcast, metalheadspodcast.com. We're on Facebook, we're on Twitter, Instagram. We do usually every 3 or 4 weeks, we'll do a super long episode like this. That'd be great.
Is that wearemetalheads.com? Or?
Yes, we are Metalheads.
Okay, cool, man. I'm going to check you out. It was cool to talk to you, John. I really appreciate it. I'll definitely check your podcast out, and hopefully we'll collaborate again, man.
That'd be great. I'll say one last thing about yes, and I had a great time doing this with you too, Jimmy. I'll say one last thing. When I got my chance to meet Rush, the two guys at the meet and greet, I was the last person in the whole venue, the whole line to meet them. And when I got there, the first thing I said to Alex, I didn't even give him a chance to say anything. I just said, "Hey, thanks for coming by tonight." And he just kind of looked at me because that's usually what they say to the fans. And he got the joke that I was making, which was, I'm going to turn it on you and say, "Hey, thanks for stopping by this tonight." He just burst out laughing. That's all I said to him. He just burst out laughing. He got it. And then Geddy looked like, "What's so funny?" And then we took a picture and then I was gone.
So, yeah, I mean, I to be honest with you, I thought I lost that picture forever. And it turns out I do have an existing Facebook account that it's on. And then I put it on my Instagram. I was going to show that tonight, but whatever. John, I can't thank you enough, man. I know you know.
I gotta run.
We've been dicking around trying to make this happen. Let's try and make Opeth happen soon. And because I need your experience with that one big time. So, Jimmy, did you want to hang on a minute?
I'll hang out for a bit. Yeah.
Okay, we'll see what's going on with Nick. See if he wants to jump on a little bit. John.
All right, guys. Jimmy.
Cheers, John. Nice to meet you, man.
Yeah, be good. Enjoy.
See you too. Hey, Nick, do you want to jump on and rap for a little bit? Maybe, what time is it? I'll go till about 2 o'clock if you want to jump on, Nick. Let me get you a link.
Well, I think this went really well, man.
Yeah, you know what? I was getting a little worried that we might be looking at 7 hours, but we kind of, it got easier as it went along because we didn't. Let me just give me 1 second, Jimmy. Just give me one
Yeah, go
second.
ahead. I'm gonna go pee real quick.
Yeah, I thought it really went well. I was a little nervous. I'm not going to lie. I was very nervous, actually. When I started to dig, oh, shit. Hold on.
Yep.
Well, I got to jump on the Instagram a minute. Ah, fuck. Where's...
Well, anybody that's watching in the meantime, if you're not like real hip to Rush or you're kind of just looking to get turned on, I'm telling you, like any record store I've been to, there's always like most of the Rush records on CD for like $2 or $3, you know. So they're very easy to find physical media for if you're just looking to just kind of delve into it, you know, if you want to start getting into vinyl or.
Tell you what, I'd love to have the vinyls. Even if they're represses, I don't care. I'd love to get the newer ones because I had all the original stuff. You know what I mean? And original from the '70s. I bought Farewell to Kings, 2112. They're all ones I had were all the original pressing. But I sold them all in a garage sale in the '90s, or like probably late '90s because I hang on a sec here, dude.
What's up, man?
What's up, Nick?
Not too much. I was able to catch at least the tail end because we were doing a review, but I saw you were doing it earlier. I was like, shit, we got to do this review. And I managed to get at least into the late 80s. I think you guys were on Hold Your Fire when I jumped in initially.
Right.
And I still don't own that one.
So good.
Yeah, I got to patch up the holes. It's time. I don't own Power Windows. God, there's a handful of ones I'm still missing, but yeah, Presto still does not resonate very well with me. But yeah, no, it was good. It was a good chat. You guys get really fucking into it. That was good.
Well, we nailed it. We nailed it all. We nailed 19 albums in 5 hours. So.
Yeah, we could have gone on for ages, I'm sure, because like there's a lot of stuff we wanted to say that we couldn't, you know.
It got to the point where, I mean, we talked a lot about the early classic period stuff all the way up through the 80s albums. You know, I knew John. John and I have known each other for going on 20 years now. I think we met in 2002 at a Porcupine Tree show. He approached me. But we knew each other online before that, and we always pretty much connected. He was a big Opeth fan, in fact, bigger Opeth fan than I am. But I'm a huge Opeth fan.
62.
We're going to do that. We're going to do that Opeth deep dive next. So if you want in on that, let me know.
I mean, we did rank them.
It would probably be me, Jimmy, maybe Devin, and. John for sure. John, my buddy that was just on, he's seen him 62 times. So he flew to England to see him. He flew out to LA to see him. Yeah, he's hardcore.
I mean, I thought I was a hardcore Opeth fan. Maybe not. I guess I'm just a fucking lightweight. Jesus.
Yeah, he's serious about it. So we'll think about that. I got to see where I'm at health wise.
Yeah.
It's hard for me to do these now. I'm not going to lie. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. I think I'm nearing sort of the come to Jesus moment soon in the next 4 to 6 weeks. I think I'm gonna probably be at a point where I just am not physically capable of doing much. But anyway, this was one I really wanted to do. John and I talked about it a year ago when I first started my channel, and I was gonna. What one of my features of my channel was going to be was to do these really deep dives on, some bands that you'd never heard of or that aren't super mainstream, and some that are. Like Rush is fairly mainstream, but I mean, I really wanted to do one on Killing Joke because I'm a massive Killing Joke fanatic.
Dude,
So that's one we could kick around here before I go, maybe. But with Rush, they're my favorite band. And I really wanted to get this one done. This and Porcupine Tree were kind of my two. I got to get these done. I got to get these done. And it was great, Jimmy. I think we did really, really well. I tried hard. I watched back to the Porcupine Tree one, and yeah, I did the lion's share of the talking because I'm hosting it and kind of directing the traffic in a lot of ways. And the early stuff, I kind of was. Plus, I had a lot of personal interaction with that stuff, so there was a lot to tell. But I tried tonight to let you guys all do your thing. I hope I did a pretty good job of that. I hope.
No, I think you did. I mean, it's hard. It's not easy, especially the more people you get, the more. And then, we have a lot of people on that are huge fans that have been, have a huge history with these records and stuff. I mean, there are so many things that you could go on and on about. I mean, we could have gone on for hours. And I tried to, stay in the same mindset that. Let me just try and say a few words the best I can and not get too crazy about it so we can move on. And
right.
Because I mean, that's a lot of music. I mean, we probably could have done 2 of these if they're really like.
Well, it's funny around 6:30. Yeah, 6:30. I was listening to Vapor Trails, and I was on my note taking. I was only on Hold Your Fire. I'm like, holy fuck. And I've been working on it from about 1 o'clock on. I had some moments where I got some lunch and took a shower and that stuff. But I was like, God damn, man, you know what? I don't know if we're going to get through this in 4 or 5 hours. I just don't know that we will. So I texted John. I'm like, dude, if we don't get through this, if we only get to say Test for Echo or something, can we do a part 2 somewhere down the road? He's like, well, yeah, sure, we can do a part 2, but he's like, let's try to focus on streamlining our commentary. I was probably the most, verbose. But, you got to understand, some of these albums mean more to me than virtually anything in the world. I mean,
yeah, it's not easy, I mean,
and re-listening to a lot of it brought back memories, a lot of it, like especially Power Windows and Signals and Hold Your Fire and Presto. I was like, God damn, man. Like I started finding myself remembering the shows better, remembering what happened before I went to the show and the night that I got back from that show, or those kind of things, or when I bought the CD the first time. And
I love those memories, like that personal connection. Yeah, I get that a lot with like a lot of the stuff I bought as a teenager. There's specific memories. Some of the albums I would listen to on the school bus. And I could remember exactly where a song would be, where in the route, and I would actually tie it into like an intersection, or the bus would usually hit this one stupid bump at this one point, and that'd be usually right where I had to hold on the CD player to keep it from skipping.
Oh yeah, I remember, like, it's funny you talk about like the bus, and because me and you, Nick, are like the same age. I remember like riding the bus, and like our bus driver would let us like put music on. They had a tape deck. And I had a buddy that, like, the guy that got me into death metal, like, put in a Gorefest tape. It was like false. I remember some dude like looking at me. He's like, that dude sounds like a dinosaur, like the singer. I was like, yeah, he kind of does.
Oh man, I used to jam that shit all the time.
Unlike you guys, when I had to take the horse and carriage to school. No, just
uphill both ways, though, right?
Both uphill both ways in 7 feet of snow, no less.
Of course. In the summer, it was 10 feet in the winter.
10 feet in the winter, 7 feet in the summer. Yeah. Nah, I didn't get as deep into the concert memories. Quite frankly, I've seen them so goddamn many times. I can't remember all the shows individually now. It's that, I remember a lot, but I don't remember, like Test for Echo. Jimmy, you were off camera, and I remembered that was the first year that they did an evening with Rush. So it was the almost 3-hour set that they did. I think it was 2 hours, 45 minutes. And, it was like the first time that they did the full 2112 ever. And then you had the situation where there was Lock and Key, the song Lock and Key. When they started playing it, it went dark, and it started with that da 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 da, the keyboard thing.
Mm-hmm.
Getty hit the wrong fucking chord.
The wrong chord.
At the beginning of the song. It's the only time I've ever heard Rush fuck up. He hit it, and you right away knew it was like, whoa, that's the wrong fucking, that's not right. And then he started over, and it was like, but I mean, so many times just, Alex, there was a big thing there for a long time in the middle of La Via Strangiato. Alex would do this fucking comedy routine and be like, yeah, one day a guy walks into a bar, and, he'd do these fucking stupid jokes and, just hilarious stuff, or, going to watch the band, I'd be watching for who was doing the voice on Subdivisions initially. Oh, it's Alex. Alex is the one that does. Oh, just so cool, and I mean, I saw them. The closest I ever was eighth row. Had a couple times, no, seventh row, and I had seventh row and eighth row, 16th row on the final tour. But then, some of the shows, like for Power Windows, I was up in the nosebleeds, And then I remember going to see Hold Your Fire the one day and loving the show so much, I decided the next day to go down the next night because they were playing back-to-back nights in Philadelphia. I'm like, man, I'm going to get a shit ticket. I'm going to get the worst ticket. I go out to Ticketron. That's when you had to go to the mall to get your tickets. You couldn't get them online. I get in. I go in. I get a ticket. No fucking shit. I'm in the first row on the first level up off the floor right by the stage. Bought the ticket the day of the show. It was one of the best show seats I ever had.
I bet.
I've never been that lucky.
Yeah, just crazy shit like that. I mean, you brings back so many memories, and
that's the thing about this music. I mean, that's like Nick was saying. I mean, it's like you remember where you were when you heard it, and like what the weather was like, or like where it's just that nostalgia that you feel from it. Like, to me, that's like one of the most important parts about music. Is just like you just remember. It helps you remember times that you normally wouldn't remember.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, it's not like you're sitting at home watching Netflix. You're not really going to remember when you watched, whatever given show or whatever it is, on TV. I mean, you might remember when you saw Halloween for the first time, but I mean, for the most part, you don't really forget, you don't really remember those moments. But I mean, like when it comes to music, there's certain songs that like over time, you're going to remember where you were when you heard it and how much it meant to you when it resonated with you the most,
Yeah, I like that. And that's one of the things. Like when I do the reviews and stuff, there's stuff in there that I want to have like those same sort of memories. And so far we've run into those, like ones we were just sitting around the table after jamming. Was like, holy shit, was that not just fucking incredible?
Yeah, you've got there's like 4 or 5 reviews I need to catch up on your channel. I was looking, you got the Aeon, the Hate. I haven't heard those yet.
It's brutal. It's brutal as hell.
I can't keep up with Nick.
Dude, I know you fucking shit the videos out.
Dude, well, I mean, we looked at this month, and this is because I think a lot of labels and artists just pushed a lot of stuff back to October and like those first couple of weeks in November because, well, hey, the bands might be able to tour in this stuff. So this month is, I'm just calling it the gauntlet because there's so many releases, and I was like, well, fuck it, I want to try to cover as many as I can. It's going to be a pain in the ass in terms of just like editing time, but I'm gonna have fun doing it just because I get to sit around and listen to music.
Yeah. Do you wait till you have the physical CD, or do you like listen to it first on like Bandcamp?
Well, we get like early streams every now and then, and I mean sometimes I'll have to wait till I get the physical, but I can usually get the physical a day early because my dude that runs the record store is just solid like that. So yeah, I mean, if I have a chance to check out an early stream beforehand, I will definitely sit down and jam the hell out of it and try to figure out, especially if it's like a bigger release, like one I really want to like vest some time in. But Yeah, most of the time it's we sit around, we'll pause, we'll go back and just like talk about it and it's like, all right, what are you guys thinking? And yeah, it's most of the time we tend to agree, but I like the ones where we do disagree more because I think that's better conversation. But often, I mean, we have points where we definitely like link up in terms of our wheelhouses because we're all kind of all over the place in terms of what we like in metal. But it makes for good reviews.
Yeah.
That was kind of the interesting thing tonight, Jimmy. You know, John and I are pretty much the same. John's 53. I'm 50, on my way to 56. So we kind of came up in the same time frame. I mean, you know, we'd have been in high school at the same time. I'd have been a senior. He'd have been a freshman or a junior or a sophomore. But we kind of have the same frame of reference for experience. And now I think he said his first concert was Power Windows, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think so. Yeah.
My first was 5 years before that with Permanent Waves, and probably I just missed out on Hemispheres. But I came into the band a little bit before him, but it was interesting to note. So he and I had a lot of the similar, our top. We didn't do the top 5 albums. We screwed that up. Shit, I forgot to throw that in at the last minute. We were kind of dropping hints anyways, but for me, it was Hemispheres, Farewell to Kings. We can do it right now. Farewell to Kings, Moving Pictures, Permanent Waves, Caress of Steel. But I actually think maybe Signals probably belongs at 5. That would be me.
Yeah, it was funny because we like agreed on a lot of records, like especially like the early albums. But then like when we started to get to like the 70s and the later records, it was like we all kind of had different opinions on it. For me, I would say we were pretty close. I'm sure John. I mean, was it John? Yeah, he would have been pretty close. Like with our, I would say, Farewell to Kings, Hemispheres, Moving Pictures, Hold Your Fire, Clockwork Angels. Those are my 5 favorite.
Wow. Okay, that's cool. It's cool you added some of the later ones in. And again, Clockwork is, it's up there for me. It just was such an amazing album to end their career on. John and I differ pretty widely on one that you and I agree on, which is Power Windows. I just think it's a fantastic album.
Right.
And I think, as I said, Hold Your Fire and Presto came way up for me. They were not high for me for a lot of years.
Yeah.
But in recent years, I would say the last 2 or 3 years, I started listening to them more frequently going, these really are pretty damn good albums. They're not perfect. They're not 10 out of 10s like the classic period stuff for me. But they're way better than I felt they were at the time they came out and for years after, too. I mean, I went to all those tours, but I didn't love those albums. They weren't what I reached for when I reached for Rush. As I said, Presto kind of blew my mind this yesterday. I'm listening, and Nick, it's interesting you say, it doesn't do much for you. It didn't do much for me for years, and I just kind of went back to it, and it hit me differently. Maybe because I'm old now and things are happening the way they are for me. Some of those songs sounded, especially Presto, the song Presto, and Chain Lightning, man, those 2 songs really hit me like emotionally. I was like,
me too. Like I had heard Presto this week, and I was like, God, this was a great record. I mean, and that's the cool thing about these streams, man, that I'm really enjoying is that, like, I went back to a lot of the records that I hadn't really listened to in a while this week, trying to prepare for this, and that's a lot of fun, man. I mean, because it gives you a reason to go back, I mean, there's so much shit to listen to right now. Yep. I mean, I'm inundated with new death metal and stuff like Nick's reviewing, and I mean, there's so much shit coming out. And then it's just like, I mean, I probably hadn't even listened to Rush in a while. What was that?
Creeping Death.
Creeping Death. Okay, yeah. Another one I need to check out. I mean, like, there's so much shit, dude. It's just like, it's fun to have like a stream like this now I've got a reason to really go back and because, it's important to go do the research to make the stream good. You know what I mean?
I mean,
same thing we do with the rankings.
I mentioned
rankings, yeah. Mm-hmm.
I mentioned, I mentioned wanting to do Fate's Warning, Killing Joke. I know Nick, you're a big Killing Joke fan.
Underrated as hell. Just
big time, big time, and very varied, quite varied.
Oh yeah, dude, that discography, man. They just influenced so damn much just because they were like, well, fuck it, let's just do this. I love that ethos.
I look at their stuff in kind of 4 distinctive zones. They started with what I would call the post-punk pre-80s stuff, which is, I'd call them proto-80s sort of stuff. And then you get into the mid-period stuff, like albums like Nighttime and Brighter Than a Thousand Suns. Crazy enough, Brighter Than a Thousand Suns is my favorite Killing Joke album. I love it.
Man,
I love it.
Dude, I mean, Pandemonium, that's where I got into them. I heard, actually, before I even heard Millennium, because I hadn't heard them on the radio, I just picked up the album because I saw they were brought up in a metal mag. It's like, well, they're a metal band, right? So whatever. Picked it up. Love the first track. When I heard Exorcist on that album, it was like, Jesus Christ, is this dude having like a fucking fit? Is he dying?
Black Moon.
Dude, haunting, creepy.
Communion.
Dude.
I would say that it's Pandemonium, right? Yeah.
Yep.
Pandemonium is probably my second favorite album. But I love Brighter Than a Thousand Suns. There's something about that album that just gets me. I love Nighttime too. I think Nighttime's awesome.
Yeah.
And I love Democracy quite a bit. And fuck, man, the last 2 albums, last 3 albums.
Pylon's so fucking good. I'm so glad I picked up that remix version too.
Absolute Descent's fucking killer, dude.
Dude, The Great Call. As soon as I heard that riff, I was like, yes, all of that.
I will tell you,
more.
There's 3 albums by them that fall kind of the bottom. The second album, Fire Dances, and what's the third one called? Has Chop Chop on it.
Okay, hold on here.
Fuck, what's that called? Revelations.
Do I have that one?
The third album.
Hold on.
Is it called Revelations?
Yeah, Revelations, the one with the blue suede on it.
What's the second one called? What's This For or something? Or
I don't know if I have that one. So I'm going through. Oh man, that might be one of the ones I'm missing. I got the bootleg archive. I mean, that's probably got some
the first album is great. The first album is killer. And but then after, when Nighttime comes out, from there forward, everything's pretty much goddamn killer. Hosannas from the Basements of Hell is
that song's so damn good.
Vicious. Death and Resurrection Show from the
self-titled from
Asteroid.
2003. Dave Grohl on drums.
Have you seen them live, dude?
No, I could have if I had ponied up the fucking money for Tool tickets.
For Tool.
But
I'm gonna tell you, they're one of the best live bands you'll ever see in your life. They sound so vicious live, man. And Jazz is fucking like a psycho on stage. He's like unhinged.
I believe it. I mean, I've seen all the pictures from his performances. I've watched some live performances on YouTube. That doesn't do it justice.
Like when they do Asteroid, man, he's going Asteroid. He just fucking go, and everyone in the crowd just goes fucking insane, man. It's so good. I
love that wild off time beat in that fucking song.
Yeah, it's killer. We got to do one, Nick. We should think about that one. I did a deep dive kind of in a video form, but it'd be way more interesting to have a panel of people to talk to about it, So keep that one in mind. One in mind.
Yeah, let me know about that one. I think there's only. I mean, I'd probably go back and listen to all of it just because.
Eric Bauer, we're talking about Killing Joke. Eric Bauer's on board here.
What's up, Eric?
Phil, what's up, Phil? How's it going, Phil? Phil, you feel like jumping in? You've been kind of lost and out of the loop. Eric, I'd ask you to join, but you never want to join me, so.
Join us.
You're welcome to join if you want, Eric. That's up to you. Yeah, man. So I want to kind of do a couple of these deep dives on bands that aren't so obvious. You know, Fates Warning's a big band, but they're not a huge band. They're not like one that everybody in the Brothers doing. Opeth is kind of pretty. That's a pretty common one. Opeth would be, but I think that would draw a lot of people in for sure.
Yeah, well, I mean, they become kind of divisive with the shift too. Like, dude,
Yeah.
the video I did, yeah, there was a lot of people that said everything after fucking Watershed. I was like, no, come on,
Sucks. It sucks.
I'm kind of like
fans are fickle. I love the new one. I think the new one's the best one they've done in the whole proggy era.
I thought Sorceress was the best one. In terms of
good. I like that one. I think, I don't know, it just seems like it comes together a little bit more on Incada Venom.
Like, I think it's good. I just don't feel like I really want to go back to it for some reason. Like, it doesn't really draw me to want to I don't think it sucks. I don't know. I mean, like, I'm definitely not in the camp that like, oh, they're not doing death metal anymore. I'm fine with that. You know, it just, you know, Opeth is going to be as good as they are, you know, as their songs are good. You know, I mean, like, it doesn't matter if they're doing death metal or not. My biggest gripe with new Opeth, I like to call it new Peth, is I always felt like the guitars have taken a back seat. And we were talking about Rush earlier, how they did that in the 70s period, you know, like, and I was okay with, like, well, I wasn't a fan at the time, but like later day, you know, getting into that music, I'm all right with it because I just felt the songs were really good. But I felt like the newer Opeth, it just, you know, what bothers me the most is I feel like those keyboards are just like that goddamn organ. Like, I just can't stand it. And it just, I don't know. That's what bothered me about it. I felt like the guitars are just not there anymore. And I remember there was a time where Ackerfeld said, like, we're never ever going to do keyboards, you know, and I think keyboards are good. You know, it's just like, goddamn, man, it's like the goddamn organ. There it is again.
I don't know. Like, I'm a sucker for the old school Hammond organ sound.
I like it.
I love that. And like 80 synths and the weird horror synths, like, I love those. Like that new Wharf Lurch. That's the kind of synth I like hearing. If you're gonna bring in synth and metal, like, it has to have that goblin feel, like I'm watching a Fulci flick. But
see, I like shit like that. Yeah,
the pretty stuff.
Phil, yeah. check your Instagram.
Who is that? Warforged?
Wharf Lurch.
Wharf Lurch.
Okay.
Wharf Lurch. WHARF.
Okay, yeah, I found it.
Oh, dude, yeah. Shit, was it Psychedelic Depths of Hell? Or
see, I liked, you know, stuff like that, like you were saying, like the Fulci kind of sound, like the 80s kind of. Yeah, I love shit like that. You know, I just felt like that Opeth stuff. There was just too much of it, I guess. I don't know. Like, I felt like they lost that vibe, that sort of. I don't want to call it like it's because it's not like black metal, but that sort of like. You know, forest kind of atmospheric kind of vibe that they've always had prevalent. Yeah. And then when the 70s records came in, like, I just felt like, you know, all the really intricate acoustic stuff that they would do, like, and they still kind of have that in there, but it just, I don't know. I don't want to go down a rabbit hole, but, you know.
Well, they became more 70s hard rock, and that's where Michael comes from. You know, he's your age. He's 45, 40. Well, actually. Yeah. Actually, he may be 47 now, actually. I think that I'm one of those guys that didn't mind the change at all because I love 70s prog rock. I love 70s rock. To me, I actually really like the Heritage album, and most Opeth fans absolutely shit all over it.
I can't stand it.
I like it.
It has its moments. I feel the Dark, I think, is one of the best tracks on there. I think that's a great track. And was it the track, the lead off single they had, Devil's Orchard.
Devil's Orchard.
That's a solid song. It's just, you know,
Slither's like a rainbow song.
Yeah. What Slither? Yeah. That was his dedication to Dio, pretty much, wasn't it?
Yep. And I mean, I really like that one acoustic track, the one that's called Nepenthe, I think it's called. The one that he's like, I feel.
No, I think I think that's I Feel the Dark.
That's How I Feel the Dark.
Was that I Feel the Dark? Okay.
I love that song. That's one of my favorites on there.
Yeah, that one's good. I mean, like is it Folklore? I think that's a good one.
That's a great song. Great song.
But
and then
I felt like they could have captured that sound with a little bit more guitar heft, like just a little.
I think the argument about that album is that it sounds like a lot of half-ass ideas thrown together, and I guess I don't know. I think I hear better realized tracks out of it. Maybe it's just me. Maybe I don't know, because I don't.
I think they're well-written songs. I mean, it just. I guess like I try to come at it just like it just didn't. Like I don't think it sucks. I just thought it was just not for me, I guess. And I like 70s stuff. I just kind of felt like they went into this sort of like 70s tribute kind of era where they were so special before that,
Yeah, I mean, I can't disagree with that. You might be kind of right about that assessment, but they do it exceptionally well.
Yeah.
Because there's not many 70s prog bands around anymore. And the truth of the matter is that Michael is a fucking massive record collector nerd 70s dude. And so to me, look, I can't really think of any Opeth album I don't like. I pretty much like every album.
Yeah.
The very early stuff, it's weird. I don't love Orchid. I think it's a good album, but I don't love it. It feels like it's kind of an Iron Maiden album with some black, metal sort of attached to it, or death metal attached to it. I think that on Morning Rise, there's some really good stuff on Morning Rise. There's some stuff on it that I don't love on Morning Rise. I'm not a huge Black Rose Immortal fan. I think it sounds like 3 different songs slung together.
Yeah, it kind of goes on for a bit.
Yeah. Where they started to really crystallize their vision was on My Arms Are Hers for me.
Sure.
Yeah,
and then for me, their 2 statement albums for me, their statement albums are clearly Still Life and Blackwater Park. That's just me. I know a lot of people love Ghost Reveries. I like Ghost Reveries a lot. I just don't feel like it's a statement album. I feel like
I agree with that. Like it wasn't really anything new. They were just doing what they'd kind of been doing, except it was maybe a little bit more refined and possibly more accessible.
Right.
But Deliverance was the one that completely knocked my socks off.
Yeah, that's definitely their most death metal. I mean, for me, I think I would say from Orchid all the way up through Watershed, every single album is a masterpiece.
Watershed,
10 out of 10, every single one.
Yeah, Watershed's damn near perfect in my mind. I love that album. That is the perfect Beauty and the Beast sort of balance.
Strangely, that's the one I listened to the least of all of them.
Dude,
and I don't know why. It just didn't. I don't really know why. It just didn't grab me. Honestly, I probably listened to Heritage more than that one.
Hex Omega is up there with probably one of my favorite Opeth songs. There's just something, I don't know, just like so passionate about the vocals on that and that giant glorious ending.
Yeah, that one and Hessian Peel. Hessian Peel was
my
favorite one there. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
What's the song? Is it on that one? Is that by the faith I have? No, what's it called? Shit.
It sounds like something off Deliverance, by the Pain I See in Others.
Oh, by the Pain. No, that's not the one I'm thinking of. What's the one? It goes. Oh man, I'm gonna have to sing it.
Burden, right?
Burden. Holy
Burden.
fuck! That song is
song.
so good, so good.
I was kind of like initially, I remember being kind of like just like, what? But the more I listened to it, was like, dude, what the fuck? These melodies are gorgeous.
Well, that solidifies.
No.
That solidifies us. Eric's not going to join us now. He hates Opeth. We're talking about Opeth.
We can move off Opeth.
I mean, yeah.
No, but I do want to do that one. That's one that, because that's John's favorite band. Rush is probably his second favorite band. I even want to look at Triumph, man. Triumph is one of my favorite bands of the 70s and 80s. Now they don't have a super deep discography, so it won't be like a 4 or 5 hour trip. But there's a lot of bands. Camel would be a cool one to do. You know,
I mean, I might be able to get Shred on that one. I know Shred is a big Camel fan.
Yeah, I know.
So
I love Camel.
So is John, I think.
Marillion's another one, but see, Marillion's tricky for me because I love the first 4 albums and I love a couple of the Hogarth albums, and then I really don't like a lot of their stuff. Like, I don't want to say I don't like it. It's just I feel a lot of their stuff is just kind of I'm just not into it. You know, I mean, they're mundane albums that I'm just not that interested in. But the first 4 albums, I could do a deep dive on every song in those and probably get 4 hours out of that because I just love those Fish albums, man. They're just so damn good. And I'll tell you another one. I'd like to do Blut aus Nord. Problem with that is I don't own everything, and there's a lot to own there.
Well, that's a lot of that's a lot. It's a big undertaking as well.
That's another real super. And I'd have to buy a lot of shit, and I don't know that I've got.
I just got the first Memoria of Vetusta on vinyl. Just came in a couple days ago because it just got repressed.
For what? For Father of Icy Age.
That one, yeah.
Did you get it?
Yeah, it just came in like 2 days ago.
Oh, you just got it. Which one did you get? Which color did you get?
It was like it's like a clear with a red cloudy kind of effect here.
Where did you get it from?
It was on Indie Merch, but I mean, like, because this has been out of print for like ever,
long time, yeah.
And so they finally repressed it. But yeah, it's like I'm glad that they retained the artwork.
It's great looking out.
No, that is killer artwork.
But pretty cool.
Wow, that's sweet looking, man.
But I mean, this is really good. I mean, it's not as good as the second one and the third one and everything else, but it still like kind of shows where he was starting with this sort of sound, and it's great band, dude. He's already got like a 4th one he's working on apparently, another Memoria Vetusta album.
I know. Yeah, I heard.
Because he's got that whole like real industrial phase too, like all those the 7/7. Well, that one's not the 7/7/7 stuff. That's kind of like that's really good.
It's quasi. Some of it's.
But then there's the other stuff that's like real, like industrial kind of.
Like the work that transformed God and and what's the other one? Deus.
I didn't even hear that one because
it's rough. It's not pleasant. There's 2 of them. I have them both. I can't remember the damn names of them. Deus Mia
something. Yeah, Saluta something.
Deus Saluda. That's it. Yeah. And then
that hallucinogen record is so killer, man.
But I have Eric, Riot, man, fucking Fire Down Under, Swords and Tequila. Come on, man. Fucking killer band. I love Riot. They put a lot of albums out that are shitty though. The later stuff. Thundersteel's good. Do you have any Riot, Dick?
No, actually, that's a band that I've been meaning to actually get.
Oh, you love them.
I mean, I love they kind of that early heavy metal, almost like proto metal sort of sound too, and I really kind of dig that sound. Like before we had a name for it, I just kind of need to get some right, I guess. But I mean, there's like when I did that heavy metal video, the underrated one, everyone was listing off a fucking ton of bands that it's like, holy shit, I haven't heard of some of these. Like, okay, taking notes, okay. But it was really cool to hear everyone just go, holy shit, Satan's fucking awesome, because Courtney Act is fucking amazing.
Satan is great, man. Courtney Act, and what's the other one? The one right after that, I think.
Was there one right after? Because I know they changed their name.
The one before it, the red one.
Red one? Hold on here.
There was 2 of them right in shit. Devin knows those. Devin has those. Courtney Act and the other one that's right. It was either before it or right after it.
Here, I'm looking it up right now. Well, they have the demos Into the Fire and first demo, and Suspended Sentence was 87.
Yeah, that's the one I'm talking about. Suspended.
Yeah, I don't have that one.
That's a good one too, man. Satan's funny. They you think they'd be this super heavy band, and they're heavy, but they're heavy in a real melodic, new wave of British heavy metal way. You know what I mean? They're really good.
Oh, it's that Court in the Act is, I would say, one of the few albums that says like kind of just rivals, almost Killers. Almost. Because Killers is fucking fantastic. But that one is
Jimmy?
damn
Do you know
close.
Satan?
Man, I got a friend that's huge into them, and I'm glad you're, reminding me, because I forgot to check them out, and now I'm going to have to go. Yeah, so I don't. But I got a buddy that loves them.
Dude, Court in the Act, you're not going to go wrong with a single track. There's a lot of that cool kind of proto thrash kind of riffing on there too. Like it's like for the time, that's a legit heavy album.
Yeah, well, same with Angel Witch.
Yep.
It's very, very similar. Here they were kind of influencing each other at that point in time. That first Angel Witch album is killer, man.
And I got a lot of like nods for bringing up In Solitude too. Short-lived kind of retro band, and actually at least one of the members was a nameless ghoul in Ghost for a while.
Oh, really?
Yeah. They only did 3 albums though, and then split up. Really, really, really cool vocals. Like
I don't know that. I don't know them. Are they Swedish?
Swedish. Yep.
Okay.
Dude, that first album, self-titled, just check it out. It's like it was locked in a time capsule. They went for like a definitely more retro production, but you can definitely tell it's modern. But hooks, riffs left and right. There's actually little brief spots of harsher vocals, but most of the time it's almost kind of gothic in a way. It kind of reminds like if Sisters of Mercy did a flat out heavy metal band, this might be what they sounded like.
Ah. So it's not Vision thing then?
No. Definitely. Well, it's definitely not a Vision thing, but it's I don't know. There's a little bit of like, and I'm not the biggest King Diamond fan, but it's comparable.
Okay. So it's got that gothy sort of edge to it, that gothic power metal sort of vibe. Or not power metal, but trad metal sort of thing.
Yeah.
That's
definitely trad as fuck.
Yeah. Well, that's cool. I'll have to check that out. I mean, I saw Ghost open for Maiden, and I didn't hate them. I thought they were decent live. I'm not into the guy's voice that much. His voice kind of irritates me at times. But I also saw him open for Opeth and Mastodon too on the first album. I like that.
That's the first time I ever saw them, and I didn't even know who the hell they were, and they came out, and I thought they were going to be like black metal or something.
Yeah, so did I.
They were all corpse paint and shit. And
but I did like that song "Ritual." I thought that was pretty good.
Good fucking song.
And I mean, they do have hooks. They have hooks,
That's why they're good, man. That's why they're popular, because dude, they write good fucking catchy ass, fun songs. I mean,
did you ever hear the version of? Did you ever hear the version of? Here Comes. They did a version of "Here Comes the Sun," didn't they?
Did they do "Here Comes"? I know they did. Pet Shop Boys, "It's a Sin," and did a really fucking good job.
No, honestly. I think it was "Here Comes the Sun." I swear that's what it was. But they did it in like a minor key, like in D minor instead of in D. Am I wrong on this?
Let's see. Because I do have pretty
much
couple years back.
Couple years back.
Like
after the first album, maybe between the Mellow Aura. When was Mellow Aura? Was that their second?
It was 2000. No, that was their third. That was.
I think it was between the second and the third album.
Maybe I don't have that.
You look it up.
Oh wait. You mean the? Well, no. If you have Ghosts, that was 2013.
Nah, it was.
Yeah, that was Rocky Erickson, and then they did. Oh shit! Who did? I'm a Marionette. They did do one Depeche Mode song.
No, they did "Here Comes the Sun." Yeah.
Maybe I don't have that one.
I'm a Marionette, "Sympathy for the Devil," and they did Bible, whoever that is. I don't know. Now they did. Yeah, you got to listen to that. Here Comes the Sun. It's very interesting. It's not. It just by changing them to a minor key instead of major key, it changes the whole tone of the song. It sounds like a dreary psychedelic song. The version that they did. And I was pretty impressed with that. But my overall thing with him is his voice just isn't that powerful, and it just kind of sounds wimpy, sort of. I don't know. Maybe I don't know.
I think he just kind of goes for like a mood or a feel. Like he really doesn't project his voice
right,
like very hard at all. And at least now, I think he did better with the masks in terms of like being able to speak through them, because like some of the early footage I saw, like it just sounds muffled, like he's wearing a mask and speaking through a tiny mouth hole.
Yeah, right.
But yeah, he got some better ones. And when I saw them, it was a sold out show at the Majestic in Detroit, and that place was, I mean, it was assholes and elbows, man. It was tight. Like I was breathing everybody. But yeah, I mean, he did a great job. Person was the opening band, P-U-R-S-O-N, like retro, like
never heard
kind
of
of psychedelic rock. I don't know if they're around anymore. But then the next time I saw him was my oldest nephew's first show ever. And it was at the big arena tour, and they played here at the Huntington Center in Toledo. And he had no idea that he was going to see a show. We met up at my ma's, and he thought we were like, oh, we're just doing like dinner and hanging out. And it's like, no, we're going to a concert, bud. He was like,
oh, wow, that's cool.
Yeah, he loves Ghost. So he was like, oh my God. And yeah, he's
cool, man.
His eyes were just bugged out. But yeah, we got to see the giant stage show that he was doing on this tour. And honestly, it was a really cool stage show. Like it kind of reminded me of like the old school shit.
When they opened for Maiden, I was impressed with the stage show. It was pretty over the top. And I didn't hate it. I just didn't. I mean, I don't own any of their stuff. I just haven't felt moved to own their catalog.
Well, that's kind of what they're kind of like, the big theatrical kind of, the big live, just stage show. My wife loves Ghost. I like them too, man. I mean, I've seen them a couple times, and every time they're killer live.
I mean, you kind of go for the spectacle, and of course, I mean, like their songs do inspire giant sing-alongs, and that is kind of a cool feeling, being part of the big choir and everything. But I don't know, I'm just not the biggest fan of the last album. Mostly, like it went from like that kind of warm, organic, like early '80s sort of sound to like kind of '80s pop and rock. And
yeah, it was a little too arena rock kind of feel. Like I like the last one, was really, really good. The third record, Melora, I think.
Meliora. I love that album.
Melora, yeah, that was great.
Hooks.
Yeah, total hooks. I mean, just good songwriting.
Sorry, Eric, I don't know what you're talking about. Sucking My Love. Is that a X-rated? Should I put that in my Pornhub queue or what?
Total strip club anthem.
What song? Who's that from? Do you know? He was talking about he was talking about Holocaust. Is that a Holocaust song?
Well, I was talking about an album though.
Maybe he's talking to Phil in the chat. I don't know that song. So sorry, man. But yeah, I don't know, Nick. I think we gotta give some real serious thought to this Killing Joke. Now that I'm thinking about it. Diamond Head. I should know that. I don't actually own that album though. I don't own Lightning to the Nations, and I should. I should own that.
I own the most recent one, and honestly, I was pretty impressed. Their current vocalist is fucking amazing. He almost kind of reminded me of Chris Cornell in spots.
Oh, really?
Yeah, wow. I forget his damn name, but I listening to it, like I didn't expect it to be really good. It was like, all right. I mean, I picked it up on a whim. Like, all right, I'm legit curious, and I'm here at the record store, and I don't have YouTube in front of me, so I'm just gonna get it. Why not? And it turned out to be pretty damn good.
So yeah, because it's not Brian Tatler, right?
No, it's I'm gonna look him up here.
Like, is Tatler even alive?
I don't know. Here.
Because I know that
Let me see.
you fucking asshole. Oh wait, Tatler's not the vote. He's the guitar player. I forget the
Yeah.
dance.
Oh, he's still in there.
Yeah, I forget the singer's name. Sean
Well,
something, wasn't it?
The current singer is Rasmus Baum Anderson.
Yeah,
But,
Sean Harris was the original singer. That's what I was thinking of. Erasmus, is that his name?
Rasmus Baum Anderson.
Holy shit, that's a name.
I was guessing Sweden, but nope, he is from Denmark.
Ah, that's a name right there, man. I never heard of the guy before.
Middle name is Baum. B-O-M.
Baum. James Rasmus Baum.
Rasmus Baum Anderson.
Yeah, Jimmy, I think things went really well in the Rush stream. I was pleasantly surprised. I was really nervous when we got started because I didn't know how much detail I wanted to get into on history. And then I started to think, man, if I get lost in the weeds here, we're never going to get through these albums. And John even said to me before we started it Friday or whenever he agreed to it, Friday night, he's like, hey, I'm going to do this. So he goes, but how are you planning to do all these albums in 3 or 4 hours? I'm like, we'll be fine. We'll be fine. We did Porcupine Tree in 5 hours, and they're only 12 albums, and we talked about all the tour stuff and blah, blah, blah. And then earlier tonight around 6:30, I started getting real worried we were not going to get there. It's like, oh shit. And the only thing we forgot to do was our top 5, which we kind of were alluding to it throughout when we were talking about the albums,
Well, I think it kind of happened naturally because, like, the early records probably we wanted to talk about the most, or the great ones. Once we get into, like, the 90s, it was, like, easy to, like, okay, yeah, there was a good song here and there, and then boom, go to the next one.
Yeah.
Which is kind of a shame,
Well, I mean, that was the thing. I mean, like it was meaningful for all of us, because that band is so important to us. But they're human too. I mean, then not every album is as great as the last. I mean, there's no band, any great band that you love is going to have some some stinkers here and there.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. I mean, look at Priest or look at Maiden or look at Yes, for God's sake. Yes has put out some of the worst goddamn albums in the last 15, 20 years. After having some of the greatest prog rock ever, then kind of losing a little bit and then coming back with 90125, Yeah, it's really hard unless you're a band for only a couple of albums and you just put out those 2 or 3 bangers that are beyond reproach. And everybody is like, oh my God, but then you left the scene, that was kind of it.
Well, Nick, you guys are good at that because I've watched a few of your breakdowns. Y'all did the whole Maiden catalog in like
2 videos.
It was 2 videos. That's right. Yeah. But I mean, still, it was pretty. I mean, it was, done it.
Yeah, I mean,
5 hours long.
We try to like get as in depth as we can with like a short amount of time because we don't want to make it go on too long. Just have everyone share their points. But like that one, like with bands with like long tenures, again, you're gonna have missteps and like whether or not you buckle to trends or you have like infighting in terms of direction or band members leave, and you get new replacements that maybe aren't up to snuff. There's a lot of factors that go into it. So like a band's timeline can be really, really interesting. For Incantation, it's been really, really interesting just seeing how much like the early stuff was more sessions, musicians, and then John McEntee doing pretty much a lot of the arranging and everything like that. And yeah, like just kind of listening to the band slowly evolve because they have like kind of a uniform sound, and that's another one like Cannibal Corpse is like, well, they have a sound. I fucking pick this apart and find differences because they are super consistent.
Well, that's a tough one to do too. I mean, because they've got a lot of great records, and like they might stay in the same realm of, they don't really change their style too much. It's like, with a band like Cannibal, it really kind of comes down to the songs and the songwriting. Which there's a lot to talk about there when it comes to that band.
Oh, dude. And it's kind of like that with any band. Like once you kind of like scratch past the surface and everything like that, and like I said, it just becomes kind of an interesting thing. And like when we did the Black Sabbath one, like looking at all the history behind the albums and everything, like as much as I don't like Technical Ecstasy, the stories behind it, how they were recording in the same studio as the Eagles. They were recording Hotel California. They were in the studio next door, and the Eagles were literally like the polite band that, can you keep it down in there, guys? I'm trying to record an album. Like, shut up, riffs. They had to scrape the cocaine out of the fucking mixing board.
Kind of blew my mind. I don't know if you saw, but the deluxe edition that just came out, whatever. Steven Wilson did the remix on that. I was like,
oh, really? Did he?
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
I don't want to buy it though.
I still need to go. I need to catch up on Marty's. Marty's been doing a breakdown of Black Sabbath with King Folly from Deceased.
Yeah, I watched last night. I didn't watch the first one. I
saw like half of the first one. They did the Dio years last night. I haven't watched it yet, but with King Folly, and he's a really like charismatic, fun guy to listen to. That guy.
I love Deceased, dude.
Oh, me too. Yeah.
King Folly is just. His delivery is so damn dramatic, and he's like the storytelling aspect. Like,
I love
many frontmen do that like he does.
Yeah, and he's a killer drummer too.
He lives down in King of Prussia. He doesn't live that far from me, about an hour and 20 minutes. I watched the first one afterwards. I watched it like the next day or something. It's good. That's the Ozzy stuff, and they did a nice job. They did the whole thing. Last night was about 3.5 hours, and I think the first one was 2.5, something like that. So they did it in about 6 hours, give or take.
Yeah, it's. I mean, just a little bit I watched. It was like just watching King Folly talk. He's just a really charismatic, interesting dude.
He's a animated dude. Animated. I was surprised. I said to Marty, I'm surprised he got 2 words in. Because he makes me seem like a quiet guy by comparison. King does. He can talk.
Well, I mean, Marty and Alan, they do a really good job. I mean,
but he's a good-natured guy. He's like, if you're a
Oop.
What was that?
No, your audio cut out for a second.
Jimmy.
Yep, you're good now.
No, you cut out. I didn't hear what you said.
Oh.
Something about Jimmy or about Marty and King or whatever, because they know each other from.
Yeah, they go back,
chat boards.
The days of Worm Gear.
Gear, yeah. I listened to Ghostly White. Is that the one Deceased album?
That's the newest
one, yeah.
Pretty good. I like that. Yeah, it's not bad.
Yeah, they're pretty consistent. I mean.
God, which one was it?
But I've never met King. I mean, apparently he goes to a lot of shows in like DC and Philly. We've probably been at a lot of shows at the same shows, but I've never seen him.
And the Weird traveled on. That's one of my favorites.
That's my favorite one. I love it.
Well, I mean, Fearless Undead Machines is great too.
That's kind of where they really kind of locked their style in. But as the Weird travel on, I just felt like that was the strongest songs, man. It's got the old school. It's just so good, man. And then Surreal Overdose is really good too. That one's like a little more, like kind of slightly modern sounding, but it's still. And Ghostly White, I just love the concepts those dudes have. It's just like old school horror, and they're just fun.
I think the first one I picked up was Supernatural Addiction, and then I got Surreal Overdose. But yeah,
what's the one with the zombies on the cover?
Oh, Fearless Undead Machines.
That's it. Yeah. I've listened to that one.
It has a great theme. Like they theme that so well in terms of like transitioning from tracks. There's the zombie stuff in there, and it is telling a story along the way, which I think is just kind of a interesting, unique thing that Deceased does. Like there's storytelling involved in all their ridiculous thrashy death metal.
there's a label called Dread Records, and they're really under the radar, but they just do mostly cassette tapes. But they've been slowly re-releasing all the old deceased stuff on tape.
Oh, wow.
And, it's cool with tapes. You just $8 or whatever, But they did, and they kind of like make it look like all retro and shit. You got the cover art, and then there's the kind of a little more modern, but like how old cassette tapes used to look. But they do a nice job. Even the tapes are kind of like totally retro looking.
Oh, wow, they are. Check those out.
But yeah, dude. I mean, they're cool, dude. Dread Records. Yeah, I think he's about to release the first one, but he's like slowly just doing like every single album, and they're on Hell's Headbangers now, so they've got pretty crazy. All their shit's getting on vinyl, and
Yeah. What is it? Were they working on something?
Yeah, he said they got a new one. Well, they got that covers record that they just finished.
Thrash. Ridgemont High or Thrash.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
And they're like digging deep, like real like obscure thrash bands. He was talking about. I just heard he was talking about it on that stream, and then they've got a new record they're fixing now.
Thrash Times at something, whatever.
High.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's something like that. But
yeah, it's totally 80s themed. It's got like the white sneakers on the cover, and
oh shit, the high tops.
Yeah.
High tops, man. The good old days.
Good band, for sure.
Yeah, man. I think Nick, what was the first concert you went to see?
My first concert was 1996. It was Metallica and Corrosion of Conformity.
Okay. For what album? That's
they were touring on Load. So I got medleys mostly of my favorite shit, and then I got Load tracks and Black Album tracks. But honestly, COC had a huge impact on me. They were touring on Wise Blood, so they were pretty much playing stuff from just Wise Blood and Deliverance, but they also squeezed in Vote with a Bullet, which fucking love that song. But yeah, killer. That set me spiraling into concert madness. My next show was Ozfest 97, and the first band I saw was Neurosis on the second stage, and it peeled my fucking eardrums right back and just planted itself in my brain. They were touring on Through Silver and Blood too. So Locust Star.
That's probably their best record is Through Silver. I'm not a huge Neurosis fan, but that one, that's
Times of Grace.
Times of Grace. Oh, dude. They closed, the last time I saw them, they closed with The Doorway, and that breakdown at the end is the heaviest fucking thing on the planet.
It is fucking like, it's like mainlining plutonium.
Oh, dude. It's like a shot to the heart, except with a cannonball.
Yeah, I've seen Neurosis. They're definitely a super heavy favorite of mine. I've seen them 6 or 7 times. Every time they do The Doorway, it just blows my fucking mind.
I saw them with Soulfly, like when Soulfly first came out.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
They did a tour with Neurosis. That would have been like 99 or 2000, something like that. My first concert was Metallica as well. I saw Metallica, Roses, and Faith No More. At the Superdome in New Orleans. It was like 94, I think, or 95.
Who was it again? Metallica and who?
Guns N' Roses.
Oh, Guns.
Yeah.
Oh, was that the tour that they had all the shit that happened in Montreal?
Yeah. Yeah.
What album was that for? The Black Album?
The Black Album, yeah. In fact, when they got to New Orleans, James had already burned his arm or whatever, and there was, what was that dude that was filling in guitar?
James Marshall or whatever.
Yeah.
The guy, he was in, he played in fucking Metal Church, I believe, at one point in time.
I remember, like, when Faith No More went on, it was crazy. I was in 8th grade, and my mom took me to go see it. She didn't want me to go on. And Faith No More went on. Dude, Mike Patton was just, he, like, did a backflip and landed right on his head, dude. I was like, holy shit. Like, I mean, the guy, insane.
He was crazy back then. I saw him for, I saw this tour in 1990. It was Faith No More, Soundgarden, and Voivod. I mean, you want to talk about a triple bill? Holy shit. It's fucking unreal. And nobody knew about Faith No More yet. They had just put The Real Thing out. So like I had heard Epic, and I'm like, who the hell is it? You know, I had heard it and didn't know who they were. Then they started playing. I'm like, oh, it's this band. And you know, and Soundgarden was fucking unbelievably awesome. They were out on Loud Love, and Voivod was out for Nothing Face. So they did. I told this story before. I actually got up on stage and sang the second verse of Astronomy Domine with Snake, and then he kicked me out in the audience without me even being ready for it. He just came up behind me and kicked me in the ass and shoved me off the stage. I was like, thankfully everybody caught me, but I didn't want to purposely stage dive there. But yeah, that was an amazing show. I mean, I was lucky. I got to see. Well, it's kind of weird. I went to see Ozzy on The Ultimate Sin, and Metallica opened for. They were out the first leg for Master, and I had not yet picked Master up yet. Yeah. So we sat in the parking lot drinking and getting fucked up, and we walk in, and they're doing like Sanitarium or something. I'm like, the fuck, who is this band? And you know, we get in there and like, oh shit, these guys are fucking killer. And I think I picked the tape up like the next day or something like that. It was literally like the tour date for Ozzy was like May something, and the album had come out like at the beginning of May or the end of April. I forget what it was.
I mean, that's
then I saw him again for And Justice.
I'm sure that was killed.
And the Cult opened up, which was kind of wild.
Yeah.
Seemed weird. But the Cult was out for Sonic Temple, and they were killing it. They were great. I mean,
yeah, they were. Mm-hmm. They were good.
And then I saw him. Then the next time the second time I saw him was on Monsters of Rock, and it was before And Justice came out, and they were the second band on the bill behind Kingdom Come, and Dokken was next, and then it was Kingdom Come, Metallica, Dokken, Scorpions, and Van Hagar. And I got so fucked up at that show. I mean, I was so fucked up, drinking Jack Daniels out of a wineskin and Molson Golden, and then smoked a fucking half a joint with some dude I didn't even know. Dude, I was walking around by the time the Scorpions were done, I listened to like 2 songs of Van Hagar. I couldn't even stand up. I walked out and found my car. Amazingly, I found my car. Fell asleep between my car and my buddies that we went down, and I fell asleep in the parking lot. Anybody could have come along and fucking stabbed me in the throat, taken my money, you know, fucking raped me for all I know. It was like,
oh, man.
That's what the kids call wilding out, right?
Yeah, exactly. I could have woke up with my pants around my ankles going, "Sweet."
So it was weird. I had like a dream of taking a really big shit, except it was fighting me the entire time. Huh. I don't know what that was all about.
But yeah, that was, and I had seen Van Hagar at the 5150 tour. I never saw Van Halen with David Lee Roth, which I regret that big time. But they were great. But I mean, you know, I missed 80% of the fucking Van Hagar set. That was at what they called the Monsters of Rock tour, 1988, and it was in JFK Stadium. There was probably 100,000 people at that thing, and it was in the middle of fucking June, and it was probably 110 degrees down on the floor level where we were at. So, you know, we got drunk before we went in. Then we snuck a wineskin in with this jacket, and we were drinking that like it was water. We had a big wineskin. It was like a big motherfucker. I'm just drinking that shit straight, and all of a sudden the lights went out, more or less. I just don't remember anything, you know.
Yeah, I quit drinking at shows. I think it was my brother-in-law and I went to go see Napalm Death and The Haunted, and we don't remember Napalm Death other than my brother-in-law almost pulled Barney off the stage because my brother-in-law stands 6'8".
Oh,
and he went to shake his hand like, "You're fucking awesome, dude." And Barney's like, "Thank you, man." Like, "No, come back here." And he kind of pulled back, and I saw Barney go, "Hey," he's like, "Dude, don't kill Barney. We love him." But yeah, we fucking drove home after that. That was so dumb. Yeah. But
I did a lot of that back then.
Well, we decided. Well, first he called his fucking cousin and woke him up because he had to work in the morning. He's like, "Hey, we're downtown in Detroit. We need a place to go eat." was like, what the fuck are you doing calling me? Shh, just tell me where to go. We tried to go someplace in Dearborn, just outside of Detroit, and we pulled up just as it was closing, and there were a couple of cops leaving the building. Like,
Oh shit!
Well, no, luckily the cops like, it's closed, guys, and like, oh, okay, we'll just get out of here. And he was like, okay, let's just get in the car. Let's just get in the car. But my fucking brother-in-law, he's walking by the cop's car, and they're still kind of talking out front, and all of a sudden you hear him go, like, oh no. He gets out his phone and goes, just takes a picture. Instead of to protect and serve on their cars in Dearborn, it just said, be nice to people. And he thought that was hilarious. So he snapped the picture, and then somehow we got home. And I think he passed out in the parking lot of my apartment complex.
No shit.
Oh, yeah. But yeah, we don't drink at shows anymore. I've had 2 beers at a multitude of shows over the years. That's about it.
Yeah, that's why I try to just nurse it. I did the same thing. I think the last time I had a bad experience was Immortal and Absu in Denver, and I kind of remember Absu, but by the time Immortal went on, I was shit faced. I don't remember a damn thing, which sucks because that was like the only time I had a chance to see Immortal, and probably won't get to see him again. So I regret very much that. Like, I kind of remember them playing, and then I was at the bar and I was trying to like talk to some chick, and the whole thing just evolved into awfulness. So yeah, if I had to go to a show, I just have a couple beers and just kind of keep it at that. I like weed, so I'll have a little bit of weed, and then just kind of just stop at that and hopefully not get too crazy.
Yeah, it's been a lot of years since I've drank. I mean, I occasionally had a little bit of wine on one of the streams back, but I can't really drink with my condition much anyways. But I stopped drinking. I was 14 years sober from 2002 until about 2014. I just didn't drink at all. Because I had a bad habit of going out and getting into a social setting at a show and just losing my fucking ability to control myself. Just getting fucking hammered out of my mind. Yeah. And then driving. Yeah. And that was the unfortunate thing. I've unfortunately been in the back seat of a police cruiser a couple times because of that. And it got very expensive, and it's not fair to everybody else out on the road. You're a fucking danger, a bad danger. Yep. And, the amount of times I got away with it and didn't hurt someone, I didn't have any bad wrecks, thankfully. But there are many, many times I'd wake up and go, how the fuck did I get home? How did I get here? That's not good.
There were a couple of those. I really haven't done any of that in a long fucking time. But yeah, you kind of just like you kind of look back at some of that stuff and it's like, man, dude, if something had happened, that could have been horrible. Like,
how would you live with yourself if you killed somebody in a car accident or something? I mean, I had that happen, not the wrecks, but I had so many times. Shit, I remember. You want to talk about a Rush story? Here's a Rush story. My buddy and I are driving to the beach. We're driving down through Delaware, and I got Farewell to Kings jamming, and he and I were, talking. I'm driving a 76 VW Bug. This is probably 1983. I think we were juniors in school. Might have been 84. Might have been the summer of 84. We're driving and we're heading down to the shore, and here I'm in this left lane. I'm driving along, and I look over at him, and we're trying to root for a CD or a tape or something like that. Next thing you know, he looks up and he goes, "Jesus fucking Christ!" I look up just in time to I didn't know that we were in a double lane that suddenly went down to one lane, and how we went down to one lane was there was a fucking wall coming up right in front of us, and I literally, thank God, no other car was coming. I was traveling in the left lane, and the right lane was the through traffic, and the left lane was the one that narrowed into one. Had somebody been traveling right there, I'd have shoved them off the fucking bridge. or
Yeah.
I would have crashed into the wall and
Jesus.
killed myself. And that we were listening to Farewell to Kings. I remember that very, very, that part I remember. The rest of it, I remember we got over the bridge and I was shaking, man. I was like, holy shit, no more drinking the rest of the drive. But, I did that way, 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 way too many times and got away with it way too many times. And then when I finally didn't get away with it, I was in my, mid 30s and married and had a kid, and, I had to go into jail, and my wife had to come pick me up, and she's like, what the fuck are you doing? And it cost me, goddamn, $6,000-7,000 in legal fees and fines and all that shit. It was just like
around with that shit. That's for sure.
I just drink water at shows now. That's it. Plus, water's generally cheaper, and that means more money for merch.
Oh yeah.
Well, especially these days, the beers are like $10 a pop.
I mean, the fucking water's like $3 for a little regular bottle. Like, oh, they say it's 20 ounces. Like, is it 20 ounces? Come on.
It's 17.6.
Like, yeah, it's cool.
Or 16.9 or something like that. Yeah.
Like, here, I have $1. Well, here, we'll fill up the cap, and you can just. Thank you.
Yeah,
I'm
right.
so parched.
Yeah, I don't drink at all. I haven't drank it at a show since 2002. And the only time I will drink at all and have drank at all, I had a bottle of wine here about 4 or 5 weeks ago. In fact, Jimmy, I think it was the one stream you were on, the first one you came on. I drank a little bit of wine. I drank maybe a big goblet full, and I caught a tiny little buzz. I was like, yeah, I'm good. I don't even really like the feeling of being buzzed much anymore. Not that way anyways. I haven't smoked weed in like 2 years either, but and I was never like a big weed guy. I do it occasionally. I had a medical marijuana for a while. I was doing it more for pain, and I got to be honest with you, I was doing it more and more and more, and I was kind of I don't want to be doing this every day. So I kind of knocked that out too. But yeah, it's crazy, man. I mean, you figure by the time you get older that you live and learn. Some people never do, though. That's the crazy part.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it all comes down to your experiences and what happens. I mean, my wife is a recovering addict. She's been sober for 13 years now.
Well done.
And I still, I still drink, and I like. Well, actually, she smokes weed now.
Oh, really?
It's kind of for something to, in Colorado here, it's really not, it's not taboo anymore. It's just kind of a, smoking weed's like having a cup of coffee, pretty much. So it's kind of like for her, she was finally like, okay, I finally decided, let me have it.
Let me try it.
Because she hadn't had anything, nothing at all in like 13 years, and. She just likes to have a little bit, and it's good to go. So
mellow out and get a nice good sleep on.
Yeah,
it's weird. My mom is a recovering alcoholic addict. 31 years.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's major.
Yeah. Oh no, she's stuck with it. She hasn't dropped anything, and there was other stuff too. But the booze was definitely a problem. But she has medical like gummies that she takes, so my mom does more weed than me. which is weird, but it helps her. It's like I don't have to take other medication. It helps with like soreness. It helps with uneasy nerves, because she just had to get a divorce not too long ago, and there was like some post-traumatic stress from all the yelling and shouting and throwing of things.
Right.
But she said, yeah, it helps. It helps tremendously. I feel more confident in social situations. I don't wake up just stiff and sore all the time. It helps me sleep. I was like, yeah. And remember, you grounded me for that when I was young. And oh no, now it's great. So that's cool,
well, you don't
Mom.
Smoke.
That's
you
great.
Don't smoke. You don't smoke though,
Nope.
right, Nick?
I quit. The only thing I do is occasionally
do mushrooms.
I do mushrooms. I love mushrooms, though. They're fun.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
I feel like it meant like my creative zenith, but it's probably just all fucking babbling and nonsense. I keep meaning to actually get like a pen and paper and write down shit. It's like, no, this is all profound. And then read it the next day. I was like, the hell?
Hey, the other day, funny story. Last week sometime, Devin calls me, middle of the day. Says, hey, you want a tour of my shop? he works for his parents. They have a harp making business. He's going to take over one day. Yeah, sure, whatever.
Cool.
So we're walking around the shop, looking at all the some of the finished, unfinished, the woodworking tools, everything, and then he takes me over. Why am I echoing?
I don't know. I don't have anything else open.
Sounds fun to me.
That's weird. I
heard the echo for a little bit.
Did a real major echo there. He takes me over he takes me over to this big Tupperware, like one of those things you'd store clothes in or something like that. One of the big ones, like a, I don't know, you'd find at Walmart for putting like your sweaters. Yeah. Those totes. Yeah. And he opens it up and there's nothing but fucking weed in this thing, like massive amounts of buds. Turns out his dad grows fucking plants. His dad's a big stoner. I'm not saying anything he doesn't know here because he's telling us about it. But I'm talking. I saw more weed there than I've ever seen in my life. It was like this massive fucking tote. I'm like, dude, send me some of that shit. He's like, yeah, right. I'm gonna send that through the mail. I'm like, just put somebody else's address on it. Put Stefan's address on it or something like that. So send me some of that shit, God damn it.
Dude,
funny stuff.
I mean, there's constantly weed here because I mean, Joe Shred he's big on that shit. So I mean, and they're constantly going back and forth talking about the different strains and shit. And I have no idea what the hell they're because it's like ever since Pineapple Express, everyone's trying to think of some different weird fucking name for weed.
I don't know how it is, but you guys, but if you go into the dispensaries here in Colorado, dude, there's like 100 to 200 different types of there's rows of this shit, and they're like, well, this one, helps with your neck, ish. I'm like, fuck, dude. It's like they got. How do you even know, like, if this is gonna help my neck?
Yeah.
That is oddly specific. I was just like, I just wonder who the fuck names them. It's like, yeah, what's this one called? It's like, oh no, it's great for the neck, real chill vibe. It's called Gorilla Testicles.
Yeah,
like, blueberry crumb cake and apple OG Crush and all that stuff. Yeah.
Like by you guys, but I mean, like these places, they got like power drinks. They got they got every single type of food that you can. I mean, they're starting to have restaurants now popping up that are specialized in, cannabis infusion. And it's like, dude, I don't want a great meal and like get stoned out of my mind. Let me just eat and then I'll get someone I get home.
Would you like to stay for dessert, sir? No.
Yeah.
I can't keep my eyes open, dude.
Jimmy, can I just lay down on the floor for a minute?
Is that recreational's legal out there, right? Like anybody can go, right?
It's been legal since 2012.
How old do you have to be? Though? 18?
18, yeah.
So you can walk in. You don't have to have a medical card or anything. You can just walk in any.
Well, I live in Colorado Springs, and so in the Springs here, they don't have it recreationally. They have it medically, but the town next to the Springs has it. But if you go up to Denver, it's in most counties in the state, it's been rec for since 2014 or whatever it's been. Okay. Yeah, and it's totally legal.
They just did it in New Jersey, and my buddy Serge. I think you guys, well, Nick, Serge. I think Jimmy, you might have messed with that too. He did his first weed out last summer out in when he was in Colorado visiting friends. And he's like, yeah, I kind of enjoyed it. He said, I think when they do rec here, he said still kind of the dispensaries aren't up and running yet like they should be. But I said, man, dude, can I come from Pennsylvania and buy stuff down there? I'm wondering if I can. Or do you have to be a resident in New Jersey?
All right. Michigan, it is legal, like pretty much across the board, recreational, all that. But I believe it's still not here, and even if you bought it there, if you transport it across state lines, there's possibly like fines and charges you can get.
That's it.
It doesn't stop anyone I know from doing it, but there is that possibility. Like if you get caught with it, I mean,
it's kind of the same here. I mean, if you come here, it don't matter where you're from as long as you're of age.
Yeah, I mean, you can if you're from a different state and go there and do it. That's fine. If you bring it back, though.
Yeah, that's the thing. Yeah, the crossing the lines.
Well, it depends on where you're going too, you know, because I've flown with it. I mean, but like, I don't take bud with me. You get the little pills, like the edible pills. You can't. I mean, they don't emit any odor or anything.
How do those work?
The edibles? Well, I mean, that's the big.
Like the pills or how do they work? Are they
Well, I mean, they've got it dialed in now, dude. It was kind of crazy when it first legalized, because you'd go buy a cookie and it would be like 100 milligrams, or like it would tell you, like, and nobody knows like how much to take. So I remember I ate like a half a cookie. It was like 50 milligrams. I was fucking out of my mind, dude. Like I was like, dude, I can't take that much. Certain people can. Some people have like, some people can eat a bunch and it doesn't really affect them, but I can only do like a 5 milligram and I'm good.
Wow.
Like, I mean, like,
one second, I'm gonna go. Actually, hold on. Wait, you sent
and
me
it lasts. It lasts a lot longer, I believe, when you do it. When you internalize, it takes longer to hit you, but it stays longer. The effect of it stays longer when you're ingesting it.
Well, it's a completely different feeling too. It's not like.
Is it really?
Oh yeah, it's totally different.
Hold on, I'm gonna go piss. I'm gonna have a smoke, but I'm actually gonna use the link you sent me on my phone because I have a story to tell you about edibles here.
Oh,
yeah.
Yeah, it of course involves Shred again, because
oh, good,
it always will.
We got to get Shred on, man. Why? What? He never wants to join us.
Well, he's got his new lady friend now.
Oh, he's got a lady friend.
Yeah, there's a lot of time spent. She's really cool though. She's also a musician, so I mean, they have like a lot of shit to bond over. Like she went to that Black Dahlia murder show with us. She's a big metalhead. So yeah, and he's still in the process of getting this house too, and hurdles and paperwork and more hurdles.
Yeah.
But yeah, give me a sec. I'm gonna pee and I'm gonna click in on my phone. So I'm gonna just mute this one for now.
Sounds good. But yeah, dude, it's a totally different feeling. I mean, it's more. I don't know how to really describe it. I mean, if you smoked it before, you kind of know what it's like. But I mean, when you take an edible, it's a completely different. Like the way it, like once it passes through your liver, I can't really explain the process, but go listen to Joe Rogan; he'll explain it. But yeah, it's a totally different feeling. It takes like an hour to kick in, and it's kind of more of a. Like I said, it's kind of like a psychedelic experience, really.
Oh, really?
I don't like taking mushrooms, but I mean, like, if you just like microdose it, like I do, just take like a little 5, then it's not too intense. Like my wife, she likes to take, just like a little 5 or whatever. Like during the day, we go hike or whatever, take a little 5-er, and an hour later, you're kind of just feeling pretty good, and but it kind of lasts a while, and then by the end of it, you're kind of just tired and ready to go to bed.
Yeah, I did. When I was younger, of course, I smoked weed when I was probably in my, I don't know, like 7th grade, 6th, 7th grade, 8th grade, somewhere in that range, 7th and 8th probably. And I had some really scary experiences. Like I actually had like hallucinating type experiences, because this is 1976, 77 when weed was really, really good weed back then. It was, you were getting Sensimil or Acapulco Gold from right across the border in Mexico. It was the real shit. They weren't cutting it. And I remember just, one particular high, man. I remember going with my buddy Trey down to the creek, the local creek there. And we just sat and smoked up. And dude, I like hallucinated that his face was changing into like Puff the Magic Dragon and all kind of crazy shit. So I was always kind of scared of weed somewhat, because I was like, man, it made my anxiety worse, because I was always a very anxious person, always.
It's not for everybody,
No, it's not. It's not. But then what happened was, like, and I didn't do it for years and years and years. Then I did it like around 2000. I did some, and I was like, it wasn't bad. I mean, my heart was racing and my anxiety went up a little bit, but then it kind of mellowed out. But then when they proposed doing the medical marijuana for me in 17, I thought, you know what, it can't hurt. I'll just give it a shot. And I had some amazing fucking highs, just amazing, like where I was so chilled and so relaxed and so baked and loved it. And then I had a couple that weren't like that, and I was only doing indica. I was not doing sativa. I stayed away from sativa because I didn't trust that it wouldn't make me feel more wound up and wired out and everything like that. And but the major problem I had, Jimmy, was that I started dropping a lot of cash on it. I was doing it every night. You know, before I'd go to bed, I'd like smoke a bowl or two. And I went from initially, I started with tinctures, then I went to the vapes, and then I was like, you know what? It doesn't seem like the vapes getting me high enough. I think I'm going to go to the actual flower. And, you know, and I did get the best highs out of the flower. For me, that was the best highs. But yeah, and then I just kind of was like, then I had to renew my medical license, and it was like $350. I was like, yeah, I had to go to an appointment for $300 and $50 for the fee. And I was like, you know, so I didn't do it. I didn't renew it in 2019, end of 18 into 19. I dropped out. So it's been like 2 years since I've gotten high. I won't lie to you. Right now, I wouldn't mind getting high big time right now. Just to help with some of my pain.
I mean, you know, even if you just kind of dose it low, I mean, you know, even maybe try an edible, dose it low. I mean, it might be helpful for your condition. I don't know, man. I mean,
I think it would
help a lot of things.
Yeah, I think it would be. I think it would definitely be helpful. I just don't know. I don't know where I mean, I could probably go back and get my. Hold on a minute.
Okay.
There he is.
What's
He's
up?
outside.
Yeah, dude, it's cold out here. It's nice.
Is it really?
It's good sleeping weather.
Oh, cool. Yeah, it's down in the 60s, right? High 50s.
It might be in the high 50s right now. It's pretty chilly.
It says it's 50 right here, dude. 50.
Woo. Oh,
wow.
It's beautiful sleeping weather.
Holy shit. No wonder. You know what? I was wondering why I was kind of cold in my bedroom here. I bet you they don't have the heat on. I bet you they didn't turn the heat back on here.
I have not turned on my heat yet. I don't think I will. I think I love cold weather just to sleep in because you just bundle up and it feels nice.
Yeah, I do, except for with my condition, the cold really, once I get cold, I can't get warm then. So.
Oh, hell yeah. But, yeah, the edibles thing. So, Shred experimented with edibles. He wanted to make his own, but he made them Herculean strength. I was away during the day. I went to go visit my family. They lived outside of Cleveland. And when I came back, I walked in my front door and he's sitting down playing video games on a little TV while the big TV, the main TV, is playing an entire Megadeth concert. And I just look at him and was like, dude, what are you doing? And it's sort of like the slowest motion turnaround. I was like, hey, like, oh, dude, you are fucked, man. Like, dude, I made my edibles, man. And he calculated out, like, he got out his phone to actually show the math, the numbers he crunched. Like, all right, I think it's got, hold on one second. It's got this many in it. This many what? Milligrams. That's just 360 something, dude. He ate, I think, a cookie and a half. So, yeah. And then when our buddy showed up, he told him, say, hey, man, you want an edible I made? And I was like, yeah, sure, man. And I thought he told him how much was in it, and he ate it. And then he's like, all right, you just had like 360 milligrams, dude. And he was like, dude, what? He's like, yeah, you got about 40 minutes before you're a complete shit show. I thought he told you. I'm sorry, dude.
Oh, man.
Dude. Level.
Well,
I don't think I've ever seen a person
Nick,
that high in my life.
Who all smokes in your crew, Nick? All the guys but you?
All of them except for me. Like, well, Rin smokes like very little. Like, he'll take a couple of puffs off a joint. Like, I'm good.
Right.
Joe fucking chiefs like a fucking champion. Like, the entire time we were in Maryland, just nonstop dab smoking. That was insane. Like, it was like, dude, how are you still forming sentences? It's just remarkable.
That's insane, man. The most I took was, like I said, I think 50, maybe a little bit more than that. And that was like, I mean, like my heart was,
dude.
I mean,
dude, I hate that feeling. I remember taking edibles like years ago, and like that body buzz is just too much sometimes. Like, dude, like you just get like uneasy. It's like, am I sweating? I feel like I'm sweating.
Yeah. Oh yeah, dude. It's. I mean, like, if you just take a little bit, like a little 5, dude, it's perfectly good. I like it like that. But man, taking like that much, shit, man.
You're gone.
I like that he had a Megadeth concert and was playing video games. That's
I
Video
would
games.
say it was the one in Buenos Aires that one night.
oh, okay.
Had it blaring. And it was like, the hell is he doing? And like I said, a little TV set up next to the big TV so he could play Dr. Mario.
Did he have it jamming so loud you could hear it as you're walking up to the front door?
Yeah, well, I heard it like, yeah, I want to say the windows were open and I heard it and was like, oh, he's just jamming some shit. And then I get up and I just see this. And then, like I said, the slow motion head turn, like it, I swear it took like a full 3.5 seconds for his head to go, hey.
It was like The Exorcist, like Linda Blair in The Exorcist.
I think she's sputtered around quicker. All right, here, I'm going to bounce out of this and go back downstairs.
Right on.
All right.
Hey Jeff, where do you live again? You're
how you doing?
You're in Philly, right?
I am northwest of Philadelphia. I am. Are you there? Am I freezing?
No, you're good.
That freeze? Okay, I thought it froze. I am. Well, you know the Amish. You ever hear the Amish people? Okay, I live right in the heart of Amish country, Lancaster, Pennsylvania. So I'm real near Hershey, Pennsylvania. I'm about an hour and 15 minutes northwest of Center City, Philadelphia. I could, like, if I did 80, 85, I could make Philly in about an hour and 10 minutes.
Okay. I'm going to be up in your neck of the woods in a couple weeks, actually.
Are you really?
Yeah, you know where Horsham is?
Yeah, Hatboro, Horsham, yeah.
Yeah. So I got a buddy that's getting married, so I'm going to be up there. Yeah, I'm going to be up there not next week, the week after for the wedding, and then me and my wife we're going to go hiking in West Virginia for a couple days.
Where at?
Dolly Sods, which is Dolly Sods. It's like West Virginia. It's kind of an unknown place, dude, but it's really cool. It's really cool. I mean, I've been wanting to do it for a while, and this kind of gave us an excuse. So
it's nice down there, man. It's nice.
We'll be like in Horsham, like around that area for the wedding. Then we go to West Virginia for the hike. We're gonna backpack for like 2 nights, and then we're gonna New York and go do a couple days there, and then we're gonna end in Sleepy Hollow on Halloween.
Oh wow, that sounds fun, man.
On Sunday, we're gonna spend the day there and the night, and then we fly back home after that. So it's kind of like this big trip we've had planned revolved around my friend's wedding. But I figured that close to you, I'd love to like come meet you, dude. But like I don't know if it's gonna work. But
it's I'd have to look. I think Horsham's probably about an hour and 10 minutes, probably.
But
I mean, you'd have to come here. I can't.
That's what
that's the problem. I mean,
Kinda
I'm really, honestly, I'm reaching a point where even going out to the store is becoming difficult. So it's.
And I just figured I'd ask. I mean, like, because we're going to be kind of on a tight schedule anyway. But
yeah,
I've never even been to Pennsylvania ever, so kind of looking forward to come check it out.
A lot of hills.
Yeah,
a lot of hills. It's a pretty state. A lot of good hiking here. A lot of cool places. Grand Canyon of PA is really beautiful up that area. But shit. What's the? God damn it! There's a fucking gorgeous place. It's like right there at the. See, one of the problems I do have is I'm starting to forget things pretty badly. Like I see the name, but I can't. It's like, oh shit, something with a G, Falls.
There's a lot out there, man. I was researching it. It's just like shit ton of stuff, man. But
this place is great. It's got like it seriously has like 42 waterfalls that you can hike on this one major trail, and there's just some of these waterfalls are breathtaking. I can't think of the damn name. Glen. Oh, it's right there. It's just like I'm not going to be able to. I'll send it to you. I'll send you a
Yeah,
link.
send it to me, man. Yeah.
I don't know if
I also got
because that's
What's
going
that?
to be north of where you're at in Horsham.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, like we've already
far.
got the whole thing planned out, but like this
Okay.
place in West Virginia, it looks amazing. And
Well, then wait a minute. You're going to West Virginia, then to New York?
yeah, it's kind of ambitious.
Then up.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's kind of. I mean, we've got a car, so it's going to be like driving a lot. But you know.
Yeah, what I was going to say is that this is more this place I'm talking about is up by the New York border. So depending on which way you're heading up, you might be a little further west though. But where are you going in New York? You going to like the Adirondacks or?
Oh no, we're going to the city. I mean, we're
you go to New York City?
Yeah, okay. We're gonna spend a couple days, like because we're like, dude, we're west people. We don't really get to the East Coast very often, so it's kind of like, I've only been.
Have you ever been to New York City?
One time. I only had a couple days, so we're gonna kind of just go, see the sights and stuff. But I also my Death Fest tickets for Maryland.
Oh, you're coming to Death Fest?
Fuck yeah, dude! You know what though, man? I'm pissed because the Rams Head shows are fucking sold out, and I really, really want to see Ruins of Everest. And
then the Rams Head, they moved around shit because they added another venue, the power plant, this time.
Yeah, dude, the Rams Head shows are all sold out. Because I wanted to see the Ruins of Everest. I wanted to see Sacramento as well, and those are they're both sold out. Like I was gonna get the 4-day pass is sold out, like the whole the all pass.
I got those.
Yeah, see, I wish I was gonna do it, but I was waiting for my buddy who lives out in Pennsylvania that I'm gonna go with, and he was kind of not sure if he was gonna be able to go, so I waited, and then he told me this last week, okay, we're a go. So I went, and then the 4-day pass was sold out. The Rams Head shows are all sold out, but the Edison lot, which is the big main events, are all still good. So I got the 3-day pass for the Edison lot. So I'm definitely coming no matter what. Just because my big draw is to come see Dismember. I mean, that's to me, like, you're not going to get a chance to see those guys again, I don't think. So, I mean, plus there's so many good bands playing, man. It's just like insane.
It's like every death metal band I wanted to see is there.
Many.
It's listen, guys. I don't want to bum you out, but the likelihood of me being able to go is probably about 0. So when you do it, I'm probably not going to be around anymore. So you have to raise a drink for me at the show and salute me, man. Get together, and because I know Devin's coming in for that. He's coming in from California for it. Marty may come in, although I don't know that he can because of his wife. I got a feeling Rick will go now because, as you guys, Jimmy, I don't know if you know. Did I tell you?
You did.
I did tell you. Okay.
Sucks.
Rick's life partner passed away last Sunday, and
have you heard from him yet?
I've talked to him Monday and Tuesday and Wednesday. I've not heard from him since Wednesday, but I've reached out to him every day and sent a little DM and said, "Hey, man, I'm thinking of you. How you doing?" I gotta imagine she was either buried. She was probably buried today, I'm guessing, or whatever they did with her. And I said, "Look, man, you know when you want to reach out to us, you do so. I'm going to keep checking in with you just to make sure you're doing okay." And because I'm telling you guys, man, Jimmy, you don't know Rick all that well. Nick, you've met him quite a bit now, but Rick is one of the fucking nicest human beings I've ever met in my life. He's just a good dude. Very giving of himself, very unselfish. And, the last 5 years he lived his life. She would not have lived as long as she had if it hadn't been for him. And her family didn't really step up and help. It was all him. And, I can't imagine how devastating it is for him, even though he's known for a while that she was not going to live to be old, like 70s, 80s, whatever. I think he was taken aback. I certainly was, because she had some issues. She had a procedure done on Thursday, and they replaced her feeding tube. And she was having issues with it, problems with it. She was really in a lot of pain and just feeling really unpleasant over the weekend on Friday and Saturday. And then Rick told me on, I think it was Saturday, he told me, yeah, we're going in on Sunday. It's been a real shit show here. We're going in on Monday to have that tube replaced. And here about midday on Monday, I sent him a message. I said, hey, let me know how you made out with Van. And her name was Van Sue. And I said, let me know how Van made out with her replacement tube. And I didn't hear anything for about an hour. And then I got a reply back, dude, I'm hurting. My heart's broken. She died on Sunday morning, died in her sleep. It fucking rocked me, man. I talked to her once on the phone back in about maybe 8 weeks ago, somewhere in that range. She and I talked for about 45 minutes about her disease and my disease, similarities, differences. And she was so sweet, so kind with her time. And just really, I could tell it's just a wonderful girl. And this happens, mind blowing.
You think it would be, I mean, like, I know Rick enough just because I've watched his channel and stuff. You think it'd be okay to send him a message? I mean, like,
sure, send him a DM and just say, hey, we're all thinking of you. I got together with Jeff on a deep dive and we talked a little bit about how you're doing. And, I'm just concerned. And anytime you need to reach out, I basically left it, hey, man, my phone is open anytime, day or night. You want to call me at 3 a.m. because you're fucking hurting, man, do it. I may be half asleep, but I'll try my best to listen to whatever you got to say. And he's just a good fucking dude. That guy, when I found out about my medical situation, him and Marty threw together like fucking 20 albums that they threw my way. They sent me Glorious Dead and Panopticon and just all kinds of stuff, like really good stuff that Marty puts out, all from Marty's, from his roster. But, they sent me probably, I got to say, probably like $300 worth of vinyl. Just sent me this. I'm like, well, what do I owe you? They're like, nothing, dude. It's Rick paid for a lot of it. And Marty said, I threw a bunch of stuff in. He threw all the Panopticon CDs in that he had. And, they was really cool, them guys. But, it just sucks, man. It's just, it sucks because I'm looking at it from my own mortality standpoint too, because, I wish I had somebody that was caring for me or helping me. By the way, Nick, your shirt came today. I didn't go out and grab it yet. It's probably in the hallway. My dad probably threw it out there, but appreciate that, man. But it's just one of those things. What's up?
Oh, I was like, not a problem, man. I've been meaning to do it for a while.
I would have worn it if I'd had it, but I don't think he got the mail till like 8 o'clock.
You get the Caress of Steel shirt on. That is
way
more appropriate. I recognize that as soon as I saw it. I was like, dude, that's a Caress of Steel one.
Hell yeah, man.
Well played.
I love that album, Jimmy. You're wrong on that album. You got to go back and listen to it.
I told you I need to go back and revisit it some more. I think. Like I said, I didn't not like it. It's just, I know. In the Pantheon, it was kind of lower in the list, and I felt like it was,
I think if you listen to it a little bit more, I could be wrong, but I think it'll rise up. I mean, for me, it was always kind of middle of the road, and then in the last 10, 12 years, it's just rocketed up to that almost top 5. It's probably 5 or 6 on my list. And
one of my favorite references in Archer is the Krieger's van, the Caress of Krieger.
Oh yeah,
dude, he's got the side of his van painted, and it's like Caress of Steel, and it says Caress of Krieger.
Wait, what is that? What's that from? What
Archer.
Show? Oh,
Archer.
Shit, I never saw that.
Dude,
that's awesome.
Krieger's one of the best characters on there. Just he's the mad scientist. He's amazing.
I never saw that, man. That's awesome as fuck, man.
Oh, he makes Rush references quite often. There's one he made about YYZ too.
We broke out the Love You Man tonight with the jerk off station, the double, the jerk off station. Jerk off. I got that.
Dude, that movie was so great.
Station.
Yeah, dude, that's the ultimate like romance. Rush. I mean, they're both like licking each other's base, and the wife's like looking at him like, "What the fuck?" Dude.
Well, the best part is when they go to. When they take them and they go to the show and Rush is playing live, and the girls are there, and it's like what's the line they say? Something like, oh, and they're like hugging each other and kissing each other during when different songs.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about. Yeah, they were like,
right.
Yeah, they were like all rocking out. And she's just like looking at him like, what the fuck, you know?
What the fuck is wrong with you? But it's great because like even Alex has said, yeah, there's I forget what show I was at. It might have been like for a that show that I went to John's with. I remember Alex saying up there, he's like, "Hey, look, there's chicks here at the show." It's like, you know, you always used to know that back in the day, if there was a girl at a Rush show, it was because their boyfriend dragged them along or their husband dragged them along. But now actually, chicks go see Rush shows. You know, it's crazy, or did go see Rush. So.
Oh, and the other thing I wanted to tell you guys, because I saw like one of the most recent, I think it was a stream like last week or whatever, but y'all were talking about that David Bowie, Mick Jagger. Oh my God, dude.
That is hilarious.
I had to go, like, y'all were laughing about it. I wasn't even sure what it was, so I just Googled David Bowie or YouTube David Bowie, and because I knew the video, and I was like, I wonder what the hell they're talking about. So I found the regular video, and there was the silent video. I was like, this has got to be it. Holy shit!
Isn't that fucking?
Dude, I was on the floor crying my head out.
It's so awesome.
Bad. I love it.
Dude, the part where like they're outside and they're jumping around, and then the look that Jagger gives him, he's like, oh, like that. Dude, oh my God, I lost it. Holy shit! It was so fucking funny, dude. Can you imagine the work that went into like making all the sounds of the foots? And there's the one part where they're standing there and Mick Jagger's drinking the Coke and you hear him like gulping it down.
Yeah. It's just so creepy. But like the funny stuff, like the two voices, the one guy that kind of sounds a little like Bowie's like, oh, it's like the deeper voice because David Bowie had that deep resonant voice. And the other guy's like, oh, no, it's like, come on, David, it's not funny. He's doing the Mick Jagger like thing, and the guy that's doing Bowie is, oh man, I had never seen that, Nick, till you said it.
Someone put it on Facebook. I forget which one of my deviant friends did it, but I watched it and I was tearing up. Like,
oh man, dude, and it's like the guy that posted it, that's the only video he's gotten. It's got like 5 million views or something like that. Really? It's like,
oh my God.
Because it kind of reminded me, there's a bunch of videos, if you go look up like Shreds videos, like Creed Shreds. You ever seen the Creed Shreds ones?
Yes, wait, what is it?
Yes, I am. Yeah. Yes, I am. Yeah, Creed Shreds. Just look up Creed Shreds. Oh my God, dude, it's hilarious.
It's like a 3-parter too. It's amazing.
There's 3 of them. Yeah, it's like the third and the fourth.
Creed the band.
Yep.
Talking about the band.
Shreds.
Creed Shreds. Okay, I gotta check that.
And there's
what is it all making?
One.
Is it all making fun of Scott Stapp?
It's the same thing. It's like overdubs, done over the, and then there's a Kiss one that's really good. There's a whole bunch of them.
Well, isn't there one for John Petrucci where he's playing and he's fucking up really bad? He's like, he's like, I am John Petrucci, Lord of Guitar, and he's like plays this terrible solo.
Yep.
Yeah, it's like super bad. Yeah, I think it's the same dude. I think it's the same guy.
Dude, look up the Creed ones. They're fucking really fun. They're about as funny as the Bowie one.
Yeah, that
one
was
of my favorite ones.
Classic.
It wasn't an overdub. They actually just timed it out and cut it well. They had like one of those little wrestler interviews like from the 80s with Macho Man, and they just got him on every inhale. So it was all, doing his, thing where he's, dude, it was fucking hilarious. But yeah, they cut out every word he actually said. They just saved it for one of those. Yeah. And it was ridiculous.
It's amazing when you find one of those, man. Like that Bowie one, dude. Literally, the first time I watched it, I had to keep pausing it because I couldn't take it. I was crying my eyes out. And then, so I must have watched it like 20 times, and every time, like, I still laughed, but it was a little bit less every time, and it still made me laugh my ass off because you have to savor those moments when,
It's ridiculous.
When you're laughing,
I love that someone took the time to go through and do every minute detail,
like meticulously, really meticulous. The part, just like when he starts off, he's just like, You know, I mean, Jesus, dude. Like, the sound effects are. I mean, it's like professional grade shit. But it's probably some dude that was just sitting there, tons of time and good editing equipment.
I've
Did you
been
guys ever
watching
hear,
an overdub channel
did
here
you ever-
lately too.
Did
Yeah,
you ever hear
Djibouti
the,
Dubs.
what is it?
Djibouti Dubs is another dub channel I've been watching. And
Djibouti Dubs.
Djibouti Dubs, Jaboody Dubs, and they just take like infomercials or cartoons, or God, they had a whole series of Guy Fieri ones that were they just dub everything over, and it's fucking ridiculous.
What's really fun though? Go find some of the ones, recent ones of Vince Neil singing live, and the guys making up.
Oh God!
What's up?
Yeah, I've seen some of that.
Oh God, the one had me fucking literally crying tears, which they were putting the lyrics up that Vince was singing, and it was like half of them. It was like, God damn, that is what he sounds like. He just said,
that one.
Can't even understand it. Like,
I remember seeing the original,
like,
but
for
when
Dr.
they put
Feelgood.
Yeah. Had a pity pod, to the P. Like, it's just like half the time it's like, that's not even a word. I don't care. It's great.
Oh my God, those are fucking amazing. There's another funny. What was the other funny one that I had that I was fucking laughing myself silly on? Well, you guys, I'm sure you've seen the Downfall one where they took the movie, the Hitler movie, and they do the Morbid Angel thing with.
Yeah, there's a few of them in that. Yeah.
Oh
Dude,
God,
the Morbid Angel one's my favorite just because
that's my favorite one by far, man. When he's talking about, if you don't have Altars of Madness on double red vinyl, get out of here.
Yeah, dude, there's a bunch of good ones on that one.
When he's sitting there, when Hitler's like, he says, don't say it. Don't. What's he say? What's the guy say? Der Führer. Pete defeat Sandoval is no longer with him, and you see the Führer go. I don't understand. He's like freaking out that Pete defeat Sandoval isn't with him.
Yeah,
hilarious, man.
I'm gonna have to go watch that one again.
Yeah, that one is the classic one. The Morbid Angel one is the best one of all. Because I've seen other ones, like there's even a Rush one about Neil Peart or something like that I saw once. But those are classic, man. There's sometimes I'll find something on I'll find something on YouTube and I'll just go down a rabbit hole of that kind of shit, and I'll be literally crying. I'll be like laughing so hard that I'm pissing my pants practically.
Yeah,
on
that's
dumb shit like that.
The Djibouti Dubs. I watched one.
I'll check that one out. How do you spell it?
Jaboody. The ones with
Djibouti.
the chicks selling fucking pans. Dude, those are the ones that have been binging the most here. And dude, I mean, they have them for like old Spider-Man cartoons and shit.
Oh wow!
But the lady selling the fucking cookware, holy shit!
Well, you know what the original ones were was the GI Joe ones. Did you ever see those?
The PSAs?
Yeah,
body
dude.
rub, body massage.
Yeah, pork chop sandwiches.
You know what still gets me, man? And maybe this is because of my age, I don't know. But I still fucking watch, now I watch it on YouTube, even though I have the DVD series, but I still put fucking Monty Python shit on and laugh my fucking ass off at it.
Same here.
Like,
yeah.
I mean, like the fucking five old ladies, with the goddamn grocery cart, and they've got a piston engine in it. What you got there? It's a piston engine. What you going to do with it? I'm going to cook it.
Dude, I was like 15 years old, I think, when I saw The Holy Grail. That was my introduction to Monty Python. I remember, like, me and my buddy, we were watching it. And, his dad rented it for us, and we were crying.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, God,
the holy hand grenade. The holy hand grenade, or what's the speed velocity of an African sparrow?
The swallow?
I mean, that is so good.
The bloody coconuts. You're making a sound with bloody coconuts.
Dude. That is so classic. I
The
mean,
winter was long and hard, and then they ate Sir Robin's minstrels, and then they were happy. Yay!
dude, yeah,
Man, that shit's so good. So good.
dude, it still holds up. I mean, it's
Oh
just,
God!
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh yes, a spanking.
Yeah, that what's the one fuck, it's the one where Terry Gilliam's out on the deck of a ship, but you go down inside and it's like in somebody's parlor. It's not like inside a ship, but then they walk out, they climb out and it's like this sea is lashing Terry Gilliam, I guess is his name. No, wait. What was the one guy? There was Terry Gilliam and Terry, what was the other
Jones.
Terry?
Jones, yeah.
Jones was Terry Gilliam was the
director.
Yeah, he did all the art stuff.
Well, he did all the animation.
He did the animation, right? But no, it's Terry Jones. He's out on the deck of like a ship that's rocking back and forth, but yet then he climbs inside and he's got his ship gear on, and they're just hanging out in some little like parlor, eating macaroons and drinking tea, and you're like, just the crazy shit like the Ministry of Funny Walks with John Cleese.
I love that one.
Did you guys ever get into Faulty Towers?
Oh God,
Yep.
I love Faulty
Faulty
Towers.
Towers was awesome.
Dude,
love it.
That's classic.
Basil was great, man. So good. So good.
Faulty. Oh, man.
I tell you, I never really got into Benny Hill though. He never grabbed me like Python did for some reason.
It was a lot of the same gag. At least
Yeah,
with
it was.
Python, you got. Well, they were just wildly creative. They would find all sorts of just absurd, strange stuff. Like, I mean, Benny Hill, yeah, you're going to get to see a lot of scantily clad ladies.
That's pretty much what it was, yeah.
Sexy parties and him grinning like that left and right. It kind of wears thin. I mean, well, not the almost nudity, but
That was good times, man. That was good time. I have the DVD set. Haven't broke it out because now everything's on YouTube. I can just pull it up on there. But
I have that giant DVD set too.
Yeah, the box set.
I love
Yeah.
it. The Live
What
at
is
the
that?
Hollywood Bowl stuff is ridiculous.
Oh, is that all the Flying Circus stuff? Yeah, dude. Man, just classic. I mean, I don't know what I like better, the Flying Circus stuff or the movies, because all the movies are just fucking so good.
I mean,
Life of Brian.
The Life of Brian's great. Meaning of Life. Actually,
Life.
and now for something completely different, the first one. I mean, that's essentially just their best skits they just put in a film.
Blessed are the cheesemakers. Did he say blessed are the cheesemakers? Or I mean, who can forget the knights who say "Nee"?
Oh God.
You will build us a shrubbery.
Yeah.
Not too large, not too small.
The Bring Out Your Dead. That's still
Oh.
great. Not
Oh,
dead
yeah.
yet. I feel like going for a walk. Come on, help us out.
Oh, that whole scene, the whole scene with the witch. He's like, how do you know she's a witch? Oh, she looks like one.
She turned me into Newt. What? Well, I got better.
Yeah, got better.
It's just a bloody flesh wound. Come back, you fucking coward.
I'll bite your ankles off.
Your ankles off. Yeah, such good shit, man. I mean, and that stuff was.
We'll call it a draw.
What's that?
After he hacks them to pieces, he's just sitting there as stuff. Like, all right, we'll call it a draw. What?
Caught a draw. What? You got no legs.
Oh, and the French guys, dude, on the castle.
Oh,
Oh, God, dude.
Oh, the French
Now
guys
go
are
away, or I
awesome.
shall taunt you a second time.
They did such a good job of just like parodying, so many different.
Everybody. Yeah.
I mean, when they make fun of like Americans, is always really funny too.
Oh, fuck yeah, it was great, man. I mean, and it's like now I guess are only two of them dead?
Yeah, Terry Jones and Graham Chapman.
Graham Chapman died way back when. Yeah.
Yeah, he died a long time ago.
But I mean, you look at Cleese, like they haven't done anything recently, but I think if you go back like 3 years, Eric Idle and John Cleese did a couple of these like live sort of like sit down chats where those guys are still fucking hilarious. I mean,
Cleese is still doing that. He's still doing it right now.
Is he?
Yeah, actually,
Yeah.
Isn't he like doing a tour or something like that?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Who's that?
Yeah.
Cleese?
Please.
Oh man.
He's still hilarious too.
I love those dudes. And Michael Palin too. I love him too.
You'd be hard pressed to pick a favorite. They were all so talented.
Yeah.
I mean,
It would probably be Cleese for me, but I mean, I loved them all. You had the entire troupe, and they all contributed so damn well. They played off of each other so damn well.
Oh man, I mean, the skits were
simple, but they were brilliant.
Oh, they were. They were.
The argument, my favorite one, is like, an argument is when two people have contradicting views of one subject. Like, no, it isn't. No, yes, it is. And he just kind of played off of that for a while. Like, no, it isn't. No, it is.
Or Eric Idle's character, your wife, she's a goer. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Say no more.
Say no more. Does she go?
Does she go? Does she go? Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Say no more. That shit was so fucking classic, and it just, anybody that doesn't get Python is somebody I just don't trust.
Oh yeah.
No,
like that's not somebody I want to be friends with. I'm just being honest with you. I
get that. I get that. That's the kind of humor. Like, I like the fact that it was kind of a little challenging to get, because again, that British dry delivery was kind of different to me, because I've been watching like SNL and shit like that, and granted that was pretty good, the classic stuff, but Python was different. It was like, dude, I don't know why I like this, but I love it. I don't know. It's just so dry, and it's ridiculous. It is flat out ridiculous, and wow.
There's the one skit where the nuns come out, the nun mafia. Or the one where the guy's walking along and the signs start moving. Do you remember that one?
Yep.
Like the signs move. I forget what the
vicious gangs have turned left signs.
That's it.
That's where Graham Chapman going, no, stop. This is silly. We're getting into silliness again. We already talked about that.
Oh, but that shit is so fucking good, man. It's like, God.
Oh, God.
Fucking classic stuff, man. So good. And
good songs too. Like all their songs were always the best.
Oh, dude.
Every sperm is sacred. Every sperm is.
Well, you just like the part with Mr. Creosote. That whole scene in what is that? Meaning of Life, dude. Isn't it awful to have a penis? Isn't it frightfully good to have a dong?
It's what I have a stiffy. It's divine to have a dick, from the tiniest little tadger to the world's biggest prick. So 3 cheers for your Willie or John Thomas. Hooray for your one-eyed trouser snake. Your piece of pork, your Washington, your posse or cock. You can wrap it up in ribbons, but stick it in a sock.
Stick it in your sock. Yeah.
Damn, you guys are good. You remember all that.
Won't come out.
Yeah,
I know. I actually have the CDs.
I'm impressed that you know.
That was perfect. That was that dude. And then Creosote walks out, give me a fucking bucket. I'm gonna throb.
And then he explodes.
I couldn't possibly eat another thing. It's only a wafer thin little mint.
Wafer thin.
They're done.
Wafer thin mint.
Wafer thin.
That was so over the top, that scene.
God. Oh, that was.
He's barfing on the fucking chick that's cleaning up.
Yeah, she's cleaning it up and he's puking on her. Yeah.
It's so fucking. It's like, even they said, like, I remember them doing like behind the scenes, like talking about it. Like, that scene was just repulsive, but I mean, it was fun. He blows up and he's got the heart and the giant.
Yeah,
it's just ridiculous.
Oh, I mean, and it just evolves from there, dude. Then the waiter is like showing you like where he, grew up, and he's like, that's where I grew up. And
the cameraman starts to walk away. He's like, well, wait, hey, no, this is. I was like, yeah.
Yeah, he's like, well, I know it's not much of a story at all. So, well, fuck you. Fuck off. Don't come following me. It's like so ridiculous.
I'm trying to think how many. What were all the movies? Meaning of Life, Life of Brian, Holy Grail,
and now for something completely different. That was the first one, but that was essentially a compilation of the sketches. They just reshot them with the bigger budget.
Okay, I don't think I've actually seen that one. Surprisingly, wow.
It's pretty much just like the most popular
expanded,
sketches, like
expanded skits. Okay.
Yep.
Oh, dude, biggest. Come on. I mean, that's
biggest.
He has a wife, Name is
Incontinentia.
Why is everyone laughing?
Biggest.
Oh man, that's my favorite scene from that movie. Yeah.
Dude, I mean, I laugh just watching them try not to laugh. Like,
I know. I know.
But yeah, they're like,
You think it's amusing when I
Yes.
say bigos?
Because
they're like,
Dude, that shit is golden.
it really is. It really is. I mean, like those guys were kings. They were just kings, you know. Like,
Yeah.
unfucking real, man. I would love to see them guys. Would have loved to have seen them live, but they never came around anywhere that I was close to that I knew about.
I think they just did like the Hollywood Bowl thing, and they so that was kind of weird too. It was like, yeah, we were like rock stars, but we were just guys that told jokes.
Told jokes, did comedy, yeah.
Yeah. Well, we occasionally sing songs like "Sit in My Face" and tell me that you love me.
that's so great.
But I mean, you gotta play the hits, right?
Oh man. So I'm gonna wrap up here fairly soon, but Nick, what do you got coming up?
In terms of releases,
In terms of what you got going on the channel.
oh well, it looks like next weekend we're gonna finally shoot Incantation. We're gonna try to do it outside with a bonfire. Try to do it all Halloweened up if we can.
Nice.
It should be fun, and it's over at Miller's place, so it's nice and quiet. He's got a place out in the country. Like town is like a very small population, and we got a fun little horror movie conversation with actually it's already up on the Patreon with Igor Amadeus Mozart, Max's son that's in Go Ahead and Die, and
wow.
he's actually an author. He's actually written, I believe, at least 2 books and possibly has the 3rd on the way.
How old is he?
My guess, we didn't actually figure out how old he was, but my guess he's like early to mid 20s.
Okay.
And yeah, we just went over like favorite horror movies and essentially had to compile a list of what the 5 essential ones would be between all of us.
Ooh.
And it was some good conversation just because I mean I love horror movies. And then this, like I said, this month is just insane with releases. So let me read a lot of fucking reviews. But yeah, I want to try to cover as many as I possibly can. And yeah, then after Incantation, we're on to Entombed and Entombed AD, and that one will be fun. And you know, I know Ren's like, well, I don't really listen to him much outside of Wolverine Blues. Like, you're gonna get a lot of different stuff. You know, there's some definite phases in that band, but there's a lot of fun stuff.
Well,
but yeah, that's pretty much it.
I mean,
definitely a lot of good $20 spin stuff coming out. Worm, Dream Unending.
Yeah, I jammed that new track today.
Sounds pretty good.
Creepy. It's like unsettling, and I don't know. It's really good. It was like, fuck. I'm really looking forward to that Worm album.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, I gotta say, man, those 2 tracks from the Worm album kind of blew me away.
Yeah.
I'm kind of surprised because I liked Gloom Lord, but I didn't. This new one sounds like a different level.
I think it's going to be a whole nother beast.
Much better production, I think.
Yeah,
that was the thing I noticed right away. But it kept the thing that I really liked, those really, really melodic leads.
Yeah,
a lot of that stuff reminded me a lot of like Chuck Schuldiner stuff. So
it
was like,
it did, yeah, big Schuldiner influence. And I should say, man, his Ken did an interview with that dude. It was really good. Ken's Death Metal Crypts.
Yeah. Last 2 weeks ago? I think it was 2 weeks ago.
But a new Cynic coming out. I'm really stoked for that.
The first track's odd, but I have a feeling I'll probably still like it.
For which one?
The new Cynic.
Oh, Cynic. Okay. I saw there was 2 new tracks around. I haven't listened to it yet.
I haven't heard the second one yet, but I'm kind of almost just want to wait for the whole thing to drop before I listen to it. But because Cynic's like one of my favorite bands. So
yeah, I like Cynic a lot too.
But No, man, there's a lot. Yeah, there's a lot of good shit coming out. I'm pretty stoked for.
I mean, this month. I mean, next week. We got Cradle of Filth, 1914, Dream Theater. Every Time I Die. I might just keep that in a collection update. Yeah, I don't know. I might review it. I don't know. I like that band.
Are you gonna, Nick? Are you gonna grab the Dream Theater?
More than likely. I mean, I got over my trust issues. I got the last one, even though I did buy the Admonishing. Ugh,
My thing is, I mean, I heard the 2 tracks, and they're Dream Theater, but they're kind of like Dream Theater by numbers. They just kind of do the same thing over and over now. To me, they really do. Like the Alien it's got the big epic sounding guitar solo. It's got the crunchy riff bit. It's got and I will say that for me, the biggest part of Dream Theater I just struggle with anymore is James LaBrie, man. I used to really like him. The first 3 or 4 albums, man, up until about Train of Thought. And then I just started really struggling with his vocals anymore, man. Like, I just don't enjoy him.
Well, he had like the polyp surgery, and I know like he hasn't been able to do like the same stuff he used to be able to do, but I've never been a huge fan of his vocals. Like when it came down to like Dream Theater, he was always kind of like the one link in it that was just like
yeah, that's kind of how I feel about it. Like I'm just not that crazy about it. Like I listen to those songs, and like you, the last album sounded better overall. The music was better, but I just kept going back to, man, God, James, do you have to be so dramatic here? I tell you, want something funny? Go watch some of his cameos that are posted on YouTube. Look up James LaBrie cameos, and he will sing a couple of times, and some of the times he sings, it's like, dude, do you hear yourself? It's like I can't even imitate it. You just have to watch him and see. And after watching a couple of those, I was like, man, I don't even like the way he sounds at all now. Now I will say, did you hear the new Exodus song? The Art of
the third one? I've heard the first 2. Is there a third one?
Yeah, there's a new one called Years of Death and Dying or something like that, or something.
Dude, Clickbait fucking whooped ass.
Like, yeah, I really like the music, but again, Zetro, man, he sounds almost annoying on this album. Like almost annoying.
I've never been a fan of Zetro, and I'm not either. Yeah, I like it's just his vocal style. Like it's kind of like the Bobby Blitz thing. Like I love Overkill.
Yeah.
Bobby Blitz is not the greatest singer, but honestly, it's like one of those things where I can't picture anybody else doing Overkill.
It. I'll tell you what,
with
though,
Exodus,
I preferred Rob Dukes over everybody.
Yeah, there you
go. Even over Bailoff.
Oh,
I thought Rob Dukes.
I love Zetro. I think he's the man. Yeah, I think I didn't like Dukes. Yeah.
I can't get into his vocal set. Like there's just like something way too nasal about it.
He's got that nasal.
I get that. That makes sense. It's just like I guess I don't know what it is.
But he's done like classic fucking albums with him that I absolutely love.
I think he sounded better on the first, on the what's the first one? Pleasure of the Flesh. And then I like him on what's the one with Toxic?
Tempo of the Damned. He was great on that.
Tempo of the Damned, he did sound good. Blacklist is a fucking banger.
Yeah, see, I thought he toned down some of that nasalness on that album. He doesn't sound as biting. But I'll tell you another thing too, that I love Gary Holt. I think he's one of the coolest guys ever. I love the guys playing. But man, the guitar tone, I don't understand his choice of guitar tones. That guy can have any sound he wants, and he's got this very MIDI sounding, digital sounding guitar tone on these tracks. I don't love the sound of the guitar on the guitar tracks. I mean, I don't love the sound of the guitar on these songs. It's not a great guitar tone for me, for some reason.
I mean, when I heard it still kind of just reminded me of, at least like Tempo of the Damned on. Like that's kind of been like his sound.
Yeah,
I like it. I mean, it has like it's definitely like a more modern crunch. It doesn't have that kind of like 90s sizzle to it, but it's still effective. And it's, Gary can riff my eardrums to death.
Oh yeah,
I'm totally cool with that.
He's a riff monster. There's no doubt about that,
God.
man. No doubt.
He's like the heart of thrash. Apparently, is in his riff hand. Like he's Gary Holt.
Yeah, he is.
But yeah, I mean, definitely looking forward to that one.
He's like one of those dudes I really wish I'd get a chance to meet. I'd just love to sit down and have a beer with Gary Holt.
Oh yeah.
He just strikes me as being like one of the coolest guys. And I'll tell you who else I think is cool as fuck is Phil Demmel. Phil Demmel is one of the coolest fucking guys. Today on his Instagram Live, he played us 2 new songs off the Violence album. And guess what? Sean is actually singing on this album. Like singing. Yes, I got to be honest. The one song they did was fucking amazing. But like, I know what you're going to say, Nick. It's tough to get past his vocal delivery.
It is.
Yeah.
And I love the riffs. I love the fucking riffs to death. Was it Eternal Nightmare? Yeah.
Yeah.
That's right. Yeah. Dude, it is such a hyper aggressive thrash album. I love it, but the weird yelping. Yeah, but I mean, he's gotten older. He's had time to learn. I mean, I'm curious what this next one's gonna sound like. I mean, yeah, I'm eagerly awaiting it.
Phil played 2 songs today because he doesn't keep the streams up and or the videos up. He's like, guys, I'm going to treat you guys. And I got to be honest with you. The one song, dude, it was a riffacopia. It was just nothing but riffs. It was insane. It was just fucking insane. I can't remember the damn name of the song now. The Art of Dying or something. No, that's Exodus. I can't remember the name of it. He said it. And then he played one that was a ballad, and I'm like, dude, that was a ballad? He's like, yeah, kind of. But what was really cool was he pulled an acoustic guitar down off the wall, and I said, hey, play some Rush. And he started doing Closer to the Heart. And, well, actually, he played Vandenberg's Burning Heart. You know that song, right? Vandenberg?
I don't know if I know that one. Well, at least offhand.
This burning heart in me won't let me be. You've heard that song. It starts out with a really
cool probably have.
But anyways, he played that, and I said, cool, Vandenberg. He's like, whoa, somebody knows their music. And he's like, what's the name of the song? I'm like, Burning Heart, Phil. Come on, dude. I'm like, bro, I'm older than you are, motherfucker. He's like, I see that. He's like, okay. So he started testing me on a bunch of other songs. I only missed on one. I got like all 8 of the other songs he did, but he did a shit ton of Rush. He was doing YYZ, and he's a better player than I thought he was. He's actually a really good player.
I know.
Super cool guy.
Joe's a big fan of Phil Demmel. I was trying to say, like, there's some other shit too. Archspire. I'm not even the biggest Tech Death fan, but holy shit, those guys are good.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, I'm not the hugest Tech Death guy, but Archspire, yeah, they're kind of in a league of their own.
I mean, Mastodon's 2-discer. That's going to be. I don't know. I have high hopes, but I mean that's a lot. Like 2 discs or two disc albums or.
Wait a minute. Did you say the new Mastodon's 2 discs?
Yep.
Oh shit! I didn't know that.
2 discs, an hour and a half of music.
Wow. Well, I gotta say, I like both the advanced tracks. I like the Tear Drinker, and I like the what was the other one called?
Oh, Tides, Pushing the Tides.
Yeah, Turning the Tides or Pushing
something
the
like
Tides.
that. Yeah.
I liked it. I liked it a lot, actually.
Yeah.
And I did not like Emperor of Sand very much.
See, I do like that album.
I didn't like that one. I don't know why. It just didn't do much for me.
What else we got? Whitechapel, which we'll probably go over. I don't know what to expect from that album. The newest track they dropped, Orphan, is all clean singing and almost kind of a ballad. It's very different. Granted, Phil Bozeman can actually sing. It's just strange. And then
I don't know Whitechapel very well.
Bellacore, Australian melodic death metal band, really, really, really good. They're like Australia's Insomnium, pretty much.
Oh wow!
No, they're really
pretty
fucking good.
I love Insomnium.
But yeah, I'm gonna sign up here because it's getting close to 4 a.m. here.
Yeah, no, man.
But
Jimmy, thanks a million for joining me for that. I'm actually looking forward to going back and watching a little bit. I do watch the streams back because it's kind of fun to pick up on what you said and what you did. And I'm hoping. I got to be honest with you, I'm a little disappointed. We only had 6 people watching, which kind of bummed me out because for the
people catch it later, you know.
Well, the Porcupine Tree stream, we had about 13 people at our tops. But I will say this much. The Porcupine Tree stream is my most watched stream, pushing 300 views at this point, which is pretty killer.
Yeah, that's great.
So I'm hoping that this one picks up steam and people watch it again. Maybe just people had stuff going on tonight or, whatever. But
I'll catch
Nick,
it later.
Thank you for joining us. And, let's think about you getting on the next one. The next deep dive, and we'll try to come up with a band we all want to do, and we'll try to hit that soon.
Yeah, dude.
You guys,
keep you posted on that one for sure.
All right, guys.
It's a lot of fun, man.
All right, dude.
You guys have a great night. All right.
Good talking to you guys, man. Y'all take care.
Good talking, man.
See ya.
Catch y'all later.
Night.